Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
July 15th, 1991. Evening. The lawn of number 6, Privet Drive. Wah! A blond boy, about 8 years old, was crying his lungs out. His small fist was clenched tight, as if still holding a lollipop. His palm was empty. The reason for the tragedy had already walked away. Cohen Norton didn't even look back. He was 11, slightly skinny, with neatly combed black hair, a white t-shirt, and blue jeans. He lived at number 5, right next door. In his hand was a rainbow, fan-shaped lollipop worth 50 pence. The exact one he'd just given to the kid before taking it back. Desserts really do make people happy, Cohen muttered, licking the candy. Especially when you don't have to worry about cavities. Cavities weren't exactly a long-term concern for someone who shed baby teeth, like spare change. He'd already died once. Might as well enjoy childhood properly this time. And if he could complete a task or two along the way, even better. Ding. Kindness value +1. Sin value +1. Note, giving candy and then taking it back is immoral behavior. Your conscience will reprimand you. Cohen heard the first line and conveniently ignored the rest. The system, on the other hand, was quietly losing its mind. Ever since it realized Cohen had figured out how to farm both kindness and sin from the same action, it had been stuck in a cycle of passive-aggressive notifications and silent despair. Poor thing. The system hadn't appeared out of nowhere. Neither had Cohen Norton of Privet Drive. A little over a month ago, a car accident had sent Cohen into this familiar, yet deeply suspicious world. It felt like a truck driver from another dimension had been padding his delivery quota. Privet Drive. Number 4. The Dursleys. And the rarely mentioned boy named Harry Potter. Everything lined up. Cohen had instantly realized where he was. As someone who'd read the Harry Potter series more than once, he knew one thing for sure. Growing up alongside Harry Potter was not a relaxing life choice. They were the same age. Worse, Cohen already had abilities that clearly didn't belong in the Muggle world. Objects drifting without touch. Things vanishing. Short-range teleportation. Real magic. It was only a matter of time before the wizarding world noticed him. In this life, he also had adoptive parents. Overly loving ones. Both Muggles, at least according to the original owner of this body's memories. No magic. No secrets. Just ordinary people. And the Harry Potter world was famously unkind to ordinary people once Voldemort came back. If Cohen wanted to keep them safe, he had two options. Leave Europe early, or deal with Voldemort before things spiraled. Me? Fight Voldemort? Yeah. No. That was where the so-called redemption system came in. Open panel, Cohen thought. A cracked, circular interface appeared before his eyes, split unevenly between black and white. At its center sat his status. Cohen Norton. Race. Dementor /human ////. Soul integrity, 11%. Soul strength, 11. Special abilities, unlocked. None. Kindness value, 1250. Sin value, 250. The first time Cohen saw the word Dementor, he assumed the system was broken. He looked human. Normal. Aside from the occasional floating object, there was nothing remotely Dementor-like about him. Then he paid closer attention. He could see something leaking out of people. Wispy, shimmering traces only he could perceive. Souls. And worse, he felt hungry, especially when he got close. The truth was uncomfortable, terrifying, and extremely inconvenient. Cohen Norton might actually be a Dementor wearing human skin. The first real proof came when he almost drained his adoptive father. Edward Norton had been asleep. Cohen hadn't meant to do anything. He just leaned a little too close. Something pulled. Cohen snapped out of it in time, but not before something slipped free. A fragment. A feeling. Happiness, maybe. It tasted good. Light. Not cloying. Edward slept on like nothing happened. That was when Cohen started carrying candy everywhere. Eating sweets dulled the hunger. It wasn't perfect, but it helped. After spending a full minute processing the fact that he was a soul-eating horror in disguise, Cohen turned his attention to the system itself. The redemption system wasn't completely useless. It gave him a critical ability. He could judge whether someone was safe to approach or very much not. Every living being had a number hovering over their head. Soul strength. Edward's was 10. Cohen could sip from him. Rose's was 20. Completely untouchable. Cohen's own soul strength was tied to his soul integrity. Both were painfully low. Soul integrity could be raised, either through the system shop or by consuming souls. The former was preferable. The system had 2 shops. The kindness shop, full of cheerful, respectable items. Books on magical plants, creatures, positive magic, legal tools. And the sin shop. Dark magic tomes, illegal materials, forbidden rituals, souls, not fragments, real ones. Tormented human soul, a collectible from another world, can be used to craft various evil magical items, including but not limited to horcruxes, malevolent spirit puppets, and cursed constructs. You can hear it screaming. Maybe the next one will be yours. Cost, 7,000 sin value. That was 7,000 stolen lollipops. Absolutely not. Cohen stuck to soul fragments, which boosted his integrity by tiny, insulting amounts. 1,000 sin value for 1%. Slow. Painfully slow. As for the row of question marks under special abilities, the system refused to explain, which told Cohen everything he needed to know about how incomplete it was. Fortunately, low soul integrity didn't interfere with daily life. No melting faces. No accidental mass soul consumption. That meant one thing. He could enjoy his last peaceful days before Hogwarts. Or so he thought. When Cohen stepped into the living room, a gray owl was flapping wildly near the ceiling. There was only one reason an owl would be inside his house. Today was his 11th birthday. The Hogwarts letter had arrived. Edward Norton burst forward, grinning like he'd just won the lottery, waving a curled parchment. "Oh, Cohen, my precious son, you're going to Hogwarts." Cohen blinked. That raised questions. Edward was a stay-at-home dad. No magic, no signs, no dignity, honestly, just chores and passable cooking. They'd been preparing to send Cohen to Smelting's Academy. So why was Edward this excited? That left only one explanation. Edward Norton was a wizard whose soul strength was 10. Which was embarrassing. Before Cohen could spiral too far, a woman in a violet dress came down the stairs. "Edward," Rose said sharply, "lower your voice." Dumbledore's warning, remember? Rose Norton. Elegant, sharp-eyed, terrifying when angry. She softened instantly when she saw Cohen. "Cohen, Mommy's so happy for you. Your father will explain everything later. I have a seminar tonight, so I might miss your birthday party." She kissed his forehead, smiling. "But I'll bring you a gift. Love you." Then, to Edward, cold and precise. "Don't scare him." Once she was gone, Edward pulled Cohen onto the couch. "It's time we told you the truth," Edward said. Cohen nodded obediently. "All right," Edward said, taking a deep breath. "Daddy's a wizard." Clever, Cohen thought. "Then I'm a Dementor, the soul-sucking kind." Of course, Cohen wasn't stupid enough to tell his adoptive father that he wasn't exactly human. Neither Edward nor Rose had shown even the faintest suspicion. And honestly, how often did a protagonist get to keep both parents alive? Adoptive parents absolutely counted. Edward, meanwhile, launched into his explanation of the wizarding world with all the structure of a runaway train. Facts, half-facts, emotional tangents, and unnecessary nostalgia spilled out in no particular order. But somehow Cohen still got the full picture. There was also Dumbledore's very specific warning. Under no circumstances were they to reveal their wizard identities in front of Harry Potter. "You know," Edward said with a sigh, "you never had a single magical outburst growing up. Your mom and I really thought you were just a mug. An ordinary kid. I didn't even dare use my wand at home. What if you saw magic, Anne? So that's why you've been living off Mom's salary this whole time?" Cohen asked the question with absolute sincerity. Edward froze. He'd clearly been preparing himself for wide-eyed amazement, not a direct hit to his dignity. "Well," That's not. Listen, there are rules, Edward said quickly, scrambling. You can't just use magic in the Muggle world, especially if someone sees it. But aren't you curious at all? Don't you want me to show you something? Flowers, maybe? Or make a pair dance? Panicking, Edward whipped out his wand. The living room instantly descended into chaos. Fruit bounced off the walls. Golden birds burst into the air. Furniture rattled. His wand movements were smooth, confident, and paired with flawless silent casting. Whatever else Edward was, he wasn't a mediocre wizard. Cohen stared. Are wizard souls really this weak on average? To Edward, Cohen's silence looked like awe. So, Edward said proudly, ruffling Cohen's hair. Want to learn? I'll learn at school, Cohen replied calmly. I'd rather read the textbooks first. You know I like books. That answer hit Edward right in the heart. Responsible. Sensible. Very Cohen. While the original plan of treating him as a Muggle-born was officially dead, that didn't mean the next 7 years would be smooth sailing. Cohen mentally crossed out happy childhood. New plan. 3-year plan. Neutralize Voldemort and clean up the aftermath. The early years were peaceful. That meant prime time for farming kindness and sin, boosting magic and soul integrity, and preparing for year 4, when Voldemort was scheduled to crawl back into the plot. Cohen wasn't about to let that happen on schedule. Harry and the main cast might survive thanks to narrative protection. Cohen and his parents? 3 nobodies who weren't even supposed to exist. Different story. If things went right, Voldemort would be nothing more than a crunchy snack by the time Cohen's soul integrity hit 100%. Horcruxes included. Those fragmented souls were unstable, dangerous, and morally acceptable to eat. Perfect. Of course we have textbooks, Edward said, visibly relieved. Your mom and I kept our old ones. Cohen's look sharpened. Not old ones, Edward hurriedly corrected. New copies. Definitely new. With the explanation over and no emotional breakdown in sight, Edward handed Cohen the letter. Keep this safe. Tomorrow we'll go to Diagon Alley. Wand, supplies, the works. And maybe invite some friends over tonight. It is your birthday. He stood up, tucking his wand away. I'll go start the cake. Oh, and don't mention magic to your friends. Especially not Harry next door. Good news. Before Cohen arrived, Harry and Cohen already knew each other. Bad news. In the past month, Harry hadn't been let out of the Dursleys' house even once, which meant Cohen hadn't gotten a look at the Voldemort fragment inside him. This might be my only chance all month. Cohen stood at the door of number 4, figuring out how to invite Harry without raising alarms. Dudley would probably have to come too, or the Dursleys would decide the Nortons were one of those families. The Dursleys were unpleasant even by Muggle standards. Petunia, in particular, loved spying over the hedge and spreading rumors. Edward's rat-shaped hedge hadn't helped. Probably lingering trauma from Lily turning teacups into rodents years ago. Hello, Mr. Dursley. I'm Cohen from a Norton family. Vernon opened the door and stared as Cohen gave a polite bow. Vernon's face cycled through red, white, then red again. Clearly, the Dursleys had already reached their wizard's conclusion, possibly without evidence. Magic terrified them like a jump scare that never ended. Still, Rose's position at the Times kept Vernon polite. Barely. Cohen took that as permission. It's my birthday today. We're having dinner. Dudley's welcome to come. Since we're both going to Smeltings, it'd be good to get along. Vernon relaxed instantly, then paused. You said friends. Plural? There's a boy named Harry here too, Cohen said smoothly. He should come. There's no Harry here. Vernon snapped. He moved out, but I've seen him. If it's about trouble, my mom loves kids, and... Cohen let the implication hang. Vernon's face twitched. Fine. He's clumsy and dangerous. Don't blame me if something goes wrong. He yelled upstairs. Harry, birthday party. Move it. A moment later, a skinny boy with glasses stumbled out of the cupboard under the stairs. Cohen. Harry lit up. Vernon looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. You go now. Dudley'll come later. Don't cause trouble. I won't, Harry promised, hurrying outside. As they walked away, Cohen finally focused. Soul strength, 7, sacrificial protection. Soul strength, 40. 2 tags. The weaker one was Harry's soul, shielded by Lily's sacrifice. The stronger one was Voldemort's fragment. 40 points. Cohen felt his hunger stir. Sweet, rich, dangerous. See, Cohen, why are you looking at me like that? Harry took a step back. Sorry, Cohen said quickly. Zoned out, thinking about dinner. Annoying. 40 points meant nearly 30 soul fragments. That was 29,000 sin value. 29,000 stolen lollipops. This was going to take a while. At Cohen's house, Harry devoured Edward's overly sweet apple pie like he hadn't eaten in days. Thanks for getting me out, Harry said quietly. Thank my dad, Cohen replied. If my birthday were in October, you'd still be stuck there. Harry's mood dipped at the mention of school. Relax, Cohen said lightly. We'll see each other again. Now slow down. Dinner's coming. And Hogwarts wasn't ready for either of them. The birthday party was, honestly, a bit of a letdown. Dudley didn't show up, and you could still hear shouting from the Dursleys' house next door. Cohen knew exactly why. Dudley and Cohen barely knew each other, especially since Cohen had invited Harry, which in Dudley's eyes turned it into a freak fest. If he showed up to something like that, his buddies would never let him live it down. Meanwhile, Mr. Dursley's yelling was probably because he didn't want to miss a chance to suck up to Cohen's mom, Rose. Public opinion could make or break a company, after all. And in Vernon's mind, the only way to stop Harry from blowing up the Nortons' house was to send someone from his own family to keep an eye on him, completely missing the fact that Harry only ever got into trouble after Dudley picked on him first. For Harry, this quiet party might have been the only bright spot in his entire July. For Cohen, though, tomorrow was the real day to look forward to, because he'd finally get to scope out more samples to gauge the soul strength of a normal adult wizard and pick up his first wand. Having a wand had to feel different from going without. Whenever Cohen tried magic before, it always felt like his effort was going to the wrong place. Wizards casting the right way surely didn't deal with that awkwardness. After walking Harry home, Cohen crashed early in his bedroom, gearing up for the Diagon Alley trip tomorrow. Which one would pick him? Wait, wands choose wizards. Do they have souls in them? Could he suck them out? Are they like human souls? Would eating one boost his strength? If he drained every wand in Ollivander's shop, would Ollivander freak out? That's how it always went, from awake to asleep. Cohen started snoring softly, just like any normal human kid, so when Rose slipped into his room, he didn't stir. She set a big, neatly wrapped birthday gift by his bed, gave him a gentle kiss, and left quietly. Outside Cohen's window, a dark shape darted off the sill with a whoosh. Under the cover of night, it passed a street lamp, revealing itself. A tabby cat, its face faintly marked with what looked like glasses. It padded up to a white-haired old man. Whoosh, whoosh. The street lamp lights flickered as if yanked away by an invisible hand, streaming into the silver, old-fashioned lighter in the man's grip. Albus, I got to admit, placing Cohen with the Nortons was a solid call. The tabby's silhouette stretched in the darkness, morphing in a second or two into a stern-looking woman. Minerva, that was Edward and Rose's choice, not mine, Albus Dumbledore said with a chuckle. The stars and moons on his robe matched the summer night sky above. It's wonderful to see a kid thrive in a home full of parental love. If only Harry could have the same, Minerva McGonagall replied, a touch of frustration in her voice. His situation's downright miserable compared to Cohen's. I don't get why you'd ask the Nortons to keep their distance from him, even if it's just letting that poor boy enjoy a peaceful afternoon tea at the neighbors on weekends. Different flowers need different care, Dumbledore said, winking playfully at McGonagall. But no doubt, they'll both bloom beautifully. There's something else you might want to know about Cohen. McGonagall hesitated, then decided to spill what she'd seen. Oh, Cohen's always doing good deeds. Last time I was here, I saw him help an old lady cross the street, Dumbledore said, clearly at ease with Cohen. Sure, his origin's a bit unusual, but he's growing into a positive, healthy kid. He gave another kid a lollipop today, McGonagall said. That's great. Sharing's a big deal for a kid his age, Dumbledore replied, oblivious to the catch. But when the kid wasn't looking, he used magic to snatch it back. The poor thing cried for nearly 15 minutes straight. McGonagall went on. Dumbledore fell silent. And that time you saw him help the old lady cross the street? He gave her directions too, McGonagall added, pausing. Dumbledore had a hunch what was coming. That route made her walk an extra mile to her destination. Cohen was headed the same way, but took the shorter path himself, just cutting through 2 shops, McGonagall said, rubbing her temples. I dread to think what'll happen when he meets the Weasley twins. Young people always have wild ideas. Pranks don't mean evil. Dumbledore's reassurance sounded like it might be for himself as much as her. Even grown wizards can lose themselves in the swirl of power, but Cohen's resisting those dark urges at an age when willpower's at its weakest. He's not like Voldemort. At that name, McGonagall shivered involuntarily. Remember the day we found him? That dark wizard's lab? McGonagall's face clouded with bad memories. All those bodies, over 300 of them, eyes blank like they'd been hit with killing curses. I still can't believe a kid under 1 did that. I'd rather think it was you-know-who, even if he was already gone by then. Roses grow thorns to protect themselves, Minerva. We can't reject their beauty just because they've got sharp edges. Cohen. The sky was still dim when urgent shouts from outside jolted Cohen awake. I want to sleep. Cohen could barely open his eyes, let alone get up to open the door. Kids can't wake up too early, or they'll turn into workhorses. In his dream, he'd seen his mom, Rose, sneak in at midnight to leave a birthday gift by his bed and kiss his forehead softly. He'd also dreamed of 2 people he'd never met in this life, but knew from movies in his last one. Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. The 2 were chatting about him and Harry on a street under the night sky. The dream felt so real that Cohen wondered if he'd somehow peeked at the actual scene while his mind wandered. Cohen, Dad's taking you to Diagon Alley today. Get up quick, or I'll miss my 3rd adventure with the Dungeons & Dragons Club this afternoon. Good grief, what kind of middle-aged wizard gets hooked on playing swords and sorcery roleplay with a bunch of muggle teens? If he loves D&D that much, why not head up a dragon farm and take on a real one? The wizards harvesting dragon blood would probably love someone taming those unruly fire breathers for them. All right, you win, Cohen mumbled, groggily swapping out his pajamas. Then he noticed something new by his bed. Give me a sec to change. A birthday gift? Cohen snapped wide awake. The wrapping matched the one from his dream exactly. If the rose he saw in his dream was real. Cohen bolted to the mirror. There, fading on his forehead, was a lipstick mark. No way. Did old man Dumbledore and McGonagall actually swing by last night? Wasn't that a total privacy invasion? They even saw him snatch that kid's lollipop. Wait, no. The bigger deal was what Dumbledore said at the end about Cohen's origins. A dark wizard's lab, over 300 blank-eyed corpses. It sounded like baby Cohen had devoured all those dark wizards' souls. Was his past self that hardcore? He'd thought he was some undeveloped underdog. But was he actually a prodigy who'd had his potential stripped away? Still, Dumbledore seemed pretty chill about him for now. Sounded like he checked in often, but Cohen's behavior was clearly meeting his expectations. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the good guys taking him out before school started. Dementors weren't exactly wholesome creatures, after all. As for Edward and Rose adopting him, something felt off. Just yesterday, Edward said he'd almost thought Cohen was a muggle kid. That didn't sound like someone who knew about Cohen's dark magic lab experiment backstory. But Dumbledore had said it was Edward and Rose's choice, meaning they must have known most of the story and the risks and still went for it. Cohen felt a tiny pang in his chest. His adoptive parents' love was real, lies or not. Setting aside the side stuff, Cohen just wanted to figure one thing out. How had he slipped out of his body to spy on the street? And Dumbledore hadn't noticed a thing. Basic sneaking had plenty of magical tricks, but pulling it off without the century's greatest wizard catching on? That was next level. Not that Cohen planned to peek at whether Dumbledore stashed a stack of Grindelwald picks in private. No, this was about ultra-safe info gathering. Think about it. A god's eye view could flip a game on its head. In real life, even better. And it wouldn't get him caught or banned. But how could he trigger it again? Sleep? Wasn't that kind of a lame activation method? Cohen flopped back onto his bed, sinking into the pillow. He was way too awake and hyped to fall back asleep now. Physical knockout might be his only shot. But as he closed his eyes, something fell off. Like he split apart? That was the best way to describe it. His soul cracked open, with just one spot still tightly linked. And he could control the shape of the two halves, or see everything around him from his soul's perspective, including his body lying on the bed. If all of his soul left, though, his body went into a no vital signs fake death mode until he came back. He could stretch his soul, squash it, or roll it out like dough into a cloak-like thing. Wait a sec. Isn't this basically a freaking Dementor? Cohen morphed himself into a cloak shape and took a good look at his soul. Holy crap. A black, tattered rag look. Add some rotting hands, and he'd be ready to apply for a cushy Azkaban gig. After messing around more, he found another trick. He could leave half his soul in his body and send the other half out. That way, he could control his body and scout with his soul. Though since the halves were still connected at one point, there was a range limit. That connection could stretch or squish too, but it maxed out at about 15 meters. Coincidentally, the distance from his room to the far end of Privet Drive. No wonder he'd overheard Dumbledore and McGonagall chatting on the street last night without even realizing it. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Soul shaping, 1/10. ***. So that's how the special abilities slot worked. Cohen had thought the system was stingy for not tossing him a newbie gift pack, but turns out he had to stumble into these abilities himself to unlock them. Man, compared to those web novel transmigrators, I'm basically starting in the dirt. With the new trick figured out, next up was washing up, eating, and heading to Diagon Alley with Edward for school supplies. Before heading downstairs, Cohen unwrapped Rose's gift. It was a snow globe big enough to need both hands, with 3 little clay figures living inside a snowy village. They were alive. Cohen could even hear cheerful laughter from the house they'd just walked into. Did these things sleep at night? Because having a giggling ball in the dorm might get creepy fast. All in all, though, Rose's gift was awesome. Cohen always loved warm, cozy stuff like this. Back on Earth in his last life, he rarely got such blatant love. He hated admitting it, but yeah, he'd been an orphan. The clay figures ran on a petrification charm, though no souls. So no emergency dessert stash here. How are we getting to Diagon Alley later? At the table, Cohen gulped down his last butter-slathered bread with some milk and eyed Edward, who was counting galleons and sickles. Flu powder? Side-along apparition? Driving, obviously. What else? Magic carpet. Edward rubbed his hands, figuring they might have enough left over to snag Cohen a pet for school. The fireplace at the Norton house wasn't connected to the flu network, and Edward wasn't exactly confident about his apparition skills. I had to retake the test once. The examiner added an extra task, making a chipmunk apparate with me. Good thing he didn't notice the chipmunk lost its tail afterward, or I might have had to redo the whole thing, Edward said with a helpless shrug. Then let's just take the car. At least a car accident won't leave me missing a tail. Cohen felt a sudden chill somewhere and immediately scrapped the idea of getting to Diagon Alley through magical means. Edward patted Cohen's head with satisfaction. Today, Cohen was a bit more well-behaved than usual. Since you're about to step into the wizarding world, next month your mom and I will head to the Ministry of Magic to get the Flu Network hooked up. It'll make getting around a lot easier. In the past, whenever Edward tried to touch Cohen's hair, Cohen would dodge away, but Rose never had that problem when she reached for him. Maybe Cohen's little head was busy imagining what the wizarding world would be like. He looks calm on the outside, but inside, he's probably dying to see that fairy tale world from the stories, right? Edward thought cheerfully as he tossed a deep-breathing Cohen into the back seat before getting in the car. Cohen's repeated deep breaths were just him trying to keep himself in check. Switching to social mode meant being around people, and with more people came more souls. The sweet scent of those souls always triggered his hunger. To avoid accidentally snacking on someone's soul and getting hauled off to Azkaban by the Ministry's Aurors to hang out with purebred Dementors, Cohen had to suppress that urge. Sweet candy tasted a lot like souls, a perfect substitute. He always carried a pocketful whenever he went out. On the way, Cohen finally realized that, as an 11-year-old who supposedly knew next to nothing about the wizarding world, he should probably show a little curiosity. Otherwise, it'd be too suspicious. Are there families in the wizarding world? Like clans or something? Cohen asked, pretending to be clueless. Of course there are. Wherever there are people, there are bound to be prominent families, Edward replied. He swerved around a car, crawling along in front of them, and ran a red light. The traffic cop on the side of the road didn't seem to notice Edward's behavior at all, which made Cohen suspect Edward had enchanted his car like Arthur Weasley, explaining how someone with Edward's driving skills hadn't gotten a single ticket in all these years. Edward gave a quick rundown of some well-known wizarding families. There were a lot, but Cohen could only remember the handful mentioned often in the Harry Potter books. Do you and Mom have a family? Like a wizard one. This time, Cohen wasn't faking it. He was genuinely curious. Us? We both come from wizarding families, I guess. My parents, your grandparents, were wizards, but it seems there weren't any wizards further back than that, Edward answered. Your mom's a bit different, though. She used to be part of the Burke family. According to some wizards' pure blood ideology, that makes her nobility. Used to be. Cohen knew of the Burke family. They were one of the Sacred 28, but they'd supposedly fallen from grace. Nowadays, the only place you'd see the name Burke was at Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley, and even then, it was just Mr. Borgin running the show, no Mr. Burke in sight. She got kicked out of the family for dating me, Edward said with a sigh. But according to her, even if they hadn't disowned her, she wouldn't have stayed anyway. That family was deep into dark magic, especially when you know who was in power. They were at their peak back then and even threatened to toss her, a good-for-nothing disgrace, into a pile of infamy. No wonder your mom ended up in Gryffindor. Her courage is something this Hufflepuff could never match in a lifetime. Even though you're a bit lazy, kind of a goof-off, and once left me at the zoo for 3 hours, Cohen said, patting Edward's shoulder from the back seat. You're a good dad. I'm giving you my official stamp of approval. Thanks. No matter how many little flaws Edward had, he truly loved his family, and Cohen, this dark magic experiment gone rogue. When it came to the good things in life, people should enjoy and cherish them instead of fixating on the imperfections. Edward was clearly touched by Cohen's sudden gratitude. From the rearview mirror, Cohen could see his stubbly face trembling slightly. We're here, the Leaky Cauldron, the car parked between a bookstore and a record shop. Cohen could see a small, shabby pub squeeze between the two glossy storefronts, its faded sign hanging above the entrance. The Leaky Cauldron. This place is pretty famous in the wizarding world. It's also the entrance to Diagon Alley, Edward said, stepping out of the car and discreetly wiping the corner of his eye while filling Cohen in. Back in my day, I was kind of big deal in Diagon Alley. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, the noise and mingled smells of food and drink from inside the Leaky Cauldron hit Cohen like a wave. A few old ladies sat in the corner, sipping sherry. Soul strength, 27. Pretty high soul strength. These grannies didn't look like pushovers. But Cohen couldn't figure out how the one in the middle was drinking and smoking at the same time. Did she have 2 throats or something? Behind the bar, a nearly bald middle-aged man who looked like a shriveled walnut, Tom, was wiping glasses and chatting with a customer. Soul strength, 19. Tom, a barkeep, could use some work. His soul strength wasn't even as high as Rose's, and she'd been living in the muggle world this whole time. Edward and Cohen's arrival drew a few glances, but no one recognized Edward. They just assumed he was some random wizard passing through. It left Edward a little embarrassed. Looks like 10 years away really does turn you into a stranger, Edward said, nudging Cohen through the bar toward the other side. Let's go get your school supplies first. Weaving through the noisy long tables, Cohen was led to a brick wall in the back courtyard of the pub. From his quick observations, Cohen had already pieced together something that had been bugging him. Adult wizards' soul strength seemed to range from 15 to 40. Every wizard in the Leaky Cauldron fit that pattern, no exceptions. Edward's 10-point soul strength was abnormally low. There might be some special reason behind it. But if Edward and Rose weren't going to spill the beans, Cohen wasn't about to pry too hard. For now, he let things play out naturally. He still needed time to grow into his own in this wizarding world. Good thing Dumbledore seemed to have silently okayed Cohen's existence as a dark magic experiment. Otherwise, he'd probably be stressing over his identity right now. 2 over, 3 up, Edward muttered, reading from a note Rose had given him, then tapped a brick 3 times with his wand. Cohen's mouth twitched. Who the heck designed this stone door to Diagon Alley with a literal gesture password? What? Were muggles wandering into the leaky cauldron or something? Did they really need a secondary security gate? Sometimes people get drunk in the leaky cauldron and stumble into Diagon Alley, causing trouble, Edward explained, tucking the note back into his pocket. Good thing Rose still remembers this, or, after 10 years, I'd have forgotten how to get in. The brick he'd tapped started to tremble and shift. A small hole appeared in the middle, growing larger and larger. In a matter of seconds, a wide archway opened up before Cohen, leading to a winding cobblestone street that stretched out of sight. Whoa! Sure, Cohen had imagined walking down this street when he read the books or watched the movies in his past life, but stepping into Diagon Alley for real still made him gasp in awe. The morning sunlight glinted off every reflective surface, cauldrons, gilded shop signs, lenses, metal instruments. The air buzzed with chatter, shopkeepers' calls, and wizards' laughter. It felt like the whole world was packed into this one street. Crowds bustled back and forth or lingered, and the street was filled with the cloying scent of souls. Cohen unwrapped a toffee and popped it in his mouth to stop himself from taking a slurp when he passed a few young witches and wizards. Led by Edward, Cohen passed by Prince's Potions, the Flying Broomstick Shop, and Elop's Owl Emporium. One owl. Edward paused deliberately in front of the owl shop. Is it a fairy or something? Cohen asked, unsure about keeping a pet. I mean, can it eat without pooping? Or maybe not eat or poop at all? What are you even thinking? Edward was baffled by Cohen's wild tangents. Of course it eats and poops, but you don't need to make owl-keeping sound so complicated. Hogwarts has an owlery. You just need to swing by every now and then with some treats to bond with it. It's up to you what kind of pet you want. If you'd rather have a kitten, puppy, or salamander, we can check out the magical menagerie next door, Edward added quickly, sensing Cohen wasn't too keen on an owl. With an owl, you guys won't have to run to the post office to send me letters. I'll go with the owl. Compared to other animals, it seems easier to take care of. Cohen thought it over, considering his lack of pet-raising experience. An owl seemed like the safest bet at Hogwarts. After all, they had an owlery, not a kitten shed or a puppy kennel. Speaking of which, animal souls were pretty useless to Cohen. He could suck them, sure, but they were tasteless like chewing wax. Once, he'd tried sipping the soul of a little gray mouse that wandered into his bedroom, but he gave up after a tiny taste. It was like drinking plain water and did nothing for his soul integrity. Owls were probably the same. No use as soul supplements. Let's get your wand first. Then we'll come back here to pick one you like, Edward said, ruffling Cohen's hair. If you see anything you want on the street, just say so. Your mom left us a shopping budget of 77 galleons plus a sack of sickles. Maybe I'll grab a few extra books. You can never go wrong with more knowledge, Cohen mused, figuring he could compare the readily available magic books in the shops with what he could get from the kindness shop. That might save him some kindness value. After all, the shop had rare magical creatures and tools beyond just books. Ollivander's The Wand Shop looked like a tiny, run-down storefront from the outside. But once Cohen stepped in, the narrow, deep interior completely shattered that small shop impression. Thousands of boxes were stacked up to the ceiling along the walls. The long room, paired with a stillness where even breathing echoed in the aisles, felt like stepping into some strict library. It's bigger on the inside. Cohen raised an eyebrow. It reminded him of a certain blue phone booth. Asterisk the application of the extension charm in architecture asterisk. A great specialized book, a soft voice said. A kid who likes to study. That one might suit you. An old man slid down from the ceiling on a movable ladder. Only then did Cohen notice the ceiling was packed with wand boxes too, even forming an archway of them. Good morning, Ollivander said. His pale eyes stood in stark contrast to Cohen's dark ones. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander," Edward greeted politely. "This is my son, Cohen. Cohen Norton. Edward, it's been, 30 years? Alder wood, unicorn hair, 13.5 inches. Reasonably flexible. You're still using it, I assume?" "Oh, yes," Edward said, showing off his wand to prove he'd been taking good care of it, though Cohen caught him sneakily casting a silent cleaning charm behind his back. Ollivander clearly saw through Edward's trick, but didn't call him out. Instead, he turned to Cohen. "All right, young Mr. Norton, let's see. Which arm do you use for a wand?" "Right." Cohen caught a sweet scent in the air, souls, but it wasn't coming solely from Ollivander. The smell grew stronger. A ton of souls were closing in on Cohen's location. He figured it out in a flash. The wands. The wands were sizing up the wizard who'd walked in. Some kind of tradition, probably. But Cohen didn't seem like a good target. Holy crap, wands have souls? Cohen swallowed hard, like someone had shoved a delicious cake right under his nose. But doing anything would definitely freak the wands out. He could feel their souls pulling back the moment they got close to him. "I haven't even done anything bad yet, .jpg. Besides, the wands were overreacting. Cohen noticed they didn't have soul strength labels, and even though they smelled good, he didn't think he could eat them right now. After expertly explaining wand composition and the axiom that the wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander started weaving through the shelves, pulling down long boxes. "Let's try this one first, young Mr. Norton." Ollivander picked a box and was about to open it. Beech wood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches, very flexible. Crackle. Before the wand could even be taken out, it let out a series of pops and a blinding red flash, then snapped the box shut on its own. "I didn't do anything," Cohen said quickly, raising his hands as Ollivander and Edward stared at him oddly. Strange. Ollivander muttered. "Not this one. Maybe this." The next victim was a 7-inch maple and phoenix feather wand. Rip. This one reacted even more dramatically. The instant the box opened, it shot out like an arrow, tearing through the paper seal and zooming toward the back of the shop. It ended up lodged in the far wall. No, not that one either. Cohen started to suspect Ollivander didn't actually have a reliable way of matching wands to wizards. Maybe every young witch or wizard, like Harry or himself, had to try nearly every wand in the shop before finding the right one. Time dragged on, and Cohen and Edward were practically dozing off in the shop. Sure, Mr. Ollivander just had to run around swapping wands, but Cohen and Edward had more to think about. When to grab lunch, when Cohen would pick his owl, when Edward could make it to the Hellfire Club's D&D session. Finally, Ollivander opened the last wand box, and when it didn't let out an unearthly shriek or bolt away, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Elderwood, unicorn hair, 12 inches. Let me catch my breath. An odd combination. Cohen stood up curiously to peek at this wand that didn't seem scared of him. Odd, because elder wood, tied to death, was paired with unicorn hair, a symbol of kindness and purity. Wait a sec. Asterisk, is there something wrong with letting a Dementor use a unicorn hair wand? Asterisk. After all, it was the only wand in the entire shop brave enough to face Cohen. Not buying it almost felt like a disservice to Mr. Ollivander, who'd been running back and forth for so long. After handing over 7 gold galleons, Cohen and Edward left Ollivander's wand shop. Cohen fiddled with the wand for a while before realizing that the soul inside it seemed to have only basic emotions, like, I like this wizard, so I'll stick with him for life, or I hate this wizard, so I won't help him out. Now, there was a new emotion to add to the list, the fear of run away fast when a Dementor shows up to pick a wand, or I'm toast. Considering the rule that a wand will switch allegiance if its owner is defeated, Cohen thought these wands were like semi-smart door locks. If they saw their owner getting beat up at the doorstep, they'd immediately unlock the door for the attacker. In short, opportunist with a touch of intelligence, just not much. The rest of the shopping, textbooks, robes, a cauldron, and potion ingredients, went smoothly. Books, robes, cauldrons, and herbs didn't freak out and scatter at the thought of Cohen sucking out their souls. Well, Maybe except for that copy of the Monster Book of Monsters in the corner of Flourish and Blots. It had been chomping on its own pages inside an iron cage all by itself. But the moment Cohen walked into the shop, it went dead quiet and huddled in the corner, trembling. Soul Strength 5. What a weak little book, Cohen thought to himself. The clerk helping Cohen pick out his textbooks happened to notice the book suddenly calmed down and decided Cohen was his lucky charm. He secretly slipped Cohen 2 galleons and 7 sickles, begging him to take the 2-galleon monster book off his hands. The clerk even showed off a healed scar on his hand. That book's terrifying. I can't believe the manager keeps it in the shop. It's as bad as Cornish pixies. No, wait, at least those pixies don't bite. Amid the clerk's cursing about how this thing's going to become a Hogwarts textbook and we'll have to stock thousands of them, and the owner will have to deal with them all alone because the staff will have quit by then, Edward wheeled a cart full of books and supplies out of the shop for Cohen. All done. Next up is getting you a pet. Edward groaned, sounding relieved to be finished. He glanced at the Monster Book of Monsters lying quietly in the cart, wondering why it was behaving like it was dead. I get why your grandma didn't want to take me shopping back then. The list of stuff for a new witch or wizard is a little overwhelming. Let's hope the little animals aren't as skittish as the wands. Cohen said, suddenly struck by a bad feeling after just sucking the soul out of the monster book. In the memories he'd inherited from his predecessor, normal animals didn't fear Cohen, unless he actively started sucking their souls. But whether magical creatures would react differently to a Dementor's aura was anyone's guess. That question was answered the moment Cohen stepped into the dimly lit Elop's Owl Emporium. The owl shop, usually filled with noisy hoots, fell silent the instant Cohen walked through the door. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with curly hair, looked puzzled by the owl's sudden silence, then spotted Cohen walking in alone with a money pouch. Edward stayed outside with the loaded cart since it wouldn't fit into the narrow, one-person-wide shop. Plus, Diagon Alley wasn't immune to pickpockets. Even in the wizarding world, there were always greedy folks looking for an easy score. The only place they wouldn't dare steal from was probably Gringotts. Hi, I'd like to buy an owl, Cohen said, pretending he had no clue what was going on. It's not like the owls trembling in their cages had anything to do with him. He hadn't sucked their souls dry or anything. The owls here are all very lively. The shopkeeper's prepared sales pitch got stuck in her throat. Right now, every owl in the place was stiff as a statue, doing its best impression of a stone carving. Can I pick one myself? Cohen asked politely. Given the situation, he didn't really want to buy an owl anymore. If they were this scared of him, taking one home might count as animal cruelty. The owls only had soul strengths of 2 or 3, and even sucking the full 5 points from the Monster Book of Monsters had only boosted his soul integrity by 0.5%. In other words, offing a regular owl wouldn't even give him as much of a boost as snatching a few kids' lollipops. What changed Cohen's mind wasn't that he'd run out of toffee, but 2 owls that stood out from the rest. One was a pure white snowy owl with a soul strength of 7. Cohen's first thought was that it might be the same one Harry would later name Hedwig. The other, it was a mostly brown screech owl with mixed feathers, white eyebrows, and black feather-tufted ears. Of course, owl ears aren't actually pointy tufts on top of their heads. Their real ears are hidden under the feathers on the sides, and if you parted the feathers, you could even see their huge eyeballs through the ear holes. Soul strength 10. Was this a normal soul strength for an owl? Cohen was brimming with curiosity about this one, and it seemed the owl was just as curious about him. Its eyes locked onto Cohen, and its head tilted 90 degrees clockwise, like it was sizing up something weird. For some reason, Cohen couldn't shake the feeling that this thing might pull a black cartoonish arm out from under its wing, grab a chip from a nearby bag, and start munching. Wait, why was there a half-eaten bag of chips in an owl's cage? Did the wizarding world even have chips? What's this one called? How much? This owl looks pretty old, doesn't it? Edward frowned as Cohen emerged carrying a screech owl that was noticeably larger than the younger ones. It's called Earl. The shopkeeper said it's been in the store for 3 years, and if it doesn't sell soon, it might get sent to the owl post office to work grunt jobs. Cohen explained to Edward. Oh, Edward nodded thoughtfully. Sounds kind of pitiful. I almost feel bad for it. Is that why you bought it? Nope. Cohen shook his head matter-of-factly. It was only 10 sickles. The other owls were at least 2 galleons. 10 sickles for an owl with an absurdly high soul strength was an absolute steal. Even if he couldn't figure out anything special about it, Cohen could always tearfully eat it when it got old, both spiritually and physically. The shopping trip took up the whole morning. After getting everything on the list, Edward rushed Cohen back home, and by then, it was already 1 in the afternoon. With less than an hour until his game time, Edward whipped up a magically enhanced lunch for Cohen in a frenzy before bolting out the door. Now, number 5, Privet Drive was all Cohen's. Like some mad scientist itching to run a twisted experiment, Cohen finished eating, rubbed his hands together, and headed back to his bedroom. On his desk sat that owl with a freakishly weird soul strength. Animagus? Blood-cursed beast? Or something else entirely? Cohen yanked his chair over and plopped down, leveling his gaze with the owl in its cage. Earl. That'd be something else entirely. A faintly comical male voice spilled out as Earl's hooked beak opened and closed. Holy crap, you can talk. Cohen's eyes went wide. Animagi couldn't speak in animal form, and blood-cursed beasts couldn't talk after transforming either. Other animals' vocal cords just weren't built for human speech. Parrots aside, holy crap, a talking Dementor? Earl tilted his head and said it with zero trace of fear, like he was trading punchlines with Cohen in a stand-up routine. You've got a human dad, so is your mom a Dementor or what? Earl kept running his beak without a filter. I've been around for years, and this is a first. Even for a bird, this is some next-level freaky shit. Cohen's expression shifted from shock to calm, then settled on icy indifference. Why were you quiet? Never seen a talking bird before. Earl twisted his head, already cocked 90 degrees clockwise, into a 90-degree counterclockwise tilt. On a normal owl, it'd be cute. No, wait, a Dementor that talks is fine, but a bird doing it is somehow fucking baffling? Or do you not even know you're a Dementor? Cohen's face turned steely. Oh no, did I scare you, stupid? Does your dad know the spell to cancel an owl purchase contract? You know, a bird can't exactly wave a wand. But seeing as your dad chill with banging a Dementor, I bet he could handle undoing a contract no problem. Cohen's forehead darkened. Of course, in exchange for my freedom, I could sneak into other wizard homes and swipe some galleons for you. I'm a pro at that gig. Wizards always think owls are just dropping off letters. Never suspect a bird might lift something on the way out. How's 30 galleons sound? 30 galleons for the rest of my free bird life. Hold up, I need a breather. Cohen's face froze as he stiffly got up, walked out of the room, and slammed the door shut. Was it too late to return this thing? This wasn't a knockoff. It was a full-on cursed item. What kind of owl drops an F-bomb every few seconds and spews crude jokes nonstop? Even eating its soul would leave a bad taste in Cohen's mouth. But that stealing galleons from wizard homes idea did sound kind of tempting. Thing is, this owl had already clocked Cohen as a Dementor. What blab? He'd wandered Diagon Alley all morning, and not one person had yelled, Dementor's here, run for it, or Dementor alert. Wands out, cast Patronus. Think of your happiest memory, and blast this monster with a solid Patronus. Not that most wizards could pull off a high-level spell like Patronus anyway. Knowing Dumbledore style, he'd probably just quietly accepted Cohen, this half-Dementor, living his life. The paranoid ministry, on the other hand, likely had no clue, otherwise Cohen wouldn't be hopping around Muggle streets like this. Keeping his identity under wraps was crucial early on, at least until his soul strength outclassed most wizards. And this loud-mouthed, identity-sniffing owl was clearly a loose cannon. But a talking owl was also pretty badass. Cohen was torn. He decided to give the bird one shot at survival. Snap! Cohen marched back in and sat down again. Hoo-hoo. All right, let's clear this up. First off, my mom's not a Dementor, and my dad's not some tragic weirdo. Who's tragic weirdo? Earl's massive eyes radiated confusion. Little owls don't need to know about shady stuff like that, Cohen shot back, refusing to explain. Back to the point, my parents are normal. I'm adopted. And he stressed the end hard. You know Dumbledore, right? Yeah. Last time I dropped off mail for some kid wizard at Hogwarts, he was up in his tower staring at a photo of some young guy. Want to know the guy's name? 3 galleons. Grindelwald. Next question. No. Stop derailing. Cohen warned. You asked me first. Earl squawked indignantly. You're such an unreasonable little. Cohen licked his lips on purpose, and Earl cut off mid-rant like he'd choked on an owl pellet. Go on, Earl said dryly. Dumbledore specifically placed me with his family to raise me. Got it? Cohen asked. Uh-huh. Earl pecked at his wing. The way you're asking makes it sound like you're about to pluck my feathers one by one while going, you cool with that? You cool with that? You cool with that? Cohen asked, dead serious. I'm all about democracy. If you're not, I'll just eat your soul. You didn't even say what I'm supposed to agree to. Earl snapped, biting off one of his own feathers in a fit. Or, wait, I bet you don't even know. Owls don't get a say in this crap. It's you wizards and your damn owl purchase contract. I swear, once I've eaten every last field mouse out there, I'm coming for you lot. Gonna chow down on every one of you exploitative jerks. Hold on. So you're saying you have to follow my orders, right? Cohen was starting to piece together the secret buried in Earl's rant. What? You think every owl's happy to be bribed into a lifetime of slavery with a handful of owl treats, no heavier than your tiny brain? Earl spat venomously. Let me double-check. I'm a little paranoid, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Oh yeah, I'm sure you're terrified of an owl attack, since I've totally got a wand stashed somewhere. Every time a wizard buys me, I'll just yell Avada Kedavra, and then you'll realize, oh wait, I'm a freaking owl. I don't have hands to hold a wand. There's no need to wait for Edward to return. Besides, Edward probably didn't even know about this owl-related law anyway. Cohen had already found the relevant passage in his newly purchased A History of Magic. Due to the widespread and uncontrollable nature of owl communication, after the enactment of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692, owls were classified under the category of magical creatures prone to exposure and thus subject to regulation. At the same time, the owl purchase contract was introduced. It required owl trainers and vendors to ensure that every owl entering the market was bound by a contractual spell, preventing abnormal behaviors such as escaping, going missing, or betraying their owners. Cohen's experiment had been a resounding success. All he had to do was think forbid in his mind, and Earl, the owl, truly couldn't utter a single word. Congratulations, you get to live and be my messenger, Cohen announced cheerfully to Earl, silently forbidding the owl from saying anything about Cohen being a Dementor. Earl might not have had any intention of saying it in the first place, but Cohen opted for caution. This way, he'd have a talking owl while ensuring his identity wouldn't be inexplicably exposed. In the days that followed, Cohen asked Earl more than once why he could talk, but Earl's answer was always the same story. In the tale, Earl lived with an old man named John. Earl, there's an old guy named John on every street, in a rundown lighthouse with an attic. Old John carved wooden figurines year after year, and Earl would fly out with them, dropping them into the forest. John carved at least a few hundred figurines. I had to fly out several times a day. Sadly, though I meant to make a roomier nest, those figurines always ended up being picked up by people lost in the forest, and those lost folks always managed to find the lighthouse. Earl smacked its beak. It had just flown back in through the window, the bright moonlight glinting off its wings. It sounded like something straight out of a fairy tale. A lighthouse guiding lost souls in the forest, a silent old woodcarver, and a talking owl. What am I, some gullible little kid? Cohen deadpanned, giving Earl a flat stare as it perched on the windowsill, munching on a field mouse it had snatched from somewhere. Aren't you, cuckoo. Birds talking is already pretty fairy tale-like. The story fits, Earl replied, splattering the windowsill with blood. If you don't want to tell me, fine. The magical world's full of talking things anyway. Cohen waved his wand casually. Asterisk scourgify, asterisk. My midnight snack. Earl let out an indescribable screech. Asterisk ding. Send points +1 asterisk. Looking at the spotless windowsill and Earl, who flew off, deciding to eat future snacks elsewhere. Cohen climbed into bed, satisfied. In the month or so before school started, Cohen had already previewed all the spells and standard spells, grade 1. The spells young witches and wizards learned were mostly beginner-level ones like fire-starting charms, cutting spells, and levitation charms. The more practical ones included repair charms and cleaning spells. They weren't particularly difficult. Though the book included the magical numerical models behind each spell, it was obvious that wasn't something normal students would bother with. No 11-year-old was going to study three-dimensional function models, and neither was Cohen. Imagine this. Someone finally crosses into a magical world, steps excitedly through Hogwarts gates, and then a passing student on the left says, "Hey, did you catch today's lecture? I didn't really get polynomial fitting." Another student on the right replies, "Oh, I got that. If your initial magic output is X and your final tiered magic output is Y, then it's Y equals 8 plus BX plus CX plus DX." How desperate would that poor transmigrator feel? Cohen told himself a little joke. This absolutely wasn't an excuse for not studying hard. Anyway, while the theory behind these spells was scientific, casting them was all about intent. Just wave your wand with the prescribed gestures, say the incantation, and picture the spell's effect in your mind. Snap. The spell works. The only tricky part might be memorizing the incantations and their corresponding movements. Maybe with more casting experience later, he could skip the incantations and gestures altogether, or even the wand. For now, though, Cohen could only openly self-study standard spells, grade 1. Edward and Rose had jointly stressed that young witches and wizards shouldn't leap too far ahead with spells. Without a teacher's guidance and supervision, it was easy for a kid to turn a simple spell into a big mess. Even adult wizards messed up sometimes. There was once a wizard named Baruffio who said S instead of F and ended up flat on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. So, Cohen practiced the basic textbook during the day. At night, though, naturally, he worked on the complete guide to positive charms, which he bought from the Goodwill shop for 250 Goodwill points. The first 3 chapters of this spellbook were a breeze for Cohen, but when he hit the advanced spells in Chapter 4, like the summoning charm and bubblehead charm, he couldn't get them to work no matter how hard he tried. Maybe they required a higher level of magical power. Cohen gave up after a few attempts, settling for flipping through the book to satisfy his curiosity. To help young witches and wizards better understand spell effects, the textbook included animated illustrations next to each spell, showing test subjects repeatedly casting or being affected by them. Over the next month, Cohen had planned to reveal to Harry that he was also a Hogwarts newbie after they met up, just to cheer Harry up. But ever since Harry returned from the island with the Dursleys, he hadn't come looking for Cohen. Once, when they bumped into each other, Harry had just awkwardly said hi before bolting off in a panic. It almost made Cohen wonder if Harry had figured out he was a Dementor. Just like that, the holidays flew by. Early one morning, Rose dragged Cohen out of bed. "It's your first day of school today. Mommy's got to make sure you look absolutely perfect." Rose fussed over Cohen's hair and clothes with overflowing affection. "Mom, that's something you say when dressing up a girl." Cohen sighed, exasperated, but didn't pull away from Rose's hands, even when she tried pinning a pink bow tie to his collar. "It doesn't match your hair." Rose tossed the pink bow tie aside, disappointed. "He'll have to swap all this out for a uniform at school anyway," Edward said wisely, leaning against the doorway. Rose shot him a single look, and Edward promptly shut his mouth and went downstairs to prep breakfast. The whole way there, Cohen was wrapped in the discomfort of his tight, formal outfit, watching Rose dab at tears with a handkerchief in the passenger seat. Tears born from her child leaving her side for at least a semester. "Hogwarts will take good care of him. Didn't we make it through just fine back then?" Edward comforted her. The scene made Cohen feel less like he was heading to school and more like he was being married off. At King's Cross Station, Cohen followed Edward and Rose through the wall between platforms 9 and 10, arriving at platform 9 and 3/4. A scarlet steam train sat at the platform, surrounded by a dreamy mist. The bustling crowd was filled with the chatter of kids and the shouts of some flustered parents. "When you get to school, follow the rules, Don't go anywhere dangerous. Don't pick fights with professors. Study hard. Eat well. Drink plenty of water. Write us a letter with Earl every week, and you'd better get sorted into Gryffindor. If you dare go to Slytherin, Okay, Rose. Aren't you worried Cohen might jump off the train halfway? Any house is fine, right? Edward quickly cut off Rose's anxiety-fueled rant. Then Edward crouched down, ruffling Cohen's hair. Just enjoy school life, Cohen. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Hogwarts classes are pretty relaxed, at least compared to Smeltings. Got it. I'll dress myself, use the bathroom, eat, and, handle things. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Cohen discreetly tugged at his suffocating collar and bolted into the train. Outside, Rose leaned on Edward's shoulder, watching Cohen dart past the train windows, her expression a mix of relief and teary pride. Edward, do you remember when we first met on the train? I do. Edward stiffened. I was being picked on by some mean kids. They were just a bunch of wimps, Rose said fondly. After you chased them off, you beat me up too, Edward said, his mouth twitching. Because you were a sniveling little wimp back then. I can't stand wimps, Rose said, leaning closer to Edward's face. But you were different in one way. Oh, you were a wimp brave enough to raise a Dementor with me. Rose kissed Edward's cheek. Cole will be fine, right? Of course he will. He's a good kid, Edward said, his kissed cheek flushing red. Hogwarts has Dumbledore, and when we went shopping for school supplies, he told me I was a good dad. Evil Dementors don't have love, right? Meanwhile, just before leaving, Harry wanted Uncle Vernon to wait a moment. Boy, I don't have time for your nonsense, Uncle Vernon grumbled, standing by the car. Dudley's got to get to the hospital. You've got 2 minutes. With permission granted, Harry dashed to Cohen's front door and knocked urgently. Over the past few days, Harry had really wanted to share all these amazing things with Cohen. The owls and letters, the giant of a man, the wondrous magic. All the incredible stuff that had burst into his life on his birthday night. But Hagrid had told him he couldn't reveal magic to any muggle, not even his closest friend. So Harry had been avoiding Cohen, terrified he'd spill everything if Cohen asked him anything. Plus, Harry couldn't bear to imagine how awful it'd feel to know your friend could do magic while you couldn't. Still, before leaving Privet Drive, Harry decided he had to say goodbye to Cohen. Cohen, I'm going to a different school, but I'll definitely come back, and we'll always be good friends, right? Harry rehearsed his prepared farewell over and over while waiting for Cohen to open the door. Sadly, no one answered. Ah, kid, you think the Norton kid's still around to say goodbye to you on the first day of school? No one wants to hang out with someone like you. Uncle Vernon taunted from afar, venting his frustration on Harry. If it weren't for that blasted pigtail, Dudley wouldn't have to delay his start. Harry didn't even hear Uncle Vernon. He climbed glumly into the car, glancing one last time at Cohen's bedroom window, feeling like the joy of starting school couldn't overcome the hollow ache in his chest. On the other end, Cohen found an empty compartment at the back of the train. He shoved his trunk haphazardly beside the seat, slammed the door shut with a bang, and started wrestling with the buttons on his ridiculously tight collar. Man, his mom's love was suffocating, literally. And why did he, a supposed Dementor, even need to breathe? Was his fleshy body just too weak after all? You look like a werewolf in heat about to pounce on me, Earl said, tilting its head as it watched Cohen strip. And you look like a creepy alchemist peeping at a kid's body. Cohen shot back without missing a beat. Finally, Cohen changed into his school robes early, vowing to cast a subtle expansion charm on that stifling formal outfit before returning home. He wasn't about to let a piece of clothing murder him and tarnish his legacy. Rose had handed him a bag of clinking pocket money before they left, since the train had a snack trolley, and kids usually preferred the fun, magically enhanced treats over the dry-packed lunches their parents stuffed in their trunks. But Cohen figured he wouldn't need to spend a dime today. This compartment at the train's end was about to welcome a loaded guy who'd wave a hand and say, "I'll take it all." "Hello, can I sit, Cohen?" Harry pushed open the compartment door and froze in the aisle when he saw who was inside. "Excuse me, we need to get through," students from the opposite compartment said, heading to the bathroom and sounding mildly annoyed at Harry blocking the way. "Oh, sure, sorry." Harry hurriedly apologized, dragging his trunk into the compartment with such force that Hedwig, in her cage atop the trunk, let out a protesting squawk. Cohen noticed that once Hedwig appeared, Earl's eyes never left the pure white snowy owl. "Don't even think about it. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. You're not getting a head start." Cohen whispered threateningly to Earl. Earl shot Cohen a disdainful glance, as if to say, "What are you going to do if I sneak off to the Olery at night and hook up with the other birds?" "Cohen, I thought you ate. I thought," Harry stammered, tripping over his words. "Wow, what a coincidence, Harry. You're going to Hogwarts too?" Cohen said earnestly. "Your reaction's a little slow," Harry muttered, his expression stiffening. "I've been sitting here for 30 seconds already. I guess I'm not great at the emotional stuff," Cohen sighed. "You didn't come see me all last month. I was going to secretly tell you about the magical world. You? I'm really good at patching up souls. Want to give it a try? 0 bad reviews, I promise." "But Hagrid said we can't tell muggles. And you didn't know I was a wizard back then, right?" Harry asked, anxious and confused. "Who's Hagrid?" Cohen asked bluntly. That opened the floodgates. Harry launched into an excited ramble about his birthday's wild adventures. 11-year-olds were too easy to handle. Just a little nudge, and they'd forget their original point entirely. Cohen got what he wanted. He didn't have to say much himself. Listening was less effort than talking, especially since the snack trolley hadn't arrived yet. The train rumbled forward, and it wasn't long before a boy with fiery red hair and a freckled face slid open the compartment door. There was a smudge of dirt on the tip of his nose, though he didn't seem to notice it himself. "Anyone sitting here?" he asked, pointing to the seat next to Harry and glancing at both Harry and Cohen. Cohen had Earl's birdcage placed beside him. "Everywhere else is full." Harry wasn't sure what Cohen thought and looked over at him for a cue. Cohen shrugged. "Nobody's here. Go ahead and sit." Asterisk ding. Kindness points +1 asterisk. Too kind. Cohen felt his self-assessment had always been spot on. Ron sat down, stealing a quick glance at Harry before looking away, pretending nothing had happened. "Looks like a crush." Cohen clicked his tongue, but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he decided to flip open his encyclopedia of positive spells. Honestly, the title of this book was so lame. Encyclopedia of Good Spells. What kind of genius came up with that? If you pulled this out in public, people would probably laugh their heads off. But Cohen figured the two 11-year-old wizards in front of him probably couldn't even tell the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite, so they likely wouldn't pay much attention to the title of his book either. And he was right. Ron and Harry were staring at Cohen with something akin to awe, like he was some kind of superhero. At their age, anyone who'd rather bury their nose in a book instead of chatting or goofing off was clearly a force to be reckoned with. After the Weasley twins, Fred and George, popped in for a quick visit, Ron seized the moment. With a classic 11-year-old opener, "Are you really Harry Potter?" he launched into the kind of friendship ritual where once we're buddies, we're friends for life. They chatted about everything from Harry's fame to wizarding families. Finally, they noticed there was another person in the compartment. "Cohen. Cohen Norton," Cohen replied, looking up when Ron asked his name. Of course, he wasn't looking up to see Ron or Harry. He was trying to catch a glimpse of the snack trolley through the window. "Man, where's the food already? I'm starving." That was the downside of being in the last compartment. The snack trolley always took forever to get there. If it didn't show up soon, Cohen might just start eating someone. At last, after Cohen's silent prayers, the snack trolley lady slid open the door. "Anything from the cart, dear?" Harry leapt up immediately. He hadn't eaten a thing all morning. Cohen stayed calmly in his seat. He knew he wouldn't have to pay for anything. Harry was about to flex his cash. "I'll take it all," Harry declared. Ron stared as Harry hauled the pile of snacks back into the compartment and dumped them onto the small table in front of them. "You hungry?" "Starving," Harry said, grabbing the nearest pumpkin pasty and taking a huge bite. Ron pulled out his own sandwich, but, after some back and forth with Harry, dropped the polite act and dug into Harry's stash. "Cohen, want some?" Harry mumbled, mouth full, turning to include him. But Cohen was already ahead of him, practically diving into the snack pile. "What? _3 angle_." Emerging from a heap, Cohen bit the heads off 2 chocolate frogs in one go. It felt oddly like swallowing a live frog, but the burst of chocolate in his mouth was undeniably delicious. Once they'd eaten their fill, most people might start thinking about less wholesome distractions. But with only 2 11-year-old wizards and a half-Dementor in an 11-year-old body, they found other ways to pass the time. Like watching Ron try some magic. The moment Ron pulled out Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew in rat form. Earl let out an eager coo, as if he'd just spotted dinner. Clearly, a magical owl capable of seeing through Cohen's true nature could also see through an animagus disguise. But Cohen wasn't planning to nab Pettigrew just yet. The guy's soul was already down to a measly 11 points of strength. Exposing him now wouldn't earn Cohen many kindness points. Pettigrew was just a fugitive hiding from Sirius Black, after all. But if Cohen turned into a villain trying to resurrect Voldemort, the kindness points from that would be off the charts. And if Cohen himself were secretly behind Voldemort's revival only to betray him midway, TSK, TSK, TSK. He couldn't even imagine how many sin points and kindness points he'd rack up. At the very least, if he waited until Sirius Black escaped Azkaban and earned Dumbledore's trust before catching him, he could at least outshine that spineless minister of magic. Fudge would never admit the ministry had locked up the wrong guy for over a decade. Creak! Just as Ron raised his wand, the compartment door slid open. Neville stepped in. This was his second visit. Earlier, before Cohen had eaten, the round-faced, teary-eyed boy had come looking for his lost toad. This time, though, he had a girl with bushy brown hair and prominent front teeth by his side, Hermione Granger. After another fruitless inquiry about the toad, Hermione noticed Ron casting a spell and stayed to watch the whole ineffective performance. After thoroughly bruising Ron's ego, she rattled off a torrent of words about sorting and changing into robes before leading Neville out of the compartment. Whichever house I end up in, I hope she's not in it. Ron grumbled, tossing his wand onto his trunk. Harry asked about Ron's older brothers and their houses, expressing some pessimism about his own upcoming sorting. When Ron turned the question to Cohen, me? Cohen thought back to what Rose had said before he boarded the train, twitching his mouth. My mom said she'd kill me if I ended up in Slytherin. At least, that's what her lips seemed to say. So Gryffindor's probably the safest bet. Speaking of which, the Sorting Hat would probably recognize him, right? A Dementor's soul versus a young wizard's soul was pretty distinct, especially when Cohen looked at his own. It was textbook Dementor, but Dumbledore must have warned it. Otherwise, the Hat would probably yell, Azkaban, instead of normal house during the sorting. Your mom, Harry exclaimed. Your mom's a wizard too? My dad is too. Actually, Cohen said casually. But they kept it from me until I got my Hogwarts letter. Since I'm adopted, they thought I was a muggle kid. If only I'd been adopted by Mr. Norton too. Harry sighed. Talk about a gap between lives. Cohen got to grow up spoiled by his adoptive parents, while Harry spent his childhood in a cupboard. The heavy topic didn't last long, though. The two in front of Cohen quickly shifted to other subjects. Ron and Harry bounced from houses to Charlie in Romania, then from Gringotts vaults to Quidditch, showing off the full breadth of their knowledge. Of course, there was a tiny hiccup along the way. Is it true? Draco Malfoy asked, standing in the compartment doorway. The whole train's buzzing. People say Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, huh? Yeah. Harry said, clearly not a fan of this guy. Ron let out a small snicker, which promptly earned him a pointed critique from Malfoy. After a few rounds of Draco Malfoy, noble pureblood, want to be your friend, so say yes already, and sorry, Harry Potter, love saying no to smug jerks. It escalated. Want to fight? Malfoy sneered. Not unless you leave right now, Harry shot back, standing up with more bravado than confidence. When Malfoy's goon, Goyle, reached his chubby hand toward Cohen's snack pile, Cohen had had enough. Go, Earl. Cohen flung open the birdcage. Chaos erupted. Earl spread his massive wings, big enough to smack 3 kids' faces at once, and charged. Malfoy and his cronies screamed as the owl barreled toward them, tripping over each other in a frantic scramble to escape. Earl even managed to drop a few gifts on their heads. Harry and Ron burst into laughter. "Run, or I'll claw your little eyeballs out." Earl growled menacingly. The moment Earl spoke, the air went dead silent. Even Harry and Ron, who'd been laughing, froze in their seats. Malfoy and his crew were the first to snap out of it, shrieking as they bolted. Who'd want to lose their eyes to a talking owl? Earl strutted back to his cage, throwing a smug glance at Harry's owl, Hedwig. "An owl can talk?" Harry gaped. "Something's off," Ron said, suddenly wary. "Even in the wizarding world, talking owls are rare." "Cohen, my dad says if you can't see where its brain's hiding, never trust anything that thinks for itself. Want me to rip off my feathers so you can peek through my ear hole and see where my damn brilliant brain is?" Earl snapped furiously at Ron's theory. "Owls do have brains, Ron," Cohen said, rubbing his forehead. "And there's a magical bond between owls and wizards. He's just—" Cohen paused, trying to figure out how to define Earl. "Maybe he's some kind of hybrid with another magical creature." "You're the damn hybrid. Your whole family's a bunch of—" Earl bounced around in his cage, fuming, which actually reassured Harry and Ron a bit. At least he wasn't attacking them in his tantrum. As the train neared Hogwarts, Harry and Ron changed into their school robes. The Scottish Highlands were a lot chillier than London, and many young wizards sneezed the moment they stepped off the train, caught off guard by the sudden cold. Cohen didn't feel much himself. He only minded heat, not cold. Following Hagrid across the Black Lake by boat, Cohen caught sight of a massive creature beneath the water surface. Asterisk soul strength, 50 asterisk. "Bushkaman, are you some kind of boss?" Even Voldemort's soul fragments only had a strength of 40. Clearly, there was something mysterious about Hogwarts' giant squid. But it definitely wasn't something Cohen could investigate right now. The squid was so big he couldn't swallow in one bite. By comparison, Hagrid's soul strength of 30 seemed much more normal, probably due to his half-giant heritage. It surpassed most ordinary wizards. First-year students had soul strengths of just 7 or 8. Adult wizards range between 15 and 40, and those ridiculously powerful ones. Cohen got his answer soon enough. Professor McGonagall, asterisk soul strength, 50 asterisk. As expected, the gap between some people was bigger than the gap between humans and pigs. That was the calm confidence of an older Hogwarts professor, effortlessly shattering the soul strength ceiling Cohen had observed among the second- and third-rate wizards in Diagon Alley. After Professor McGonagall explained the sorting and the house cup, it wasn't long before the group of young wizards was led into the Great Hall. While waiting, Ron gave Harry and Cohen an exaggerated description of what Fred told him about the sorting ceremony, making Harry think he'd have to wrestle a troll, even though Harry had no idea what a troll was. "Don't stick your wand up a troll's nose. Trust me, you'll thank me later," Cohen kindly warned Harry. Finally, the sorting ceremony began. At the far end of the hall, Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool down and set a pointed wizard hat on top of it. The hat was tattered, patched up, and filthy. Then, under everyone's gaze, it twitched, splitting open into a mouth-like seam. And it began to sing. Asterisk, you might not think I'm pretty, asterisk, but don't judge me by my looks. If you can find a hat finer than me, I'll eat myself, no kidding, folks. Asterisk, put me on. Don't be afraid, asterisk. No need to panic or fuss. In my hands, though I've got none. You're safe, no need to discuss. From a thinking sorting hat. When the hat finished its song, the hall erupted in applause. It bowed to each of the 4 tables in turn before sitting still on the stool. Harry and Ron visibly relaxed. Cohen relaxed too. The professors in the hall didn't have soul strengths that spiked into terrifying territory. Most ranged between 45 and 50. Tiny Professor Flitwick edged out McGonagall by a single point. Dumbledore, of course, was an exception. That guy was like the old nerd who scores 99 on a 100-point test. His soul strength was a blinding 99. Those numbers are getting out of hand. It didn't even feel human anymore. Good thing Dumbledore wasn't a Dementor. Soul strength just represented how tough he'd be for Cohen to handle. Wait, why would I even need to handle Dumbledore? Shouldn't I just pick the right side and safely farm experience points? Cohen smacked his forehead, confused by his own thoughts. By now, though, he felt he'd figured out the pattern of wizards' soul strengths. Ordinary wizards fell between 15 and 40. Some exceptional ones went above 40, but the cap probably didn't exceed 60. Dumbledore was an outlier among outliers. Who knows what he'd done? Either way, the old man topped the charts with a terrifying 99. But no matter how high your soul strength, it couldn't stop a killing curse. In the original story, Dumbledore still fell to Snape's Avada Kedavra. When I call your name, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait for your sorting, Professor McGonagall announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with blonde pigtails, stepped forward. Too bad Cohen wasn't into foreign kids this age. Or rather, he felt like he wasn't into humans as a species at all. But he kept convincing himself it was just because he was still young. Surely he wouldn't end up marrying a gorgeous Dementor later, right? Hufflepuff. There we go. Solid Hannah landed in her loyal Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. Cohen waited boredly for the alphabet to reach in. He was after Neville and Malfoy. Once Neville was sorted into Gryffindor and Malfoy into Slytherin, it was finally Cohen Norton. Cohen felt Harry was more excited than he was. Harry was practically shaking like a leaf. Cohen sat obediently on the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the very reluctant sorting hat on his head. The hall was dead silent. The sorting hat didn't speak. Neither did Cohen. There wasn't a sound in his head or near his ears. Is this some kind of freeze tag game? The sorting hat's motionless, playing dead act left Cohen utterly baffled. Hadn't Dumbledore given it a heads up? Was it try to remember how to spell Azkaban? This standoff with a first-year wizard was getting awkward, had Uncle. Cohen decided to break the silence, whispering a little reminder to the hat. You're not broken, are? A strange sound escaped from the sorting hat's mouth, like a balloon being punctured and leaking air. Kid, I can tell you're very kind. The sorting hat lowered its voice, sounding like it was coaxing a cat about to knock over a wobbly glass on the edge of table. Very clever, and quite ambitious too. Perhaps Slytherin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Cohen made a noise with his mouth, mimicking a hungry stomach. Oh, I suddenly think that, as a special kid, having the courage to enroll is also a brave thing. The sorting hat squirmed awkwardly on Cohen's head, muttering in a strained whisper. Cohen was pretty pleased with the hat's second decision. Now, he wouldn't have to be hunted down by Rose. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted in a raspy, throat-tearing yell. On his way to the Gryffindor table, Cohen gave Harry, who was still in the dwindling line of unsorted students, an encouraging gesture. He even adjusted his position to ensure this display of friendship and goodwill among young witches and wizards was noticed by Dumbledore at the staff table. A perfect combo move. When it came to being a healthy, cheerful, and positive half-Dementor, Cohen felt he was getting the hang of it. Once seated, Cohen turned his attention to Harry's sorting. But since the sorting hat spoke to the young witches and wizards in such hushed tones, Cohen couldn't hear a thing about the tug-of-war between it and Harry. Watching a silent play where the actors barely moved wasn't exactly thrilling. So hard to guess which Gryffindor Harry'll end up in, Cohen mused sarcastically. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's announcement was followed by a second of silence in the Great Hall. The next moment, the Gryffindor side erupted into deafening cheers, loud enough to blow the roof off Hogwarts. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, his legs trembling slightly. The Weasley twins were shouting, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" Percy stood up as Harry passed, giving him a firm handshake like he was greeting some important international figure. The other Gryffindors expressed their joy in all sorts of ways, and the chaos got so bad that the sorting hat had to bellow the next student house assignment just to quiet the hall down again. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor too, though only his brothers congratulated him. That scared the life out of me, Harry said, sitting next to Cohen, still shaken. I almost got put in Slytherin. Relax, Cohen said, rubbing his hands together and picking up his knife and fork, ready for the food to appear. You too. Harry leaned in, whispering so only Cohen could hear, his face full of shock. Yep, it first said it'd put me in Slytherin, but I refused. Rose would have hunted me down, Cohen explained, fully aware that Harry was still hung up on the hat's initial choice. Kids always felt uneasy about standing out, but if they found someone else in the same boat, that unease would be replaced by the comfort of companionship. Harry was clearly in that boat now. Phew! Harry let out a relieved breath. The Sorting Hat's first call wasn't always right. In Harry's eyes, Cohen had absolutely nothing in common with the evil Slytherin house. Welcome! Dumbledore beamed at the students, spreading his arms wide as if nothing made him happier than seeing them all gathered together. Welcome to Hogwarts for a new school year. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. The words symbolize the house's biases against each other. Maybe a pointless reminder from Dumbledore to the kids, or perhaps just a playful jab. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the tables in front of them filled with a lavish spread of food. Aside from some of Britain's infamous dark cuisine, most of Hogwarts' food was pretty tasty. After all, it wasn't easy to mess up pork chops or beef, especially when the cooking was handled by a team of house elves with top-notch culinary skills and experience. Still, Cohen couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing along the way. Wasn't there something at Hogwarts that should have shown up by now? Whatever. Time to eat. Just as Cohen refocused on the food and took a big bite of the hefty lamb leg on his plate. Ow, ow. A pained male voice burst out from the table in front of Cohen. And there was something off about the taste of that lamb leg. Why did a spicy sauce lamb leg taste sweet? Cohen instantly realized what he'd bitten into along with the lamb. A pearly, translucent ghost in a ruffled collar shot up from the table. Asterisk asterisk soul strength. 10 asterisk asterisk. Ghosts were popping up everywhere. Under tables, out of walls, startling the first years into gasps and yelps. Every ghost had a consistent soul strength of 10, making Cohen suspect it was the minimum threshold for an adult wizard's soul. He hadn't seen any adult wizard with a soul strength below 10, after all. The ghost Cohen had bitten was now floating above the table, clutching its head and muttering something like, "Should have listened to the headmaster and stayed away," while sneaking cautious glances at Cohen. Cohen recognized him, nearly headless Nick, whose head dangled precariously. Dumbledore must have warned the ghosts not to get too close to Cohen's mouth. No wonder the ghosts, who usually greeted the new students earlier, had held off until now. But Cohen figured showing up during dinner was an even worse idea, like nearly headless Nick nearly losing what was left of his head to Cohen's lamb-chomping bite. Nick didn't say anything, though. What was done was done. Could he really ask Cohen to spit it back out? Bound by Dumbledore's orders not to reveal Cohen's Dementor nature, lest it spark panic among the students, Nick opted to introduce himself to the first years from a safer distance away from Cohen. "I know who you are, nearly headless Nick," Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled what his older brothers had told him about Gryffindor's house ghost. "I prefer if you call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. But why are you nearly headless?" At Seamus Finnegan's persistent questioning, the sandy-haired boy wouldn't let it go. Nick, exasperated, yanked down his head, revealing a fresh chunk missing from the top. Cohen's handiwork. Cohen, engrossed in his meal, didn't look up at the appetizing severed neck stump. "Like this," Nick said dryly. Clearly, Nick wasn't keen to dwell on the topic. In the dull world of ghosts, his half-attached head was a rare source of mockery, and he couldn't exactly argue back. He couldn't use his head for ghost bowling, after all. Still, the little witches' and wizards' reactions pleased him. Ghosts loved scaring people. It let them pretend they were still alive. After filling their bellies, the first-year wizards began searching for all sorts of topics to discuss. When the conversation turned to their families, it seemed everyone had endless stories to share. Seamus told the tale of how his muggle dad had been utterly shocked when his witch mom revealed her true identity. Cohen figured Edward wasn't much different. After all, Edward's main duties were cooking, grocery shopping, and playing Dungeons and Dragons. Pretty muggle-like stuff. The only difference might be that when Edward rolled a critical failure, a 1, in a board game, he'd secretly use magic to tweak the dice. Cohen suddenly realized why Edward always beat him at snakes and ladders. "What about you, Cohen?" Seamus asked curiously. "Me?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't until my birthday that my parents told me they were both wizards. I'm adopted, so they originally thought I was a muggle." Though Cohen suspected Edward and Rose had known his true identity all along. Dumbledore had said it was their choice, and raising a monster plucked from a dark magic lab must have taken immense courage. Cohen cherished this family bond and didn't want anyone, or anything, to ruin it. Since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, it was time to kick his original plan into gear. His gaze drifted past the house tables and landed on the staff table. Quirrell, with his purple turban wrapped around his head, was easy to spot. He was chatting with Snape, his back, or rather, the back of his head, facing the students. Snape's attention wasn't on Quirrell at all. His eyes were locked onto Harry, sitting next to Cohen. Asterisk soul strength. 9 fragmented / 25 asterisk. Asterisk soul strength. 40 plus 8 asterisk. Quirrell's original soul strength had been a solid 25, but it looked like Voldemort, clinging to the back of his head, had siphoned off more than half, boosting Voldemort's own soul strength by that amount. So, Voldemort's soul fragments and his shattered main soul all hovered around a consistent value, 40. What kind of logic was this? How high must Voldemort's original soul strength have been for even his fragments to clock in at 40? Or maybe splitting a soul into Horcruxes didn't follow simple addition and subtraction? Either way, this wasn't bad news for Cohen. Voldemort could never piece his soul back together, so to Cohen, he'd always just be 1 or 8 40-point elite monsters. Well then, the Sin Points farming plan would start tomorrow. After gorging themselves and enjoying dessert, Dumbledore laid out a bunch of school rules for the first years. First-year students, please note that the forest on school grounds is off-limits to all students. Some of our older students would do well to remember this too. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flicked toward the Weasley twins. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you all not to use magic in the corridors between classes. Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week of the term. And finally, I must warn you, anyone who doesn't wish to meet an unfortunate and painful end should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Harry burst out laughing, but only a few joined him, prompting him to glance at Cohen as if seeking confirmation. He's not serious, right? You know, if you want people to go somewhere, the first step is to make it forbidden. Cohen whispered back. Of course, Cohen knew what was hidden in that 4th floor corridor. The Philosopher's Stone, the legendary alchemical creation, said to turn stone into gold and grant eternal life. To be blunt, Cohen wanted it. Not really for the money. And honestly, eternal life wasn't a big deal either. He strongly suspected he couldn't die of old age anyway. No one had ever heard of Dementors having young or old phases. After some brief experiments, Cohen had confirmed that even without a body, he could float out as a soul and find a new one, though that felt a bit too shady for his taste. Cohen insisted on being an upbeat, positive monster. In any world, good guys always had an easier time early on, but he really wanted to know if the Philosopher's Stone could repair souls. Human souls aged, just as young wizards' souls grew over time. Immortality wasn't just about overcoming physical decay. It was about preventing the soul from falling apart too. If the stone could fix his soul, Cohen wouldn't have to steal nearly as many lollipops, and the Hogwarts kids might leave him some glowing reviews. After Dumbledore finished the rules and led the students in a chaotic rendition of the school song, it was finally time to head to the dorms. Percy led the Gryffindor first years through shifting staircases and hidden doors behind tapestries until they reached the common room entrance. A portrait hung there, depicting a plump woman in a pink dress. "Password?" the fat lady asked. "Dragon Slag," Percy replied. The portrait swung open like a door, revealing a round hole. Cohen suspected Gryffindor only took brave students because brave kids loved running around and wouldn't get too fat. Otherwise, they'd never fit back into the dorm and would have to sleep on the floor outside. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy circular space filled with squashy armchairs. A roaring fire crackled in the fireplace, popping pleasantly. It'd be perfect for afternoon tea on a class-free day, especially in winter. Asterisk latest novels first on 69 book bar. Asterisk. But right now, Cohen couldn't care less. He was exhausted, physically exhausted. His eyelids were drooping. All he wanted was to curl up in bed and sleep until the world ended. Harry Potter and the Drowsy Dementor, the end. Harry, Cohen, Ron, and Seamus were assigned to the same dorm. Their luggage had already been brought in, including the cage of an overly excited Earl who was gnawing at the bars. "Let me out already. The nightlife's calling. Hurry up," Earl urged the moment he saw Cohen. "And Harry Potter, your owl told me she wants to check out the Scottish Highlands tonight. Did he fall for Hedwig at first sight, or what?" Ron asked Cohen. "Nah, it's not love at first sight. He's just a horny bird," Cohen judged. "No, didn't you hear it? The owl talked." Seamus shrieked, covering his mouth. "Yup." Cohen opened Earl's cage and crawled into bed, yawning nonstop. "Yup." Harry, equally sleepy, followed Earl's request and opened Hedwig's cage before climbing into bed. "Yup." Ron, unfazed, opened the window to let the two birds fly out for their date. Hedwig looked like she'd been duped by a sleaze. Before this, Earl's mind had been all about field mice. Only wild owls hunted those, and a wild owl who'd lived for over a century must have had plenty of partners. Earl soared through the night sky alongside Hedwig, swooping up and down beside her, chattering away. "You smell so good. What perfume do you use? Your wings are gorgeous. Want to compare sizes? Your eyes are so pretty. Can we skip going back tonight? It's so late and so far. How about we crash at the Olery instead? Let me touch." Suddenly, a red feather dropped in an oddly precise arc, landing right on Earl's head as he flirted with a stone-faced Hedwig. "Coo, coo, coo." Earl's eyes sharpened, as if he'd realized something. A flash of fire erupted, and a noisy owl vanished into thin air. Hedwig hovered in confusion, circling a few times. Unable to find Earl, she turned back toward the Gryffindor Tower. At least Harry's owl nuts were better than that weirdo's field mice. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of fire, Earl found itself in a spacious, circular room. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lined the walls. It was perched on a massive desk, facing a smiling old man with a white beard. Earl noticed a bird perched nearby, occupied by a phoenix with vibrant red feathers. Too bad Earl preferred smaller birds. What was that term the upright apes used? Lilicon? "You know I don't do beast-human stuff," Earl warned the old man. "Oh, I'm getting old. It's hard to keep up with all these newfangled terms you young folks use," Dumbledore replied, unfazed by Earl's bluntness. Instead, he let out a hearty, Santa Claus-like laugh. "Sorry for interrupting your date." "How sorry are you?" Earl asked, tilting its head. Even Dumbledore, for a moment, didn't quite know how to respond. "Get on with it. Ask what you want. That way, I might still have time to snag a field mouse in the fields. You wizards always drag things out, which is why you never catch mice." Even in a magical world, talking owls aren't exactly common, Dumbledore said, peering at Earl through his half-moon glasses. "Mind telling me your name? Or perhaps I should introduce myself first." Albus Dumbledore. "Earl. Very hungry. Wants to eat a field mouse," Earl replied dryly. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a lively gray rat appeared on the desk. Earl's eyes sharpened instantly. It lunged, clamping its beak around the rat's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. Dumbledore didn't seem to mind that his desk and the expensive silver instruments on it were now stained with fresh rat blood. You're way better than those little wizards who just say I love you with their mouths," Earl said, digging in with relish. "Since you're so generous, I'll grant you a wish. I could steal that Gellert Grindelwald guy's underwear for you." "Actually, my wish might be a bit simpler than that," Dumbledore interrupted before Earl could finish. You can't hide the gleam in a bird's eye, but Earl clearly wasn't great at reading the room. "This owl knows a little too much, JPG. "Oh," Earl's head spun around again. "You don't mean—" "Oh," Earl's expression shifted to sudden realization. "I'd like to ask you 3 questions, Dumbledore said, showing no strong reaction to Earl's teasing. Go ahead. You still owe me 2 more mice. Where do you come from? Dumbledore asked calmly. From a damn egg, obviously. Back then, I wasn't even as big as a field mouse, Earl answered. Then the tree I lived in got chopped down by some old guy named John, so I crashed at his place. He's kind of like you, but he'd make a better main character. He doesn't talk. Why'd you seek out Cohen? Dumbledore pressed on. Are you that kid's dad? Earl's huge eyes widened with awe. Cuckoo. No, wait. You've already... Cuckoo-er. Earl struggled for words before finally blurting out. Humans shouldn't. At least they shouldn't. 10 years ago, I and some other wizards found Cohen in a dark magic lab, Dumbledore said, leaning back in his armchair. His dressing gown, embroidered with stars and moons, made him look like an ordinary, weary old man at that moment. That child was an experiment. You almost said weapon, didn't you? That little brat's definitely bad news. Earl perked up, instantly on guard. Everyone says you're some hotshot wizard. Can you break the owl purchase contract? I'm out of here, leaving the Scottish Highlands. No Britain, no Europe. Sadly, I don't know that spell, Dumbledore said with a slight shake of his head. But there's no need to be so pessimistic about a child. A person's origins don't matter. What matters is who they grow up to be. That assumes he's a person, Earl said, flapping its wings uneasily. By now, the rat bones and dry blood on the desk had mysteriously vanished. You should have just... Earl made a throat-slitting gesture with its wing when you found him. The Ministry's Aurors tried, Dumbledore said with a sigh. A terrible decision, but the good news is Cohen survived. My God, I need to see if there's an Owl to the Moon program, Earl muttered, smacking its beak. Dementors probably don't go to outer space. No memories or souls up there. Cohen's a good kid, Dumbledore said earnestly. I hope you'll help him. Thank heavens. I'll teach him to catch field mice in no time, Earl said, preening its wing. Once he's got that down, I'll teach him to deliver letters. He'll be a top-notch owl if he can grow wings and talons. That is, helping someone doesn't always require waving a wand or chanting a few spells, Dumbledore said, winking at Earl. Sometimes it's just about being there or offering a few comforting words between friends. Thanks for humoring an old man's late-night ramblings. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and the office window swung open. Wait, Earl was about to fly off, but doubled back, landing on Dumbledore's windowsill. You traded that mouse for 3 questions, and you've only asked 2. It had a nagging feeling this guy might pull something with the 3rd question. Earl swore it'd never eat a field mouse from a grinning old man again. Oh, I forgot about the 3rd question, Dumbledore said, putting on a look of sudden recollection. One will sock for Christmas. Earl stared stiffly at the chuckling Dumbledore. You'd better mean it. With a huff and a wiggle of its tail, Earl took off into the night sky. Dumbledore seems like a nice guy. Cohen, in his spirit form, had watched the whole thing from outside the headmaster's office. He couldn't rule out that Dumbledore knew he was watching and had staged this little show for him, in which case the old guy was way too bored. Cohen figured he probably wouldn't turn into some undead Dementor bent on slaughtering the world. Wait a sec. Did Dumbledore just say that a bunch of Aurors had tried to kill Cohen and failed? Or maybe Cohen suddenly realized where his fragmented soul integrity might have come from. No wonder his childhood self had sucked up over 300 souls and still had such a low soul integrity. On the first day of school, Cohen gained a fresh understanding of just how deeply humans could sleep, because Harry and Ron were completely impossible to wake up. Even when Cohen slipped his icy hands into their blankets, it didn't help one bit. Harry and Ron were like sleeping beauties waiting for Ginny and Hermione to sneak into the boys' dorm and kiss them awake. You guys really not getting up? Cohen looked pityingly at the 2 kids who were definitely going to oversleep and miss their first class. ZZZ. ZZZ snort. Ron even let out a little grunt from his nose. We tried, Cohen, Seamus said, shaking his head. If we don't head to the Great Hall soon, we'll miss breakfast. Cohen shrugged helplessly. Fine. They'll probably wake up before class starts. Earl, make sure to try waking them later. All right. Owl wake-up service comes with an extra fee. Earl mumbled lazily, his head tucked under his wing. Merlin's pants. Seamus's eyes widened again. Last night wasn't a dream. Once you accept that an owl can talk, Cohen raised an eyebrow. Then what? Seamus hurried after Cohen as he left the dorm, eager to know where you could buy a talking owl. Did you get your owl from some special owl shop? Is it expensive? I want to ask my mom. Then you'll realize having a foul-mouthed owl is a real headache, Cohen finished. He spent half the summer cursing out all my relatives. Seamus shivered as he recalled the owl's brutally crude language. On second thought, my owl's fine as it is. At least it doesn't suddenly point at my nose and yell insults. By the time the two reached the great hall, breakfast was already halfway over. Picking a spot to sit, Cohen made himself a bowl of oatmeal, paired with 2 sausages and a fried egg. Hermione Granger sat across from him, reading a textbook even while eating, bringing back some less-than-pleasant memories from Cohen's past life. Overachievers really made slackers feel guilty. But Cohen didn't care. Eating was for eating. He refused to touch anything school-related unless he hadn't finished some homework and needed to cram it in over breakfast. Cohen, what are you doing? After finishing her meal, Hermione looked puzzled as Cohen carefully wrapped 2 sausages in wax paper and tucked them into the outer pocket of his robe. You know, Hogwarts randomly spawns little animals. Feeding them boosts your favor with them, Cohen said with utmost seriousness. Sometimes you even get extra credit. You've got to be kidding. Hermione raised an eyebrow, tilting her head confidently. Animals don't give us points, asked the prefect. Only good performance in class. Just call an act of kindness then, whatever, Cohen shrugged. I heard the professors really put effort into their first lessons for new students. After packing up, Cohen headed off to their first class, Transfiguration. As one of the first students to arrive, Hermione predictably claimed a front-row seat. She noticed a quiet tabby cat on the teacher's desk, but, eager to be a model student, just sat quietly and reviewed her textbook. Cohen, however, pulled out his pre-prepared snack as he passed the desk. He placed a packet of sausages next to the cat. Asterisk ding. Kindness points +1 asterisk. That's the reward for kindness. He even earned an appreciative glance from the cat, as if it was touched by his generosity. Asterisk ding. Sim points +1 asterisk. Cohen's rough petting technique earned him a stern glare instead. The cat leapt to a spot on the desk farther from him. Isn't it supposed to be petting against the fur? Cohen, Hermione hissed from below, urging him to come down. She had a nagging feeling someone was watching them. But when Cohen stepped down, Hermione still scooted over to make room for him in the front row. Not that it mattered. That wasn't his goal. Back row by the window, the king's domain. Cohen plopped down contentedly in the farthest corner of the room, ignoring Hermione's exasperated, "You're hopeless" look from the front. Students trickled into the classroom until, just before the bell, Harry and Ron stumbled in late. They even griped about not seeing Professor McGonagall, only to jump when she transformed from the cat into herself, sending them slinking to the only open seats left, the back row with Cohen. For some reason, all the little wizards seemed desperate to sit up front. Cohen chalked it up to kid excitement. Asterisk latest novels first on 69 book bar. Asterisk. He was sure it wouldn't take long for these kids to be scared off by complex, headache-inducing magical theory and 3-dimensional mana functions, scrambling for the back seats instead. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous subjects you'll study at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said sternly. Anyone who fools around in my class will be asked to leave and never return. I've warned you. A strict teacher could turn even the rowdiest kids into angels in an instant. The classroom, buzzing with whispers moments ago, fell silent. Then McGonagall demonstrated advanced transfiguration, turning the desk into a pig and back again. Cohen's eyes lit up. The transformation itself wasn't surprising, but McGonagall's spell was different. Cohen saw it with his own eyes. The pig that had been a desk had a label above its head. Asterisk soul strength, 3 asterisk. And when McGonagall turned it back into a desk, that soul strength label vanished. So McGonagall's transfiguration had given the inanimate desk a soul. Did all transfiguration do that? Or was it just McGonagall's? Cohen decided he'd ask her sometime, just about the differences between transfiguration types, of course. Then came the part of the lesson the first years liked least, transfiguration theory. McGonagall hadn't been kidding. It was the most complex subject at Hogwarts. If charms was a simple y equals a plus bx plus cx plus dx, transfiguration was about making a plus bx plus cx plus dx equal a plus bx plus cx plus dx. And to adjust the mana input x, you'd need to analyze the target structure with an existence charm. Of course, as first years, they didn't need to learn advanced spells like the existence charm. They just had to cast on specific objects using preset formulas. Their first transfiguration experiment was a simple 2-variable switch. McGonagall handed each student a matchstick and had them try turning it into a needle. Most of the little wizards failed miserably. They hadn't listened to McGonagall, relying on brute force and hoping for a miracle. Too bad transfiguration didn't work that way. They were lucky not to fling the needle into the kid in front of them. Cohen successfully turned his match into a sharp silver needle, earning Gryffindor 5 points from McGonagall. Next, Hermione's magic worked too. Her match changed material, and though McGonagall awarded her points and a compliment, Hermione didn't look pleased. "Cohen, how did you do it?" After class, Hermione rushed over to Cohen's spot. "That needle. I follow the textbook and my notes too. Read less, sleep more." Cohen took one look at the dark circles under Hermione's eyes and knew instantly that the girl had burned the midnight oil to prep for their first class. It's called magic for a reason. You don't have to take it that seriously. Cohen was being honest. He hadn't bothered diving into those theoretical models himself either. The world had two indescribable things that drove people deeper into madness the more they studied them: Cthulhu and math. But transfiguration has very standardized formulas and theories. Hermione stubbornly stuck to her guns. "Miss Granger, we're learning magic," Cohen said. He still wanted to ask Professor McGonagall about something regarding living transfigurations. Besides, he didn't really have any handy tips for Hermione. Magic was mostly a matter of willpower. The key to casting a spell successfully was believing it would work. As for the complicated theoretical stuff, most witches and wizards probably wouldn't bother with it, even after graduating. Only those looking to create or refine spells would dig into the principles of magic. That's why, come exam week, Hogwarts was always overrun with little witches and wizards cramming in every corner of the castle. To cast a spell successfully, you first have to believe it'll work, Cohen explained. But if you've never managed to cast it before, how can you believe it'll work? Hermione countered, still convinced Cohen was just brushing her off. "Cohen, class is over. Let's head back to the common room. I brought my wizard chess set." "The three of us can take turns playing," Ron said, nudging Cohen, who hadn't packed up his books yet. "You've explained enough already." Ron's comment was clearly aimed at Hermione. The moment he said it, her cheeks flushed red like a pair of apples. "You guys go ahead. I've got a question for Professor McGonagall," Cohen told Harry and Ron truthfully. Seeing that Cohen had business to attend to, the two headed back to the dorm together. First-year schedules weren't packed. After this morning's transfiguration class, they only had one herbology lesson left before dinner. Edward was right. Hogwarts was practically learning through playtime, especially since magic didn't demand much effort if a young witch or wizard's goal was just to pass their end-of-term exams. "You really have a question for Professor McGonagall?" Hermione asked suspiciously. Her cheeks grew even redder. "Are you planning to go laugh at me with your friends?" "Why would I laugh at you?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. "Laugh at you for being ahead of 99% of the class in Transfiguration? Trolls must be the proudest creatures alive, then, since they're total flops when it comes to brains." Hermione couldn't help but giggle at Cohen's quip, though she quickly composed herself. "So what question are you asking, Professor McGonagall?" "It's about whether something dead turned into something alive counts as dead or alive after the transformation," Cohen said, stuffing his textbook into his bag and standing up from his chair. "Aren't you curious?" "I am. I'm coming too, Hermione declared, unwilling to be left behind. Based on Cohen's current observations and predictions, this was usually the part where he and Hermione would kick off a rivals-turned-lovers arc, starting in first year with playful competition, bickering, and a long, winding road of romantic tension. Too bad he was an emotionless, kindness-only, low-key developing Dementor with zero interest in humans or little girls. Plus, Cohen was certain that once his identity was revealed to Hermione, she'd steer clear of him, just like she did when she first found out Lupin was a werewolf. Truth be told, Dementors were even less welcome than werewolves. Werewolves only transformed one night a month, while Dementors only turned human in fairy tales, if such fairy tales even existed. Knock, knock, knock. Professor McGonagall's office was a small study off the second-floor corridor. Cohen and Hermione tapped on the wooden door. "Come in." McGonagall's voice was much softer than it had been in class, though it still carried an official air. Inside, a roaring fire crackled in the hearth, sparks dancing on the logs. Through the window on the far side, you could see the Quidditch pitch. McGonagall had always been a fan of the sport. Mr. Norton, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall was preparing lesson plans for her next class. She looked up and saw two of her top performers from the morning's lesson, assuming they'd run into some academic snag. Her usually tight-lipped mouth curved into a smile. "Are you having trouble with your studies? I'd be happy to help eager young witches and wizards with their questions." "Professor, in class just now, I saw you turn a desk into a living thing," Cohen said, tweaking his questions slightly to avoid mentioning souls. After all, McGonagall and Dumbledore had discussed his origins, so it was best not to show too much interest in or desire for souls this early. Turning inanimate objects into living ones is something you'll learn in your third year, and even then, it's limited to small-scale biological transfigurations. Transfiguration is dangerous and complex. I don't want you trying these things too soon. "It's risky," McGonagall said sternly, assuming Cohen wanted to learn how to turn a lectern into a pig. "Even if you succeed in your first practical attempt, don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Norton." "That's not my question, Professor," Cohen clarified. "I'm not that eager to try advanced spells. It's just that when I saw that lectern turn into a pig, it got me thinking. Can transfiguration grant life? Or, during the transformation, is the target actually alive?" Hermione, standing nearby, listened intently to the exchange, already pulling out parchment and a quill to jot down the question and answer as she leaned over the desk. "It's good to think things through without rushing into reckless experiments," McGonagall said, approving of Cohen's proper curiosity. "Actually, there's a very standard answer to this, though it's not in your beginner's guide to transfiguration. Transfiguration can perform all sorts of magical conversions between materials, but it follows a set of basic rules. Asterisk Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration star. Your question, Mr. Norton, happens to tie into one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law. Living things and inanimate objects can't be permanently transformed into each other." Seeing how attentively the two students were listening, McGonagall continued with a touch of satisfaction. "For example, we can turn a button into a beetle or a lectern into a pig, but they won't stay animated forever. Once the magic sustaining them wears off, they revert to their original form. Even if those transformed creatures seem to have the breath of life, their essence remains inanimate. It's the wizard's magic that constructs their life. So, the soul, strength, Cohen saw in that lectern turn pig was actually McGonagall's magic? If he absorbed his soul made of magic, would it still boost his soul integrity? Asking more about souls would have seemed way too suspicious. Before leaving with Hermione, Cohen thanked Professor McGonagall, who handed each of them a little bird transformed from a teacup. "The magic on them will last until lunchtime, Mr. Norton, Miss Granger," McGonagall reminded them. "Observing how they gradually revert to their original form might help you better understand the principles of transfiguration." Cohen wasn't sure if Hermione would spend all morning studying her teacup bird, but he knew his wouldn't need that long. Hermione was off to the library, so she and Cohen parted ways on the second floor. Cohen climbed the stairs, But his destination wasn't the 8th-floor Gryffindor common room. Instead, it was a rarely traveled corridor also on the 8th floor. There hung a massive tapestry depicting trolls clubbing a foolish wizard with wooden sticks. In the east, there's Duke Moo playing the zither to cows. Here, there's Barnabas trying to teach trolls to dance. Across from the tapestry was a blank castle wall, but not for long. Cohen paced back and forth in front of it 3 times, silently repeating in his mind, "I need a room that blocks all surveillance. I need a room that blocks all surveillance. I need a room that blocks." Okay, maybe he didn't need to think it that many times. Before he finished the 3rd round, the door to the room of requirement appeared. Glancing left and right to ensure no soul-bearing beings were nearby, Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room had morphed into a small space with intricately carved walls, barely half the size of his dorm. Complex runes lined the walls like some kind of engraved spellwork. There were no glowing effects, yet the room exuded a solemn, dignified aura. Cohen couldn't read them, but he was thoroughly impressed. In the center stood a round table with lion claw feet, surrounded by a few cushioned armchairs upholstered in red. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, making the whole room feel safe. For some reason, there was also a single bed in the corner. If getting caught sneaking out at night didn't mean serious detention, Cohen might have seriously considered crashing here. Tossing his bag aside, he pulled an armchair up to the table and set the teacup Bird McGonagall had given him on the surface. This bird was way quieter than Earl. It hadn't made a peep the whole way, nestled in Cohen's pocket. Asterisk soul strength, 3 asterisk. A casual creation of McGonagall's transfiguration had a soul strength of 3, perfect for Cohen to test whether a magically constructed soul could serve as a viable snack. If it worked, he could redirect the sin points he'd been saving for soul fragments toward other black market goodies instead. Slurp. The soul was tiny. Cohen felt like he'd sucked down a noodle half the length of his finger. The teacup bird reverted to a plain teacup ahead of schedule, devoid of any magical trace. Asterisk Cohen Norton asterisk. Asterisk race. Dementor human / asterisk. Asterisk soul integrity. 11.6% asterisk. Asterisk special ability unlocked. Spirit shaping. 1/10 asterisk. Asterisk soul strength. 11.6 asterisk. Asterisk current kindness points. 1107 asterisk. Asterisk current sin points. 477 asterisk. When he'd taken a bite of nearly headless Nick before, his soul integrity had flickered but hadn't budged. Now, after eating this magically formed soul, it had gone up. Only by 0.1%, sure, but this was just a teacup Bird McGonagall had whipped up on a whim. Did magic count as a soul? Or was there some overlap between a wizard's magic and their soul? Or maybe Cohen wasn't a soul monster at all, but a plain old magic monster? Either way, this was good news. Cohen had an idea. Transform small objects himself, suck out their souls, transform them again, rinse, repeat. Turning magic into soul integrity, like grinding levels with time in a game. But he'd clearly overestimated his transfiguration skills. Using the incantations and wand movements from his encyclopedia of positive spells, he tried to replicate McGonagall's teacup bird. Sure enough, he managed to create a bird that looked identical to the original. It even hopped around and chirped crisply, but Cohen couldn't detect a shred of soul in it. Even just a second or two of soul would have been nice. Cohen sighed, dispelling the magic in disappointment. Meeting a transfiguration master like McGonagall, who could casually imbue creations with monstrously strong souls, only to realize he couldn't come close despite his best efforts. Was he supposed to beg McGonagall for a pile of little critters? Based on Nick's soul scraps plus 1 teacup bird boosting his integrity by 0.1%, she'd only need to give him 800 or 900 of them, assuming the soul requirement didn't scale up later. Picture it. Cohen strolling back to McGonagall's office and asking, "Professor, could you make me some more transformed critters?" "Oh, some? How many do you want?" "Not too many. Just 800 or 900 to start." 800 or 900. What? Are you eating them for dinner? No need to imagine further. He'd definitely get booted out of her office. But asking too often wouldn't work either. It'd make him look like some kind of critter soul addict. When God opens a window for someone, he always locks the window and the door just as they're about to enjoy the fresh air. But Cohen didn't care. JPG. He wasn't about to slink back to Harry and Ron to waste his life gaming. Since grinding souls through transfiguration was off the table for now, he'd head somewhere with a variety of magical creatures, where he could use self-defense as a guilt-free excuse to suck up dangerous souls. Cohen, where are you going? Harry asked, stepping out of the Gryffindor common room just as Cohen passed by. The Forbidden Forest. Want to come? Harry, trouble magnet, Potter had walked right into it. Cohen figured bringing him along couldn't hurt. Maybe Harry's knack for chaos would lure in some higher-quality critters. Oh, the Forbidden Forest. Harry didn't catch the meaning at first. Wait, what? The fur. Chill. Cohen clapped a hand over Harry's suddenly loud mouth as a student rounded the corner at the end of the hall. But didn't the headmaster say we can't go there? Harry, still new to Hogwarts, clung to a shred of respect for the rules. Breaking them right after starting school. Sitting in the castle all day is like being stuck at a desk job. You'll turn into a zombie, Cohen said, throwing up his hands. Guess I'll go alone then. Plenty of chances to drag you along later. No way, no way. There couldn't really be a Gryffindor wizard scare the Forbidden Forest, right? Everyone knew Hogwarts' student death rate hadn't exceeded 1% in the 50 years before Harry arrived. Sure, the forest was strictly forbidden, but there was hardly anything in there that could genuinely threaten a young wizard. Kind or neutral magical creatures, like unicorns or centaurs, would usually step in to help in a pinch. Though Cohen figured he probably wouldn't get any help from something like a unicorn. That'd be like Voldemort tripping and Dumbledore sweetly helping him up. Absurd. After leaving behind a hesitant Harry, who eventually went back to the dorm to play chess with Ron, Cohen successfully made his way to the grounds outside the castle. Damn it, in Hogwarts Legacy, you could just use flu powder to teleport straight into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest location was obvious, and so was Cohen's, for that matter. Between the castle and the forest stretched a flat, open expanse of grass. Crossing it unnoticed during the day was next to impossible, to say the least. Still, Cohen managed to slip in by pretending to visit Hagrid to make friends, then faking a detour and diving straight into the forest. The cost? His pockets were now stuffed with rock-hard rock cakes, perfect for chucking at monsters if things got dicey. The moment he stepped into the Forbidden Forest, the reasonably bright sunlight outside was mostly blocked by the canopy. The ground was a tangle of gnarled old roots, and towering ancient trees stretched their branches overhead, forming a dense protective web. It was hard to imagine flying a broomstick through here. The air carried the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Cohen glanced around, occasionally spotting mushrooms and herbs listed in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. But he hadn't seen any creatures with a soul strength above 2 yet, meaning all he'd encountered so far were bugs. Cohen had no interest in sucking worm souls, though. They only had 1 point of soul strength, and that was just because the system's minimum label was 1. He could probably eat a castle's worth of worm souls and still not fill the gap in his own. Cool. The thought of coming here to eat souls stirred Cohen's hunger again. Good thing he brought some candy to snack on. He wouldn't have to tough it out starving the whole way. Hard work paid off. Cohen finally found a nest of magical creatures with 3 points of soul strength inside a tree hollow. Ashwinders. And he'd stumbled in just in time for the last few minutes of an ashwinder laying its eggs. Ashwinders only lived for an hour, turning to ash after laying their clutch. If I don't eat it, it'll die anyway. The forest nurtures ashwinders with everything it has, but ashwinders give nothing back. Suck. Cohen slurped up the ashwinder mama's soul. No big sensation. It didn't even feel as good as McGonagall's transfigured creation. As the ashwinder mama turned to ash after finishing its egg laying, Cohen shifted his focus to the nest of eggs. For the first time in a while, Cohen felt a twinge of conscience. These little guys will definitely burn this tree down once they hatch. Preventing forest fires is everyone's responsibility. Suck. A nest of 1-point Ashwiner eggs, plus the 3-point mama, finally bumped Cohen's soul integrity up by 0.1%. But that was enough. With enough quantity, even the tiniest gains could pile up into a mountain, and the forest had no shortage of Ashwinder eggs. Born from uncontrolled magical fires and capable of asexual reproduction, a single Ashwinder nest could spawn a massive colony if left unchecked. The species was often culled for two reasons: their pest-like numbers and destructiveness, and their medicinal value. Ashwinder eggs were ingredients in love potions and could treat malaria. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Cohen froze the eggs with a freezing charm after sucking their souls, planning to save them for potion-making later. Ashwinders were usually tricky to find, hiding in rock crevices and tree hollows, but Cohen had a unique edge. He could see soul strength tags through some obstacles. So along the way, he went on a rampage, wiping out Ashwinders, freezing their eggs, and pocketing them. Hagrid's rock cakes came in clutch too. Cohen dropped them along the path to free up space for the eggs, ensuring he wouldn't get lost. No need to worry about forest critters snatching the rock cakes either. Aside from Hagrid, no human or animal could bite through those things. Besides Ashwinders, Cohen occasionally spotted a few stray acromantula spiderlings. Evil monsters. Suck. The forest gained 2 more dazed little 8-eyed spiders. Acromantulas were clearly a step above Ashwinders. Even as juveniles, they had 4 points of soul strength. Cohen swept through like a whirlwind, sucking the souls of every creature he passed. It felt like even a random dog crossing his path would get slurped. Of course, if a critter was cute enough, Cohen let it go. Double standard jerk. Earl perched on a broken branch nearby, a black rat dangling from its beak, mumbling through its mouthful. Let's get one thing straight. Cute gets a free pass to do whatever it wants, Cohen said. He stuffed the last rock-hard frozen Ashwinder egg into his overflowing robe pockets and let a sleepy, adorable mooncalf toddle off, rolling his eyes at Earl, who'd shown up out of nowhere. Don't try acting cute with me. I can't unsee you cursing out a rat's entire family tree for a solid hour. Oh, Earl straightened its tilted, cutesy head back to normal. Keep up your species extinction project in the forest, then. I'm here to deliver a message. Harry Potter asked me to find you and see if you want to join them at Hagrid's at 3 this afternoon. Sure, I can snag some pricey unicorn hair or something from Hagrid. Using Harry's clout, Cohen planned. Tell Harry I'll head out at 3. No need to wait for me at the castle. Hogwarts' bell could be heard even from the forest's edge, so Cohen wasn't worried about losing track of time. Earl flapped off, and Cohen pressed deeper into the forest's midsection. The temperature dropped sharply here. Sunlight was almost completely blocked by the trees, and every now and then, an unknown creature with a soul strength of 7, 8, or even 10 darted past. Cohen was starting to wonder if it was time to end this leveling trip. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the forest's Ashwinder clans and a few lost Acromantula spiderlings had boosted his soul integrity by a whopping 3.4%. His soul strength was now at 15 points, way faster than trading sin points for soul fragments. But there was a snag. His soul integrity growth seemed to have hit a wall. He'd reached 15 points by the time he'd smashed the fifth-to-last Ashwinder nest, but even now, the number hadn't budged by even 0.1%. It looked like these low-tier souls couldn't push him any further. Suddenly, as Cohen prepared to turn back, he spotted shimmering silver blood streaked across some bush leaves. Unicorn blood. The trail led into the forest depths, hidden by thick shrubbery. The branches were bent and snapped, signs of someone crashing through carelessly. Magic, mixed with the sweet scent of a soul. Cohen's heart pounded. The only one attacking unicorns in the forest lately was Quirrell, with Voldemort stuck to the back of his head. Right? He was already sucking unicorn blood this early? Cohen had thought that plot point wouldn't hit until later in the term. Right now, Voldemort was way out of Cohen's league. 40 points of soul strength. The shop didn't sell 5-minute Macho Man, instant 100 soul strength experience cards. Taking on Voldemort now was suicide. The Aurors hadn't managed to kill Cohen, but that didn't mean Voldemort, a veteran of the dark magic scene, couldn't. What if he had some Dementor killing spell up his sleeve? Nay, Cohen was about to bolt when a loud hoarse cry rang out from behind him. "Evil creature, get out of our territory!" What? Evil creature? Had the centaurs chased Quirrell out? Was he behind Cohen? A chaotic clatter of hooves followed. Cohen couldn't tell if Quirrell's fleeing footsteps were mixed in, but with centaurs around, Quirrell probably wouldn't dare act up. Cohen turned to look back, hoping to catch a glimpse of certain Voldemort star fleeing in a rage. But, this isn't the script, is it? Cohen's mouth twitched. There was no Quirrell behind him, just centaurs. A quick scan showed at least 10 of them. The centaurs had their bows drawn like crescent moons, all aimed at Cohen. *** soul strength. 15 ***. Exactly within Cohen's edible range. But he wasn't about to kill centaurs unless they tried to kill him first. The leader, a wild and proud centaur with a bushy beard, stared at Cohen for a long time before blurting out, with a weird look, "What the hell?" "It's a strange foal, Bane, but we don't harm foals," a melancholic red-haired centaur beside him said, blocking Bane's arrow. "The one hurting the unicorns isn't him." Suddenly, a cold arrow shot from the direction of the unicorn blood. Cohen dodged it lightning fast, then realized he could have sent out half his soul to scout ahead. If he'd known centaurs and Voldemort were here, he'd have bolted 15 meters back. Whoosh! Another arrow followed, accompanied by more hoofbeats from that direction. Clearly, there was more than one centaur squad hunting Voldemort. One was flanking from the side. Cohen could even hear the rustling of someone crashing through waist-high bushes. If it didn't run now, he'd get accidentally skewered by another arrow-happy centaur crew. Cohen wasn't ready to ditch this body. Not only was it cute as heck, but a new one might make Edward and Rose grow distant. He didn't want to end up asking his parents creepy stuff like, "Do you love my soul or my body?" Just as Cohen decided to book it, a certain unnamed Quirinus, noseless exclusive rage star, Quirrell burst out of the bushes in a hooded black cloak. Cohen yanked his own hood up. Everyone was wearing a vest here. Whoever showed their real name first would lose face. 2 seconds later, Quirrell was neck and neck with Cohen. Their escape routes aligned perfectly because this was the flattest path in the forest. "Small world, huh? You running too?" Quirrell wasn't the type to casually reply, "Oh, what a coincidence, huh?" Even as he fled, he didn't forget to whip out his wand, ready to hit Cohen with a killing curse. "Avada! Stop, you idiot!" Voldemort's low growl was loud enough for even Cohen to hear, with both ears, no less. He's useful, remember him. Cohen wasn't fazed by the killing curse. After all, it was supposed to rip a soul from its body, killing both flesh and spirit at once. But Cohen's soul could pop in and out of his body whenever he pleased, and when it left, his body would just flop over like a corpse anyway. He'd already braced himself to eject his soul early if needed, because you can't kill a body that's already dead. Cohen is unaffected ***. What did Voldemort mean by he's useful? Did he want the naturally evil Dementor brat Cohen to join his side? Great. Awesome. Fantastic. Was it finally happening? Cohen had been itching for a faster way to rack up sin points at Hogwarts. Littering and snatching lollipops from first years was getting old. Pretend to help a doomed villain, then flip the script at the last second. Wand pressed to Quirrell's skull, delivering a cool line like, "Voldemort, give it up." Dumbledore's got the place surrounded. Just thinking about that kind of plot twist got his adrenaline pumping. Then, under everyone's gaze, pocket the Philosopher's Stone, beat Quirrell to his knees, drag him home as whoosh. A freaky gust of wind, conjured by a flick of Quirrell's wand beneath his cloak, blew Cohen's hood right off. No surprise there. Quirrell saw Cohen's face. But since Cohen hadn't attended a single defense against the dark arts class yet, Quirrell couldn't place him. Still, it was enough. As the only living defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts right now, tracking down a student by their face would be a piece of cake for Quirrell. The black-hooded figure memorized Cohen's features, then veered off into the opposite edge of the forbidden forest while they were both hightailing it toward the exit. Guess Quirrell knew a hooded black robe in broad daylight on Hogwarts grounds would look suspicious as hell. Probably planning to sneak off somewhere, cast a disillusionment charm, and head back to teach his next class. Busy guy, teaching classes and hunting unicorns for Voldemort. Cohen muttered, clicking his tongue in mock pity as he watched Quirrell disappear. Plus shaving his whole head. Well, might as well help him out later, set him free, so to speak. Even cool on the outside, Cohen had a warm, squishy stomach deep down. Cohen. From behind Hagrid's hut, Harry spotted Cohen, robe dusted with dead leaves and mud, and called out in a hushed tone. What? Already 3 o'clock. Dong, dong, dong. The long toll of the castle bells echoed over, signaling that some students had classes to get to. Cohen's group only had herbology that afternoon, right before dinner, so there was no rush. Harry, what are you doing out here? Ron poked his head out from the back door of Hagrid's hut, also catching sight of Cohen emerging from the forest. Is that your friend, Cohen? Hagrid's gruff, huffing voice rumbled from inside. Cohen darted over to the vegetable patch, pretending he'd been admiring Hagrid's pumpkin seedlings, not just chased out of the forbidden forest by centaurs. After laying on a thick layer of emotional flattery, your pumpkin seedlings are amazing. Hagrid, can you teach me gardening? Any lingering suspicions Hagrid had about Cohen wandering into the forest melted away. Hagrid was a good guy. Once Harry reintroduced Cohen to Hagrid, and mentioned that Cohen was the only friend he'd told Hagrid about from his pre-Hogwarts days. Cohen scored a haul of rock cakes and toffee so sticky it could double as glue. Hagrid, sniffling through tears, even tossed in a beast-hide satchel to carry the snacks. The hide looked suspiciously like something straight out of Edward's old copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Is this a rumpant hide, Hagrid? Cohen asked, sensing a small fortune waving at him. I thought they lived in mountainous areas. Hagrid said a bit sadly. Gruff used to live in the mountains, but he got too old and was driven out. If you don't like a rumpant, I've got a deer hide bag too. Hagrid thought Cohen might have a problem with it, but no way was Cohen swapping a rumpant hide for deerskin. This stuff was tougher than dragon hide. Most spells couldn't even scratch it. Cohen already had plans. Hit up the kitchens, get the house elves to turn it into a vest. Bam! Instant magical bulletproof armor. Perfect. Afternoon tea time flew by. Reluctantly, they left the cozy hut and made it to the herbology greenhouse just in time. The first herbology lesson was all theory. The weird and wonderful magical plants in the greenhouse were strictly look, don't touch. Watch that wand in your pocket, Mr. Finnegan. It's sparking. Professor Sprout shouted. Those dried nettles hate fire. Cohen wasn't thrilled with the class. Not because of Professor Sprout or herbology itself, but because of those magical plants. Some could squeak and wriggle in their pots like animals, yet Cohen couldn't see a single asterisk soul strength. X asterisk tag on them. Why didn't plants have souls? Annoyed, Cohen wanted to speak up for the plants. Asterisk, am I alive? Am I really alive? Asterisk. After class, covered in mud, Cohen and the others trudged back to the castle. To avoid Filch sniffing them out and slapping them with detention, they had to shower and change first. By the time they finished and made it to dinner, most people were nearly done eating. As the feast wrapped up, Cohen was about to head back to the dorm with Harry and Ron for some well-earned downtime after a hectic day. And Mr. Norton, Quirrell, stammering as always, stepped in front of the trio. His gaze lingered on Harry for a split second, but stayed mostly fixed on Cohen. Harry and Ron, clueless about what was going on, assumed Cohen had skipped lunch to sneak into the forbidden forest and gotten caught. They promptly shuffled a foot away from him. You don't have to ditch me that fast. Cohen muttered through gritted teeth. I heard from P. Professor McGonagall that you did really well in Transfiguration. Quirrell rubbed his hands together nervously, looking like an office worker groveling after a screw-up. I've got some books on Transfiguration. I thought you might like them. Quirrell's spiel made Cohen feel like he could dig a Hogwarts-sized hole beneath his feet from secondhand embarrassment. What? Was he just some creepy guy staring at goldfish now? The creepy dude led Cohen out of the Great Hall. The creepy dude took Cohen up 2 flights of stairs. The creepy dude brought Cohen into an office on the 3rd floor. The creepy dude left Cohen and went over to the bookshelf. The creepy dude started undressing. Cohen blinked a few times. "No, don't like it, Mr. Norton." Coral's fidgety little hands rubbed together into a fist near his throat, awkwardly waiting for Cohen's response. If this were some white-haired, red-eyed, 2D lowly, Cohen might have felt a bit more at ease. "That's it." Cohen stared at the copy of Metamorphic Theory on the table, along with a stack of Transfiguration Today magazines from the past few days. Where was the evil plan to overthrow Hogwarts? The order to assassinate Harry Potter? The map to steal the Philosopher's Stone? At the very least, how about some dark magic indoctrination? This was like finally scoring a date, getting into the room, and instead of handing your girlfriend a Durex, you shove a Kevin Durant basketball poster at her face. What were they supposed to discuss? Which baller had the slickest steals? "Oh, I like it. I love it," Cohen said dryly. "Haha, gee good. Glad you like it," Coral stammered, letting out a nervous, twitchy laugh. Then, claiming it was too late, Coral hustled Cohen out of the office, even though it wasn't yet past the curfew for wandering the castle. "And Mr. Norton hates this book. Don't open it in front of your friends," Coral stuttered. "I'm worried they'll get jealous. Looks like Voldemort, shattered into crispy crumbs, wasn't that much of a clueless straight guy. He was playing a game of cat and mouse. This book he'd given Cohen definitely wasn't legit. Don't worry, I'll keep it under wraps." And then, Cohen plopped down in the common room and cracked open Metamorphic Theory right then and there. Aside from Hermione and Percy, no Gryffindor would care about a book, not even if it was titled The Secret Affairs of the Pink Marsh Witch and the Minister of Magic. Hermione was probably holed up in an empty classroom studying, and Percy was likely patrolling somewhere. The only familiar faces in the common room were Harry and company. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth. Cohen cozied up in an armchair near it. If this book was cursed, he could chuck it straight into the flames. "Cohen, what book did Professor Quirrell give you?" Ron asked, leaning over from his chess game with Harry. But the moment he saw the dense wall of text inside, he recoiled like the words were soul-sucking demons. ** Metamorphic Theory Star. He's clearly got the wrong idea about me," Cohen replied, flipping through the pages. Quirrell didn't seem to have hexed the book with anything shady. Cohen felt fine so far. But he also hadn't slipped the real Metamorphic Theory under this cover. It was a dark magic tome, packed with sinister spells like necromancy and fiendfire. And Cohen finally got why dark magic was so despised in the wizarding world. The entry bar was practically non-existent. Even a dimwit like Crabbe who couldn't read could cast these. Their power scaled with magical input and the intensity of negative emotions. In other words, it was a pile of deadly guns any kid could use, and every wizard had ammo. Great power paired with extreme negativity could warp a person's mind, turning them step by step into a heartless monster. So, naturally, Cohen dove right into memorizing the spells. Warp his mind? That had nothing to do with Cohen. He wasn't even human. What dark force could out-evil a Dementor? Omega. Saved a ton of sim points he'd have spent buying spells from his shop. Thanks for the rocket boost, Professor Quirrell. But the book wasn't complete. It cut off right in the middle of a spell called the Soul Expelling Charm, leaving the casting method and effects dangling. No kidding, why imitate web novels with a cliffhanger? Cohen snapped the book shut and stuffed it back into his bag. Quirrell's intent was obvious. He was playing the long game. Let Cohen get hooked on these dark spells, then hit him with a cliffhanger. When Cohen, itching like a cat, came begging for the rest, Quirrell would know if he had the makings of a dark magic soldier. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, might have sensed some evil vibe or soul in Cohen, but they clearly hadn't considered one thing. Cohen's body wasn't housing some confused kid soul that'd easily fall to dark magic's allure or start chanting Heil Voldemort and taking on the whole wizarding world just because he got a dark magic starter kit. By around 10 o'clock, the little witches and wizards in the common room started yawning. Hermione climbed through the portrait hole arms loaded with library books. Harry and Ron wrapped up their final chess match. Back in the dorm, Cohen curled up under the covers. Tonight, he didn't sneak out in soul form to snoop. He was stressing over his soul integrity, stalling at 15%. Maybe after hitting 15%, those puny Ashwinder souls couldn't help him anymore. Made sense. You couldn't piece together a full person from just fragile little animal souls. Looked like Cohen needed to hunt for some stronger, group-living souls to grind levels. Or stir up trouble in the castle. Nothing too crazy, just Weasley twin-level pranks as long as he didn't cross Dumbledore's line. Earned some sin points by soul fragments. The latter was less efficient, but safer, 1,000 points for 1%. If he did both at once, Cohen leaned toward grinding in the Forbidden Forest first. Once he ran out of animal souls to boost him, he'd splurge his saved-up sin points for a big jump. Drifting off to sleep, Cohen had a dream. A weird one. He was inside a smooth, round bottle, surrounded by the shrieking of souls and a fog so thick he could barely see anything else. He gorged on the souls until their screams faded. The bottle shattered, and he woke up. The dream warped and faded fast upon waking, leaving only a few vague impressions. Bottle souls. Like his origin story, the dark magic lab that created Cohen. Should he find a chance to check it out? Cohen, hurry up. I'm definitely eating breakfast today. Harry called, urging him along. He and Ron were up extra early, probably because McGonagall had chewed them out yesterday. No McGonagall class this morning, though. Tuesday's first period was Quirrell's defense against the dark arts. Defense against the dark arts with Quirrell was the class little wizards were most excited for. Even someone like Harry, who'd never touched the wizarding world before, had built up unrealistic expectations thanks to Ron's constant hype. In the Great Hall, breakfast time. Fred and George say this class teaches real combat. Ron repeated this every 5 minutes, his eyes gleaming with longing. Fighting dark wizards. We're not going to learn how to fight in the first lesson, Hermione said, sitting across from the three boys. She snapped her pre-read textbook shut and tilted her head to correct him. We'll start with the basics of dark magic, ways to defend against it, and then move to practical stuff. Yeah, Professor Granger, Ron muttered, pursing his lips. Like you've already taken a class. Hermione didn't bother arguing further. She stood up with a huff and marched off without looking back. Seriously, I think she's a bit too fond of lecturing, Ron said, turning to Harry and Cohen to vent. Maybe we shouldn't tease her like that, Harry said uncertainly. Ron, she's actually right, Cohen said, finishing his last spoonful of oatmeal and slinging his bag over his shoulder. The first class will definitely be theory. Plus, Cohen glanced at the empty staff table. Don't forget it's Quirrell teaching us. He stutters every other word. I seriously doubt his teaching skills. Cohen wasn't wrong. Quirrell's class turned into a catastrophic joke. The room reeked of garlic. Some said it was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania. But Cohen knew the truth. The overpowering garlic smell was to cover up the stench of decay wafting off Quirrell. Thanks to Voldemort's possession, Quirrell's body was probably already rotting, just like the small animals Voldemort had clung to in Albanian forests. The first 5 minutes of class were fine. Quirrell stuck to reading from a book. But when Seamus eagerly asked how to defeat a zombie, Quirrell lost it. His face turned beet red, and he mumbled something vague about the weather. Since Quirrell had dropped that bait for Cohen the day before, Cohen kept catching the professor sneaking glances his way, like he was waiting for Cohen to approach him after class. But Cohen wasn't ready for a second, deeper encounter with Quirrell just yet. Voldemort's first move had been a test. If they went for an alliance next time, knowing Voldemort's nature, he'd probably have Quirrell use legilimency on Cohen to check his loyalty. Unsure if his half-demented nature could resist the spell, Cohen planned to test it on himself first, or at least pick up some basics of occlumency. Quirrell's skills weren't exactly top tier right now. A little practice should be enough to block him. Otherwise, in the books, Quirrell could have just used legilimency on Harry in front of the mirror of Ariste to figure out if he'd nabbed the Philosopher's Stone. You were right, Cohen. After class, Ron slumped, looking like he'd lost all energy and hope. I've never sat through a worse lesson, Harry groaned, joining the complaint chorus. But Harry had spoken too soon. For Harry, and most Gryffindors, the real torture was Snape's potions class, followed closely by Professor Bin's history of magic. The afternoon charms class was a lot more normal. Professor Flitwick might have needed a stack of books to reach the lectern, but his teaching skills towered far above his height. Even the driest theory became bearable with Flitwick's sprinkle of quirky case studies and the occasional well-timed joke, keeping the little wizards happily engaged. After dinner that evening, Quirrell didn't pull a repeat of yesterday's interception. Doing it 2 days in a row would have been too suspicious. But Cohen didn't head back to Gryffindor Tower with Harry and Ron either. Instead, he made for the library. He needed books on occlumency. Occlumency? Madam Pants, the librarian, eyed Cohen suspiciously. A first year asking about something like occlumency, something not even on Hogwarts curriculum. After just 2 days of classes? Is it something we're not allowed to learn? Cohen gave Madam Pants his best pitiful look, feeling like he could force out tears any second. He genuinely hadn't found a single book on occlumency. He'd scoured the entire charms section already. It's not that you can't learn it. Madam Pants wasn't fooled by Cohen's crocodile tears, but occlumency wasn't exactly restricted by year either. In fact, it was perfectly safe, so safe it was even documented in * the power of Sorrow Star. Borrowing period is 1 week, max, Madam Pants said, placing a thick, peeling book in front of Cohen. Take care of it. * if you tear, rip, crease, soil, damage, throw, drop, or in any way harm, mistreat, or desecrate this book, I will ensure the most dire consequences within my authority. *. The warning on the borrowing slip, pinned by Madam Pants herself, oozed her loathing for anyone who dared harm a book, sharp enough to cut through the page. With the book and slip in hand, Cohen finally understood why he couldn't find it in the charm section. Who'd have thought the power of sorrow would be the book on occlumency? It was shelved in the magical theory section, a dusty corner full of books on structural principles and foundational magical knowledge, not the evolved spell branches. The library closed at 8. Cohen opted to borrow the book and study it in the common room. He considered an empty classroom, but if Quirrell caught him with it, it could throw a wrench in his plans. Cohen, have you lost it? Back in the common room, Ron gaped at Cohen lugging in another thick book, incredulous. It's only been 2 days since term started. I didn't want to either, but Hogwarts won't let me bring a gaming console, Cohen said, throwing up his hands. Reading's about the only entertainment I've got left. You could play chess with us, round-robin style, or hang with Fred and George. They're trying to give a pygmy puff a haircut, Ron said, nodding toward a crowd by the fireplace. The Weasley twins each wielded a pair of scissors, facing a pink pygmy puff that had somehow wandered into Gryffindor Tower. These fluffy, marshmallow-like creatures were a wizard favorite. Lots of people adored pygmy puffs, assuming they didn't mind that their diet included dried boogers. Normally, pygmy puffs were docile, but this one didn't seem shy. It was currently climbing one of the twins' faces like a facehugger, sparking shrieks and gasps from the onlookers. Nah, I'll pass, Cohen said, shuddering as goosebumps prickled his skin. A fuzzy ball crawling up his face would itch like crazy. He picked a quieter corner and settled in to figure out how occlumency worked. In the books, during Harry's one-on-one lessons, Snape had just said, "Close your mind." Surely a spell wasn't that vague. No incantation at all? The answer is yes. Occlumency indeed doesn't require a spell. Chapter 17 of this book fully explains the principles and practice methods of occlumency. The most basic form of occlumency involves clearing your mind, stopping yourself from thinking, remembering, or feeling to prevent a legilimens from sensing your emotions and thoughts. There's no magic involved at all. It relies entirely on willpower. And since willpower is hard to measure, if you really want to practice it, you need to find someone to relentlessly cast legilimency at you. That's the only way to confirm whether your occlumency skills are improving. So, who would Cohen ask to do it? Or rather, who would Cohen trust to be the intruder? Wednesday afternoon, inside Cohen's room of requirement. Coo. Earl stared at Cohen like he was an idiot. Didn't you say last time that you've always wanted to use a wand? Here's your chance. Cohen placed the wand in front of Earl. Help me practice occlumency, and I'll secretly buy you a wand. If Ollivander is still willing to sell to me, that is. You know the Ministry of Magic doesn't allow non-wizard species to use wands, right, kid? Earl tilted his head and asked. Plus, you're a sneaky little brat. You could use a new wand to catch foals. A freezing charm is more efficient than claws, Cohen pointed out. And a blazing fire spell could let you eat them cooked. I'll let you in on a secret. Harry says Hedwig loves honey-glazed fried meat. Deal. Earl agreed instantly. How do you say the spell again? Legilimens, Cohen reminded him. Lugii lemens. Stress the men in the middle. Got it. Expecto Patronum. That joke isn't funny, Cohen said with a straight face. No sense of humor. Earl snorted, flapped his wings, and picked up Cohen's wand. He struggled in the air, tried to adjust his position so the wand tip could aim at Cohen. How do you hairless folks aim with this thing? Earl grumbled after circling for a while without finding a good spot. The tip is thinner than a vole's tail. Just say it. Cast it a few times, and you'll hit me eventually, Cohen said, leaning back in an armchair, waiting for Earl's barrage. In all of Hogwarts, Cohen probably trusted Earl the most. Nothing built trust like an unbreakable pact. No wonder wizards invented the unbreakable vow to secure partnerships. Legilimens. The first one missed. Legilimens. The second one hit the fireplace. Who knows if charcoal has emotions? Earl certainly did. He was fuming. Damn it, Legilimens. Finally, Earl's spell hit Cohen. Question mark. Question mark. Earl flew back to the table with the wand, lifted his pant leg, and waddled around, inspecting Cohen from every angle. Both the boy and the bird stared at each other with question marks in their eyes. You didn't even cast it properly, did you? Cohen asked. Bullshit. I saw light come out. Are you blind like those Dementors? Earl shot back mercilessly. The wand glowed. Didn't you see it? It glowed. Since Earl was a bird, Cohen wasn't sure if he could actually cast magic. To figure out whether that damn Legilimens had been blocked by Cohen or had simply failed due to Earl's casting, Cohen taught Earl a few other spells. Cohen now suspected Earl might actually know magic, since he'd never mentioned or used the Patronus charm in front of him before. And surprisingly, the other spells worked fine, especially the Patronus charm. Earl even managed to summon a corporeal one. Of course, it was an owl, and whether it was because Cohen had cleaned up Earl's late-night snack earlier, or because Earl slipped up, the Patronus slammed right into Cohen's head. His brain buzzed. It felt worse than if he'd been hit with the killing curse. You little. Cohen snatched the wand and briefly vanished Earl's feathers. As Earl let out an indescribable screech and tried to cover himself with his wings, a satisfied grin spread across Cohen's face. Asterisk asterisk sin points plus 10 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk note. Even the most wicked dark wizard wouldn't pluck a bird's feathers just because it cast a Patronus at him. Asterisk. You absolute, the shivering Earl shrieked. Evil little monster. Perverted furry freak. You're not even human. Huh, you just figured that out? I was never human to begin with. Cohen snarled. I was going to buy you a wand, but now? Maybe in your next life. After all this chaos and testing, Cohen finally understood something. He was already a master of occlumency. The spell didn't seem to work on him at all, like how it couldn't be used on a Dementor. It seemed he'd inherited nearly all of a Dementor's traits, except he was stuck with this cumbersome human body. Cohen even cast an Avada Kedavra on himself once. It shocked the now featherless Earl beside him into silence for several seconds. He even forgot to start cursing Cohen out. Curiosity might kill a cat, but it wouldn't kill a Dementor. As Cohen had expected, spells targeting the mind or soul had no effect on him. Asterisk, you're right, but Cohen isn't affected. Asterisk, the only downside was that a Patronus could still hit him. With enough force, it might even knock him out of this body entirely. Maybe increasing his soul's strength could help him withstand a harder Patronus hit. But in the relatively safe wizarding world he was in now, Cohen didn't need to worry about that. After all, truly evil dark wizards couldn't cast the Patronus charm. So what's next? He could safely approach Voldemort, who'd been trying to recruit him. Imagine this. Orphan, dark magic test subject, half Dementor, highly interested in dark magic, hands stained with the blood of over 300 wizards, all these sinister traits packed into an 11-year-old wizard. How could Voldemort resist? Asterisk kid, won't this just sweep him off his feet? Asterisk. The only thing to worry about was whether Voldemort might try to eliminate this promising talent out of jealousy. As Cohen calculated his next steps to infiltrate the enemy, the featherless, shivering Earl spoke up from the side. "Are you done drooling?" Earl's voice trembled. "Hurry up and give me my feathers back. I'm shaking. I'm shaking here." "How do I do that?" Cohen asked with utmost sincerity. He genuinely didn't know the counterspell to the vanishing charm. In the end, Cohen had no choice but to empty his backpack to let Earl squeeze inside, then deliver Earl to Professor Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures teacher who adored little animals. Professor Kettleburn sternly reprimanded Cohen for carelessly casting spells on the owl. "Which house are you from?" Professor Kettleburn's white mutton chops quivered with annoyance, looking like a sieve. This eccentric old professor, usually kind to students, now wore an extremely serious expression. "I'm from Slytherin," Cohen answered without a hint of embarrassment. After all, he wasn't taking care of magical creatures this term, and he wasn't even wearing his school uniform today. "Slytherin loses 10 points. You naughty child, if I catch you doing this again. Sin value +10. House point battles between the houses were often this simple, straightforward, and effective. Professor Kettleburn cradled the bald Earl with pity, placing him into a soft, fluffy nest. Earl, meanwhile, sneaked a fierce glare at Cohen. After rummaging through his potion chest, the professor finally pulled out a grimy bottle and dripped a single drop onto Earl's head. With just that drop, Earl's feathers began sprouting wildly. In a matter of seconds, Earl was back to his glossy, fuzzy self. Cohen lost track of how many promises he had to make to Professor Kettleburn before being released from the office. By the time he hurriedly returned to the room of requirement to grab his textbooks and then rushed to the history of magic classroom, Professor Binns had already begun droning on in his monotonous voice, lulling the young witches and wizards to sleep. Cohen hunched over and tiptoed along the side of the classroom to the back row, where Harry and Ron were napping, proof that slackers always got along famously. Hermione was different. Even though Professor Binns' lectures sounded like a vacuum cleaner whining, she sat in the front row, listening intently. Cohen didn't have time to mess around, meaning listening to history of magic. To him, the subject was utterly useless. He didn't see how knowing the dates of goblin rebellions or the reasons behind the failure of the werewolf code of conduct would help his future in any way. So, Cohen spent the entire class studying The Power of Sorrow, a book he'd borrowed from the library. Many of its theories were quite intriguing. The book argued that a wizard's emotions were the most crucial source of magic. The stronger the emotion, the wilder and more powerful the resulting spell. Conversely, the fewer emotions a wizard had, the calmer and weaker their magic became. Desire was an emotion. Hatred was an emotion. Anger was an emotion. Fear was an emotion. And so was love. Even the coldest wizard becomes a conductor fully immersed in their orchestra when casting a spell. But there was one exception, the prisoners of Azkaban. Their emotions were devoured by Dementors, leaving only despair. As a result, most prisoners struggled to cast even the simplest Alohomora spell. Even after returning to the normal world, it took time for them to regain their former strength, and some suffered permanent brain damage. In fact, such accidents weren't uncommon. No way, that's crazy. Cohen hadn't realized he was this impressive. Come to think of it, he hadn't yet tried feeding on someone else's emotions. With a soul, a massive, delicious delicacy. Right in front of him, it was hard to notice the smaller morsels a person might offer. It was like forcing someone to lick the frosting off a Christmas pudding without letting them take a single bite of the pudding itself. Feeling a surge of excitement, Cohen sneaked a glance at the two good brothers sleeping beside him. Trying a little taste of their emotions shouldn't be a big deal, right? Harry had been nibbled on by Dementor plenty of times in his third year, and turned out fine. After careful observation, Cohen noticed faint, fluid-like, mystical substances swirling around their souls, visible emotions. And he could extract these emotion substances at will, without even using his mouth. The farther the distance, the weaker the extraction, but his range was almost as large as the entire history of Magic Classroom. Cohen didn't immediately target every student in the room. That felt like the kind of thing that would summon Dumbledore charging in with his Phoenix Patronus to blast Cohen across the room and bombard him with spells meant for dark creatures. He'd choose between Harry and Ron, but Ron's emotions were clearly more intense right now. He was probably having a good dream. Cohen sucked in a tiny wisp of Ron's emotion, maybe happiness plus or something. Whatever it was, it left Cohen feeling pretty cheerful. A shiver ran through Cohen's body, a tingling sensation spreading all over. Ron, on the other hand, twitched slightly, his sleeping expression shifting as if he'd slipped into a nightmare. This emotion stuff, it's pretty potent. No wonder other Dementors ate emotions first and souls second. Such refined artistry from the older generation. Cohen couldn't resist and drew another wisp of emotion. Ron was dreaming anyway, with emotions pouring out of him nonstop. Ron trembled even more violently. Sorry, Ron, couldn't help it. Slurped another bite. JPG. Sin value plus 30. Away. Ron jolted awake from his nightmare, then quickly clamped his hands over his mouth as the entire class turned to stare in confusion. Mr. Fabell, is something wrong? Professor Binns floated up from the podium, peering at the source of the scream. But with his less than stellar memory, he didn't even get Ron's name right. And no, nothing, Professor. Ron, ears burning red, tried to sink under the desk. The sudden burst of energy in the classroom lasted only a few seconds before Professor Binns resumed his dry lecturing. Ron? What's wrong? Harry asked curiously, noticing Ron hugging himself as if he were freezing. Then Harry looked past Ron and spotted Cohen, who was pretending nothing had happened. Cohen, when did you get here? We almost thought you skipped class. No way I'd skip in the first week. I just accidentally plucked all of Earl's feathers. Cohen explained with a slight embellishment before joining Harry in concernedly checking on Ron. It was awful. Ron felt like he was still trapped in that nightmare. I was dreaming I became Gryffindor's prefect and made it onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And then... Harry asked, puzzled. Isn't that good news? I don't know what happened, but the dream suddenly got weird, like all the happiness just vanished. The prefect badge turned into a spiky spider, and even the broom under me became a twitching spider leg. Ron said, still shaken. And it feels like I'm still stuck in that dream. Ron shivered from the cold. Ding. Special ability unlocked. Emotion drain, 1/10. Good brother, your sacrifice was worth it. Cohen joined Harry in patting Ron's back consolingly. It wasn't the time to laugh, but he couldn't quite control the corners of his mouth. Guess he'd reward Ron with a new set of wizard chess for Christmas as compensation. Thursday is the day students hate the most because it's packed with classes. The resentment these students feel is as deep as the cleavage of the sexy witches featured in the popular section of the Daily Prophet. For most young wizards, the much-anticipated flying lessons don't start until next week. Friday, on the other hand, is different, at least for Gryffindor students. They only have a morning potions class, meaning their weekend kicks off early once it's over. At breakfast, Harry received a letter from Hagrid inviting him, Ron, and Cohen to visit his hut that afternoon. No can do. I can't go, Cohen said with a shrug. I have to return a book to Quirrell. He's been stringing me along. This book only has half the content, and it cuts off right at a crucial part. Afternoons were Cohen's socializing time, and his social target was the great sin value piggy bank himself, Lord Voldemort. By now, Cohen felt he'd trained himself well enough. No matter how funny a situation got, he wouldn't laugh. Before, every time he imagined Quirrell's old dandruff sticking to the turban and getting rubbed into Voldemort's mouth, he couldn't help but crack up. In potions class, Cohen watched Snape's bullying of Harry unfold in full. Asking a first-year student a question meant for next semester right at the start of class? That was a bit too obvious. Snape's targeting of Harry was plain as day. This became even clearer after Neville melted his cauldron. Nearly the whole class caught on. Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the porcupine quills? Did you think his mistake would make you look better? Gryffindor loses another point because of you. He hates me. I can tell, Harry said glumly after potions ended. If he hates you, why'd he give me extra homework? I was clearly laughing at you, Cohen said, equally puzzled. Could Snape be the protective type, only allowing himself to pick on Harry? Merlin's mink underwear. What a terrifying Englishman. You've got some nerve bringing that up. Harry immediately lunged for Cohen's neck. You were the loudest one laughing at me in class. I thought your ears were too red to hear anything. I heard it. Both ears heard it loud and clear. That afternoon, Harry and Ron set off to visit Hagrid, while Cohen, carrying the half-finished introduction to Dark Magic book, arrived at Quirrell's office door. Strange noises were coming from inside. Master, please. We could have a more efficient way. Were they playing some kinky new game in there? Though Cohen knew it was just Quirrell talking to the Voldemort on his head, it still felt like walking in right now might be bad timing. Suddenly, the noises stopped, as if the people inside realized someone was eavesdropping. Cohen figured if he didn't knock soon, it'd come off as rude. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Quirrell's weak voice responded, slipping back into his fake stutter. Cohen pushed the door open and caught Quirrell frantically wrapping his purple turban back around his head. In Norton, Quirrell forced a twitching smile at Cohen. He was getting better at playing the neurotic card. Is there something you need? Oh, I read that book you gave me, Cohen said bluntly. It's got nothing to do with transfiguration, but I really like the spells in it. Oh, really? Quirrell stammered, feigning delight. WL, where's the second half? Do you have it here? Cohen asked. This one ends with a section on the soul expelling curse. I even dug up some other books for reference, but since I can't borrow from the restricted section, I only found a few old newspapers mentioning it. Something about inferi creation, right? In Norton, I'm not sure a young wizard like you. Quirrell trailed off, half-heartedly pretending to be upright. Didn't you give me this book to read? Cohen said, looking at him sincerely. I thought you'd be more open about dark magic. Let me speak to him. Voldemort's slow, raspy voice interrupted. But Master, whatever Voldemort whispered next, Cohen couldn't hear. Fine. Quirrell cast a spell at the office door, then slowly turned around, facing Cohen with the back of his head. He began unwrapping the turban layer by layer. Cohen knew Voldemort's plan. Either recruit him or hit him with an obliviate. After all, under Dumbledore's nose, he wouldn't dare actually harm a student. The long purple turban fell to the floor, fully exposing Quirrell's head. Where the back of Quirrell's skull should have been was a pale, ghastly face. Its red eyes glowed faintly, and beneath them were two slits for nostrils, thin as a snake's. Voldemort flexed a stiff face and looked at Cohen. To his surprise, there wasn't a trace of fear on Cohen's face. Voldemort assumed this was because Cohen's thirst for power outweighed his fear of the horrific, a useful trait for his plans. Trust wasn't the foundation of cooperation. Mutual benefit was. Very brave, child, Voldemort rasped. I've always admired courage. You want to learn more powerful magic, don't you? Are you Professor Quirrell? Or? Cohen tilted his head, pretending not to recognize him. After all, Voldemort had been dead for 10 years. An 11-year-old would only know the name, not the face. Who I am doesn't matter, Voldemort said temptingly. But I can teach you knowledge, things Hogwarts wouldn't dare show you. Powerful knowledge. Oh, how powerful? Cohen asked, reasonably skeptical. I've killed 100 with my own hands. Voldemort hissed. Before me, they were all powerless. He continued, I can grant you strength above all others, lead you to wield power, even conquer death. Under its... Cohen thought about his own record. What about the next day? Voldemort fell silent for several seconds, the air growing awkwardly still. I mean, you killed hundreds in one day. What about the next day? Cohen asked earnestly. Dumbledore said, I wiped out over 300 people in an instant when I was 1. Lying isn't the way to ask for guidance. Master, he's telling the truth. Quirrell, still facing away, whispered shakily to Voldemort. He's a test subject from the Borgin family. 10 years ago, that place went out of control. Over 300 people in the labs had their souls sucked out by him. Did a monster like this even need to learn dark magic? Wasn't he already the most vicious curse imaginable? Voldemort wanted to snap at Quirrell for not mentioning this sooner. 10 years ago, he'd been drifting around as a soul, unaware of the incident. Well, all right. I guess it's understandable if you haven't killed that many. The wizarding world doesn't have that many people. Cohen said sympathetically, "How about this? You teach me more magic, and I'll grant you one wish." Deal. Since when did Voldemort need someone else to fulfill his wishes? It was always cowardly wizards begging him for favors. Cohen's offer made him feel oddly cheap. "Do you have a wish you'd like to fulfill?" Seeing Voldemort stay silent, Cohen pressed him. Not that he'd actually help, of course. Steal a pile of galleons? Sneak some treasure out of Hogwarts? Or maybe kill a few thousand more people for you? From what you said, it sounds like killing gets you off. Hogwarts might be short on a lot of things, but living people aren't one of them. Dumbledore won't let you succeed. Voldemort never imagined he'd say those words himself. But right now, all he wanted was the Philosopher's Stone. Even this evil-natured, inherently wicked dark magic experiment wouldn't stand a chance against Dumbledore. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have allowed this little creature to enroll. As long as he got his hands on that blasted stone, he could easily whip up a new body and make his grand comeback. If he made too big a move and Dumbledore caught wind of it, the plan would be ruined. Actually, my demands aren't that high. Voldemort rasped to Cohen in a threadbare voice. "I need a stone. It's hidden in the 4th floor corridor at Hogwarts." Oh. Cohen let out a sound like a KFC jingle. "So, how are you planning to steal it?" Voldemort revealed a little to Cohen. As his current host, Quirrell couldn't just waltz up to the 4th floor corridor. He had to be where he was supposed to be at all times, teaching classes, eating meals, preparing lessons in his office. Otherwise, someone would notice. Release a monster into the school? Cohen suggested. How about a dragon? That thing could rampage around and bite a bunch of students to death. Dumbledore would definitely be too busy. You're a bit too extreme. Voldemort shot down Cohen's idea immediately. Forget whether they could even get an adult dragon. How would they sneak something bigger than Hogwarts' front gates into the school? It was unthinkable. Plus, if students actually died, Voldemort had a feeling an enraged Dumbledore would stop at nothing to hunt him down. Clang! The Hogwarts bell tolled. Quirrell didn't have the luxury of an idle afternoon like Cohen. He had classes to teach. Saturday afternoon, same place. Voldemort set the time for their next meeting with Cohen. Then Quirrell hurriedly waved his wand, wrapping the scarf back around his head. He adjusted his facial expression, slipping back into his stuttering, neurotic persona. "And Norton, I hope you won't tell anyone about this." Before leaving, Quirrell cast a spell on Cohen and issued a warning. If Quirrell found out he'd been exposed, a primed Avada Kedavra curse embedded in Cohen would erupt instantly. Cohen nodded obediently. Wow, so scary. An Avada Kedavra. Oh no, I'm gonna die. No way I'd spill this. I'm helping a dark wizard blow up Hogwarts on Halloween Eve. Do you know where I could find a dragon? Inside the room of requirement, Cohen asked Earl. Huh? What mischief are you up to now? Wait, what did you just say? Earl's pupils shrank in shock. Dark wizard, blowing up the school dragon. Were these things a little wizard should be messing with? No, wait, which dark wizard? Since when did Cohen team up with a dark wizard? Just a few days ago, Dumbledore had entrusted Earl with the important task of guiding Cohen properly. How had it gone from starting that mission to ending it in the blink of an eye? This naturally evil little Dementor didn't even need a dark influence. It turned wicked and cruel all on its own. Blowing up the school and helping a dark wizard are secondary. The main thing is I've never seen a live dragon. Cohen rubbed his hands together. Too bad that dark wizard said I was a bit too extreme. You're a bit too damn extreme, yeah. Earl chimed in, realizing Cohen was half joking, but the dark wizard and causing trouble parts were likely real. There are no wild dragons around here, not even in the Scottish Highlands. Sigh, Cohen let out a disappointed breath. No chance to sneak a peek at a dragon. Maybe he could beg Rose and Edward to take him to Romania over Christmas. They had the world's biggest dragon breeding grounds there. How'd you end up mixed up with a dark wizard? Earl tilted his head. Haven't you been at school the whole time? There's one right here at school. Voldemort, you know. Cohen told Earl about the noseless old geezer stuck to the back of Quirrell's head. You're not planning to tell the other hairless folks? Earl asked. Like that white-bearded guy? No way, I don't want to die. Cohen immediately shot down Earl's suggestion, adding pitifully, that guy put a curse on me. If I spill, I'll get hit with an Avada Kedavra. Earl gave Cohen a cold. Do you think I believe you? Stare. If Cohen hadn't hit him with a death curse just the other day, that excuse might have been more convincing. You just want to have some fun, don't you? But bringing a dragon into school would be so cool. There are no dragons in the Scottish Highlands. Earl shouted in exasperation. Play with something else on your own. I'm done. I'm heading to London to lay low. What about a troll? Cohen remembered that Quirrell's original Halloween Eve special was a troll. If he brought one in himself, it'd probably rack up a decent chunk of sin points. Then, right when the troll was about to hurt someone, he could swoop in heroically, eat its soul, and score some goodwill points too. Perfect. At least that's better than a dragon. Earl clicked his tongue and replied. There should be some in the mountains. I've seen troll caves while hunting field mice. Relieved that Cohen wasn't fixated on dragons anymore, Earl figured a troll was at least more manageable than a dragon. Any professor at the school could handle one. Good grief, a bird like him shouldn't have to worry about this school. It was all that white-bearded old man's fault. Earl kept feeling like if Cohen caused trouble, it'd somehow be because he hadn't taught him well enough. The rest of the weekend was perfect, but incomplete for Cohen. No library books, no battling wits with Voldemort, no sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to eat souls behind the centaurs' backs. If he wanted, he could lounge by the fireplace in the common room until the sky went dark. Or he could tag along with the Weasley twins to cause chaos, rediscovering the simple joy and excitement of being a student. In just one Saturday morning, Cohen, Fred, and George pulled off no fewer than 5 big stunts. These included, but weren't limited to, shaving Mrs. Norris bald, tossing 7 dung bombs at the Slytherin common room entrance, and hawking seemingly normal hiccup sweets to classmates, since the Weasley twins' reputation preceded them. This task fell almost entirely to Cohen. No one suspected a first year. While reaping the fun, Cohen also banked nearly 100 sin points. He'd always lived by the motto of not overlooking even the smallest mischief, earning dozens of sin points daily. Now, his sin value had reached a level where he could buy soul fragments again. Current goodwill value, 1207. Current sin value, 1077. But with a Forbidden Forest harvest plan lined up for next week, Cohen wasn't in a rush to buy soul fragments just yet. Besides soul fragments, the system shop had other fun goodies. Junior Dementor Disguise Kit, a magical necklace that transforms your appearance into a Dementor, perfect for floating around on Halloween and scoring extra candy. Note, this item cannot turn a human into an actual Dementor. As everyone knows, if something looks like a Dementor, has the abilities of a Dementor, and feels like a Dementor inside, then it's a Dementor. Cohen bought this necklace, which didn't seem all that useful, but, in practice, wasn't particularly effective either. It wasn't about power, it was just plain cool. And Cohen couldn't wait to dash to the room of requirement with a backpack full of homework to try it out. Sure, he was in a playful mood now, but if he didn't get his assignments done, he'd be facing detention in both Transfiguration and Herbology tomorrow. Coo. Earl, who'd been napping, was startled awake by the sudden appearance of a massive black-cloaked creature filling the room. His voice cracked as he frantically slammed into the still-closed window, desperate to escape. It's me. Cohen dropped the transformation. Looks like this beginner-level Dementor disguise worked pretty well. Does scaring a bird make you feel damn good or what? Earl, seeing the giant Dementor shrink back into the infuriating kid, snapped at Cohen. My patience has its limits. Cohen turned back into a Dementor. Even though Earl already knew it was Cohen and had just been scared once, the silent, sudden transformation spooked him a second time. As Earl instinctively hopped back and nearly fell off the table, Cohen reverted to normal. "You little—" Earl really wanted to peck Cohen's nose. Hey, Cohen said cutely, trying to play it off. What the hell does hey mean? Earl decided to abandon this cozy room and head back to the Olery. At least no Dementors popped up out of nowhere there. Asterisk ding. Send points +1 asterisk. Asterisk note. Are you completely incapable of acting human? Asterisk. Cohen eagerly opened the window for Earl, watching him fly off toward the Olery, then plopped down comfortably by the fireplace. He dumped his homework all over the table where Earl had just been. Originally, Cohen had planned to work in the common room, but after discovering his knack for pranks, George insisted on dragging him along to steal from Filch. According to George, Filch's stash of confiscated items held some real treasures. The Marauder's map he and Fred had been using came straight out of the confiscated items, highly dangerous drawer. Cohen really wanted to go, if tomorrow was a Monday, that is. All right, let's start with the Transfiguration homework. Cohen rubbed his hands together, dipped his quill in ink, and wrote a title on the spread-out parchment. The effect of magical input on transformation results. Should I write to Rose? I think she told me to send her a letter every week. Cohen thought of this right after writing the first letter M of his essay. When it came to homework versus family, family felt more important. Dear Rose, and Edward, if you're standing nearby. Cohen dragged over another piece of parchment and nibbled on the quill tip as he wrote. I'm doing great at Hogwarts. The teachers and classmates are all really nice. I've made lots of animal friends, but they all ignore me. 10 minutes later, Cohen had filled 10 inches of parchment with a family letter. After folding it and stuffing it into an envelope, his gaze lingered on the essay, which still didn't have a single complete word. Forget it. I'll send the letter first. Cohen decided he'd come back to the homework, wishing he hadn't annoyed Earl off, since now he'd have to trek halfway across the castle to the Olery in the West Tower. It took half an hour to get the letter to the Olery and another 10 minutes to smooth things over with Earl. Standing in the chilly wind atop the castle, Cohen watched Earl fly off with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed like he'd run out of excuses to procrastinate. Cohen trudged downstairs toward the main castle. In Norton, Quirrell's stuttering voice came from behind him as he passed the 3rd floor. Oh, I almost forgot. Cohen suddenly remembered he had a one-on-one dark magic tutoring session that afternoon. Thank God. Then, a bewildered Quirrell was dragged into his office by an eager Cohen who couldn't wait to start. Quirrell watched as Cohen bustled around, cleaning off Quirrell's own desk with Quirrell's own tools and even pushing Quirrell, the teacher, into a chair. Quirrell felt less like he was teaching Cohen and more like Cohen was teaching him. Let's get started, Cohen asked excitedly. What do we learn first? The Imperius Curse? The Cruciatus Curse? Skip the Killing Curse. I already know that one. Quirrell adjusted his speech, dropping the stutter in front of Cohen. It wasn't necessary with him. Per the Dark Lord's orders, he could get a little closer to this kid. Cohen was a prime candidate for a Death Eater, power-hungry, inherently wicked, with a soul mixed from various dark magical creatures. I recall you wanted to learn the Resurrection Curse, right? Quirrell cautiously studied Cohen's expression. The Dark Lord's instructions were clear. Teach him what he could and do everything possible to win Cohen over. Then take him out to kill. Let Cohen lose himself completely in dark magic. After all, the delayed killing curse excuse he'd fed Cohen last time wouldn't hold up forever. In reality, it had just been a tracking spell. Oh, Cohen's disappointment was obvious. Fine, I guess. Do you have a corpse here? It's hard to practice without one. Should we go? I've got one. Quirrell hurriedly interrupted. What about that noseless guy on the back of your head? Cohen craned his neck toward Quirrell's skull. I thought he'd teach me. The spells for now aren't too advanced. I can handle it. Quirrell avoided revealing that Voldemort was currently weak, working hard to maintain the illusion that the Dark Lord was powerful and rarely showed himself. Too bad Cohen already knew everything. Necromancy was a dark magic spell to reanimate corpses, not true revival. but using magic to make the dead serve the caster. For a young wizard, casting it successfully was nearly impossible. But Cohen seemed to have a terrifying natural talent for dark magic, a stark contrast to his repeated failures with advanced spells from the complete guide to positive magic. Guess I'm just born bad, huh? Cohen raised an eyebrow as he watched an unknown muggle corpse slowly rise under his control. Very successful magic, Mr. Norton. Avada Kedavra! Cohen flung a killing curse at the freshly reanimated corpse. A flash of green light later, Quirrell's expression matched the wide-eyed corpse's perfectly. Since the reanimated body was just a dead object, the killing curse exploded on impact, reducing the corpse to dust in an instant. Too weak. I can't have useless minions, Cohen said, his brow furrowing. The Inferius didn't live up to his expectations. A dark magic creation that gave the Ministry headaches should at least have some special abilities, right? But all it had was slightly above average strength. Otherwise, it was no different from a regular person. Worse, it was afraid of light and fire. Asterisk, Cohen's garden has no room for trash. Asterisk, at least now this muggle corpse, dug up after who knows how long, wouldn't have to suffer any more wizardly desecration. Deep down, Cohen was still a pretty kind soul. This dark magic lesson had been a roaring success. Even Quirrell shed tears. After all, an 11-year-old kid had just cast an Avada Kedavra in front of him, a spell so powerful it could cause a massive explosion even when it hit a corpse. If Cohen's aim had been just a smidge off, it wouldn't have been the corpse ascending to the heavens. It'd have been Quirrell himself. No wonder the Dark Lord had his eye on this one. He wasn't your average kid. How about we learn the Imperius curse next class? Can you prepare some test subject for the spells? Cohen asked eagerly. Oh, and of course. Quirrell stammered, slipping back into his nervous tic. Anything else you'd like to learn, Mr. Norton? Also, can I skip next week's defense against the dark arts homework? Why, yes, you can. Next week's essay, or the one after that. You don't have to write them. What choice did Quirrell have? It was like watching a tiny kid holding a Glock, asking, "Can I have your soda?" All while mob boss stood behind him saying, "Go teach him how to shoot." Quirrell would bet anything Cohen wouldn't graduate normally. For a wicked little gremlin like him to last 7 years at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would have to be blind. Just as Quirrell was about to send this little terror on his way, Cohen suddenly piped up. Wait! Quirrell broke out in a cold sweat. Didn't your boss mention last time that I should help you guys steal that thing hidden in the 4th floor corridor? Cohen asked. I'll figure something out. At least find an opportunity. Quirrell fumbled, looking flustered. He hadn't come up with a solid plan yet. Hogwarts' professor schedule was packed to the brim. Didn't I suggest letting a dragon loose in the school to distract everyone last time? Cohen reminded him. A dragon's a bit too. I reflected on it later, and yeah, a dragon would be tough to sneak in, Cohen said seriously. So how about a troll? There are troll caves in the mountains. Next time there's a big gathering in the Great Hall, I could lure a troll somewhere far from the 4th floor corridor. Cohen laid out his plan in detail, naturally cribbed from the original book. It was the only relatively safe idea he could think of, one that wouldn't hurt any students. If Dumbledore asked later, Cohen could just say Quirrell forced him into it. Quirrell and Voldemort did it too. Why, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Quirrell was almost getting used to Cohen being more enthusiastic about stealing the Philosopher's Stone than he was. Maybe you should head back, Mr. Norton, if Dumbledore finds out. He won't. My lips are sealed. Cohen swore with confidence. In the end, Cohen still finished his homework on Sunday night. He'd come to realize that procrastination solved nothing. Homework was the most evil thing in the world. It stole the precious playtime of a student's youth. And homework is important, Cohen. Next time, you have to write it yourself. I'm not letting you copy mine again. In an empty classroom, Hermione issued a stern warning to Cohen. Don't waste your time running around with those boys. Theory and practice for these spells comes so easily to you. Once you've learned something, there's no need to keep practicing it over and over, Cohen countered. He knew Hermione was all bark and no bite. Once he'd copied her homework, he could keep borrowing it forever, Cohen hereby dubbed her the god of homework. Besides, I've got my own stuff to deal with. Hermione pursed her lips helplessly, her expression eerily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. She clearly didn't buy Cohen's excuse. She'd heard Filch was on the warpath today over some dung bombs, hunting for a student named Colson Golden. Obviously, a fake name Cohen had scrawled on a wall. The Weasley twins had been praising him all day in the common room, Fred. Did you see? Filch's face was red as a baboon's, but all day. Boys. Luckily, Cohen had caught Hermione studying in the Charms classroom, where there's no way he'd have finished 4 essays in an hour, especially with Hermione's lectures eating up half the time. By the time Cohen got back to the common room, only Harry and Ron were left, 2 best buds who just realized they needed to catch up on homework. Cohen, you finished your homework, right? Ron's eyes lit up as he pounced on Cohen the moment he walked in. Cohen, save us. Harry chimed in. Good news. Harry and Ron managed to semi-complete their homework under Cohen's supervision. More good news. Flying lessons started Thursday of the second week. No bad news yet. On Thursday morning, Cohen patiently listened to Ron's 18th retelling of his thrilling flying adventures and got dragged by Hermione into a lecture about broom flying tips from Quidditch through the ages. It's just riding a broom, same as driving a car, Cohen said reassuringly. Worst case, you crash. No big deal. But there's no seatbelt. Hermione fretted, raking her fingers through her bushy hair. She was clearly uneasy about a class she couldn't study for in advance. Oh my gosh, you're a witch. Cohen rubbed his forehead. The seatbelt's the one in your hand, not some strap tied to the broom. The arrival of the owl post cut off Hermione's near-tangible wave of anxiety, and the surrounding young witches and wizards visibly relaxed. Cohen didn't like anxiety either. It tasted sour when he ate it. For some reason, though Cohen probably knew why, the owls always took a wide detour around him when passing by. Only Earl dared to stop near Cohen, usually snagging a chicken leg on the way. Your mom's letter, Earl mumbled, dropping a thick envelope by Cohen's side along with a package stuffed with candy. And some snacks your dad slipped in. Harry cast an envious glance from the side, but quickly looked away. Cohen unfolded the letter. It was full of Rose's reminders, plus news that he might need to stay at school for Christmas. Apparently, she and Edward were going to check on Edward's father, Cohen's grandpa, who was on his last legs. It's only September. Cohen's mouth twitched. No need to plan this far ahead. He didn't know why they weren't bringing him along. Maybe because of who he was? Or some other reason. Staying at school wasn't a big deal. Lounging in the dorms all day sounded fine by him. On the other side, Neville had also gotten a gift. A remembrall, filled with white smoke that turned red if you forgot something. Cohen remembered this ball would kick off a chain of events. Draco taunting Harry and getting owned, McGonagall spotting a Quidditch prodigy. But none of that had much to do with the ball's owner, Neville Longbottom, who'd spend today's class in the hospital wing. And as flying lessons began, Cohen realized the class didn't have much to do with him either. It wasn't that the broomsticks were scared off by him. No, it was, is Cohen Norton here? A higher year student barged into the flying lesson area. Me? Cohen pointed at himself, confused. Had Filch finally figured out he'd thrown those dung bombs? Or had Earl been bullying the other owls again? It's class time, Mr. Smith, Madam Hooch said, frowning at the older student. Air, it's Professor Dumbledore's request. The student, Smith, hurriedly pulled a note from his pocket and handed it to Madam Hooch. Written in loopy, swirling handwriting were a few lines. Cohen sneakily sent half his soul drifting over for a peek. The text was in that same loopy, swirling script. Please have Gryffindor student Cohen Norton come to the headmaster's office for a cup of tea. Due to his parents' special request, he is excused from Hogwarts flying lessons. What? Since when did Rose and Edward say he couldn't take flying lessons? Cohen didn't recall this morning's letter from home, mentioning anything about skipping flying lessons. It must be some trick from that old man in non-tone. As a kid, you've got to protect yourself, especially around old, white-bearded guys. And this white-bearded guy was even the head of the school. Cohen followed a senior named Smith into the castle, up the stairs to the 8th floor, stopping in front of a gargoyle statue. Along the way, Cohen kept trying to bond with the senior, but Smith seemed shy, giving vague answers to most of Cohen's questions. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Senior, why are you hanging out with Professor Dumbledore? Senior, do you like them older or younger? Senior, I'll let you in on a secret. Professor Dumbledore's single right now. Lemon sherbet. Smith, his face darkening, muttered the password to the amused gargoyle. His fists were clenched tight. Liking ice cream isn't a bad choice. Cohen analyzed seriously. It's cool and refreshing, good for calming down. I think it's at least better than an attack helicopter or a Walmart shopping bag. MMPH. Smith clamped a hand over Cohen's mouth and shoved the chattering first year onto the spiral staircase behind the gargoyle. Cohen wiped his mouth. That senior had nearly gone too far. Cohen almost sucked out Smith's soul in one gulp. At the door to the headmaster's office, Cohen paused. The spell Quirrell had cast on him was still active. He could feel it. Cohen also knew there was no such thing as a delayed Avada Kedavra, but Cohen didn't have to know that. It gave him a perfect excuse to cause trouble under Quirrell's name. Who'd blame a wretched, death-threatened, freshly enrolled little Dementor? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dumbledore's aged voice sounded steady, as if he were seated behind his desk. Cohen eased the door open, peeking inside first, though he'd already seen the place once before in soul form. On the circular office's walls, portraits of former headmasters snored away, but Cohen caught a few of them sneaking a peek through slitted eyes. Was he that scary? These paintings didn't even have souls for him to suck out. Cohen, come, take a seat. Dumbledore magically pulled a chair over, smiling kindly at him. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Cohen shuffled over and plopped down. He noticed a fiery red bird nearby. Fawkes the Phoenix. Darn it, other people's birds were big and gorgeous. Why was his bird so creepy and perverted? Asterisk, maybe the bird takes after its owner. Asterisk. Cohen swore he could hear Earl's voice haunting his ears. Phoenixes are indeed fascinating and wondrous creatures, Cohen, Dumbledore said, introducing the bird. I have a copy of a detailed guide to extant mythical creatures. If you'd like, I can lend it to you. Unlike the library, you can keep it for a while. I recall the last student who borrowed a book from me took over 20 years to return it because his bookshelf needed space for a set of Gilderoy Lockhart's bestsellers. Caught up in the moment, Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his long beard. Oh, almost forgot. Would you like some tea? The tea set on Dumbledore's desk hopped over to Cohen. Milk or pumpkin juice? I'd like milk tea, Cohen thought for a moment, craving something sweet. You know, that mix of milk and tea. It's really popular in the Muggle world. Oh, of course. Dumbledore beamed at Cohen's fondness for Muggle drinks. I enjoy it too. It's a shame other wizards can't set aside their prejudices against Muggles to appreciate the simple joys in life. The teapot poured a full cup of light brown milk tea, a blend of black tea and fresh milk. A stack of sugar cubes appeared on the table too. Cohen dumped in quite a few. Kindred spirits often clicked over shared tastes. Dumbledore's diet was heavy on sugar too, so the more he looked at Cohen, the more he saw a good kid. But some necessary education still had to happen. Let's get to the point, Cohen, Dumbledore said, clapping his hands after Cohen took a big sip of milk tea. First, about flying lessons. I need to clarify something. Your mother, Rose, wrote to me requesting an exemption for you. Huh, for real? Cohen's surprise this time wasn't fake. Why the sudden ban on flying lessons? Had Rose found out he could turn into a flying Dementor, so she figured he didn't need them? That was a stretch. Rose mentioned in her letter that you're a bit afraid of heights. Hogwarts doesn't force students to do things they can't handle, Dumbledore explained. Whether you take flying lessons is up to you. Maybe in a mother's eyes, a child is always just a child. Dumbledore winked at Cohen over the rims of his half-moon glasses. So Rose just thought tiny Cohen was scared of heights and worried he'd fall off a broomstick. Wait a second, Dumbledore had said all this just to talk about skipping flying lessons. And one more thing, I heard you visited Professor Quirrell twice this week. Are you struggling with defense against the dark arts? Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes seemed to x-ray Cohen, but Cohen blocked it all. A little legitimacy? Cohen was immune. Cohen lowered his head, feigning fear. Professor Quirrell asked me to come. What did he say to you? Dumbledore asked gently. He gave me a book, The Theory of Degenerative Transfiguration. Cohen replied. Then the second time, I went to return it. Cohen, don't be afraid, Dumbledore soothed. At Hogwarts, nothing will harm you. But I have to ask, Cohen, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Dumbledore said warmly. Anything at all. Cohen tried trembling, but overdid it. The teacup slipped from his hands and shattered on the floor. No, Professor. Cohen used the spilled tea to trace a word on the table. All right, Cohen. Maybe you should head outside and enjoy the afternoon sun with your classmates. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the office door swung open. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Thanks for the milk tea. He's lying. Phineas Black's portrait barked after Cohen left. I know, Phineas, Dumbledore said calmly, walking around the desk to where Cohen had sat. But he's just a child. Fear and anxiety can lead him to make poor judgments. With the spilled tea, Cohen had smeared out a single word. Threaten. It seems Tom has taken an interest in Cohen. Dumbledore murmured to himself. He's placed a tracking spell on Cohen. Perhaps he tricked Cohen into thinking it'd harm him if he spilled any secrets. Aren't you going to explain that to the kid? Phineas Black snorted through his nose. What if he really sides with that Dark Lord? Cohen's a good kid, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. He won't truly align with Quirrell. For an 11-year-old, leaving that word here despite the threat to his life shows courage beyond death. Are you moving your plan up? Phineas asked. Sometimes, too much protection keeps someone cradled in comfort. Only a storm can make a tree grow stronger. I just think the Avada Kedavra curse is too inefficient at killing, so I wanted to learn the Imperius curse. 3 days had passed since Dumbledore's little chat, and now Cohen was back in Quirrell's office on the weekend. The incorrigible evil baby Dementor. Anyway, after leaving last time, Cohen had sneakily sent his soul back to eavesdrop on Dumbledore's office. His plan was going smoothly. Any rule-breaking he did now could be pinned on Quirrell. With someone to take the fall, he could afford to be a bit bolder, just not so bold as to actually off a student. But the Imperius curse can only hit one person at a time, too. Cohen said, sounding deeply disappointed. In front of him were a few rabbits under the Imperius curse, currently performing a pole dance. But that's how the unforgivable curses work. Quirrell replied, sweating bullets. Killing or controlling one person per spell isn't enough. Isn't there some kind of magic, like stringing a bunch of wizards together and taking them all out with one Avada Kedavra? Cohen mused. That'd be way more efficient. If Quirrell hadn't seen Cohen tossing unforgivable curses around like they were household charms, he'd have thought whoever said that was insane. But since it was Cohen saying it, Quirrell just figured he was a natural-born Dark Lord. There's nothing like that, Quirrell said stiffly. Or at least, I've never heard of it. Where did a kid get so much dark emotion to fuel unforgivable curses? No wonder the Dark Lord had singled him out. After the extracurricular lesson ended, kind-hearted Cohen took the rabbits back to the room of requirement to spare them further torment from a dark wizard. I think you're more dangerous than any dark wizard, Earl remarked. Good owls don't get my roasted rabbit legs. Cohen shot back, flipping a whole roasted rabbit skewered on a stick and sprinkling some cumin on it. Life should be about hunkering down in the room of requirement, roasting rabbits. Right now, the room had morphed to meet Cohen's needs, adding a kitchen complete with a shiny new grill and even a secret passage to the school kitchens. Cohen had sweet-talked the house elves into giving him a stash of barbecue spices. He was growing fonder of this place by the day. It was practically paradise. He was seriously considering living in Hogwarts' room of requirement forever, sneaking in on graduation day and becoming the school's resident freeloader. Earl eventually caved to the allure of roasted rabbit, admitting he'd joined Cohen's mischief and promising to take him to a troll lair. For the rest of the weekend, Cohen slipped off to the Forbidden Forest. With souls to snack on, he didn't bother with dinner in the Great Hall. Aside from holiday feasts, the hall was often missing students anyway. Overachievers were everywhere. Cohen had lost count of how many times he'd seen Hermione pack dinner at lunch just to save time for studying. His last Ashwinder genocide plan had bumped his soul completion to 15%. This time, Cohen set his sights on another creature in the Forbidden Forest. Deep in the forest, the faint evening sun couldn't pierce the canopy, plunging the area into near night. The only light came from tiny glowing creatures flitting about and pale blue fluorescent mushrooms clinging to tree trunks and exposed roots. Crack, crack! A lone acromantula's massive pincers clacked threateningly. It had just stepped out for a quick snack, but now something bizarre had appeared in the forest. The creature wore a tattered cloak that looked like it had been soaked to ruin. It had scabbed hands, a decayed and hollow form, and floated through the air like a rag. Though it was still several trees away, instinctual fear gripped the isolated acromantula, urging it to flee, so it clacked menacingly while backing off. Soul strength 7. Cohen had a strike in Dementor form now. In the next second, he lunged at the acromantula, his wide, rotting robes flapping in the wind. Good thing he didn't need to go mouth-to-mouth like other Dementors to suck souls. Just being within a meter or two was enough. Otherwise, Cohen wouldn't touch these prickly, hairy arachnids with a 10-foot pole. Only Earl enjoyed pecking at bugs. Cohen slurped down the soul in one go, and his system panel clearly showed the bump. 15.1%. A young acromantula's soul was that nourishing. Once an animal's soul was taken, its body wouldn't last long before dying. But Cohen didn't leave the big spider to wander the forest. He gave the technically dead creature a little help. This way, he could safely extract venom from its pincers. A single pint of acromantula venom could fetch 100 galleons. Cohen felt like Hagrid was sitting on a gold mine, letting all these rare species overrun the place. So, Cohen would just pocket those galleons himself. After collecting a small vial of venom, he watched the spider's venom sac shrivel up. "Kinda weak, doesn't last long," Cohen remarked with a hint of pity. One acromantula wasn't enough, of course. Cohen planned to drift deeper into the forest to hunt for more spiders. For some reason, he'd never tasted emotions from animals, which meant their souls were bland as cardboard. Maybe that's why other Dementors didn't bother with him. Finding an acromantula colony wasn't hard. Following the direction the young spider had fled, Cohen soon spotted sticky webs strung between the ground and tree trunks. These spiders leaned more toward burrowing. They didn't always linger on their webs, which were mostly for catching prey. Cohen had just seen a panicked stag crash into one. The next moment, an acromantula chasing the stag darted out from the trees, sinking its pincers deep into the stag's belly. After a few twitches, the stag went still. The instant it died, more spiders began crawling out from all around, even a few pups the size of hounds. Soul strength 7. Soul strength 8. Soul strength 6. Limited by food scarcity, the acromantula population struggled to grow. They couldn't cross the centaur's boundary. But today, their savior Cohen had arrived. Cohen helped by clearing out half their colony. Now they could breed like crazy. Then he'd kill more, they'd spawn more. Cohen wins, the spiders win. Jackpot. Acromantula eggs only took 6 to 8 weeks to hatch. Cohen figured he could sell their venom for the same price as Ashwinder eggs. The potion makers would win too. Double jackpot. Slurp. Crunch. Slurp. Crunch. Under the cover of night, Cohen munched on acromantula souls one by one from the colony's edge, while the spiders chowed down on their freshly caught, hefty stag. Everyone was content in life. If spiders had emotions, Cohen figured this place would be a honey pool right now. In no time, he'd polished off 16 adult spiders and 3 juveniles, pushing his soul completion to 17%. No bottleneck yet. Cohen had planned to keep hunting spiders, but an old-timer showed up. Crack, crack. A denser, louder wave of spider sounds erupted from all directions. They surrounded Dementor-form Cohen, led by an ancient, white-eyed beast, Aragog. Soul strength 20. Besides Aragog, the older spiders flanking it had soul strengths of 17 or 18. Damn it, just 30 more spiders, and he could have wiped them all out. Outsider, leave this place. Aragog's voice was rough and furious. Cohen's slaughter of its kin had pissed it off. Oh, Cohen ate another nearby, Acromantula's soul. Soul completion hit 17.1%. He wouldn't normally be so cruel to sentient beings, but he had zero sympathy for these spiders. Hagrid raised and protected them, yet during the Battle of Hogwarts, they turned on him and sided with Voldemort. So, turncoats. No need to reason with them. Just kill. Kill it. Aragog roared hoarsely, seeing Cohen wouldn't back down. The slightly tougher spiders around it lunged at Cohen all at once. But they clearly hadn't realized something. Cohen wasn't stuck hovering a foot off the ground like most Dementors. He could fly higher. So when Cohen shot upward, the spiders predictably pounced on empty air. Webs and venom sprayed toward him, but Cohen dodged easily, swooping down mid-climb to snag a few more kills, including maybe an elite with 17 soul strength. Soul completion hit 19%. He could probably call it quits. Hovering among the treetops, Cohen counted the spiders below. Looked like about 20 left. Not so few they get wiped out by rival spiders or centaurs. They'd probably replenish the dozens Cohen killed today in no time. Ding. Goodwill value plus 33. See? Good deeds pay off. Thanks for the meal. Keep pumping out those babies. I'll be back next time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Acromantula profanity. Cohen left Aragog and its kids with a cheery goodbye, though all he got in return was Aragog's furious cursing. After retreating from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the sky had fully darkened into night. A round moon hung among the clouds, and faint howls of werewolves echoed in the distance. But Cohen wasn't in the mood to fly that far tonight. It was time to head back and sleep. Looking at his soul integrity, now at 19%, Cohen nodded with satisfaction and shed his Dementor form at the forest's edge. Flying back to Gryffindor Tower like that would probably get him blasted on sight by Dumbledore. Heaven knew if that old man's Phoenix Patronus could peck Cohen's soul apart in one go. He wielded the Elder Wand, after all, both made of elderwood, so why can't you be more like it? Cohen muttered to his wand's core, but the wand's soul stayed tucked away inside. Cohen sometimes wondered if it was even still alive. Night cloaked the castle and its grounds. The path back to the dorms should be safe from prying eyes. Only a few lights glowed in the towers, while most of the castle's braziers and candles had gone out. But as Cohen sneaked back into the castle, caught you. Filch's gritted teeth voice rang out. He leapt from a corner like a ghost, holding a yellow oil lamp. I knew it was you Gryffindor brats. Was it you who threw that dung bomb last time? Obliviate. Cohen flung a memory charm over his shoulder without hesitation. Morality was for students stuck in detention. Cohen had no intention of wasting time scrubbing the castle or peeling flobberworms. While Filch stood dazed, Cohen bolted. Good thing he could see the dark staircases clearly. Though he wasn't sure how, pure Dementors didn't even have eyes. Otherwise, those tricky steps that loved trapping legs would have held him up for ages. Filch, a squib, could be controlled with magic. But the castle stairs? No such luck. Damage them even a little, and it's a week in detention at minimum. Worse, and they'd call your parents. Cohen did not want to see in furious rows in the headmaster's office. At the fat lady's portrait, Cohen was surprised to find her still awake this late. Oh, where'd you all go for a secret party tonight? The fat lady asked curiously. Pig snout. Has anyone else come out? Cohen gave the password and followed up with a question. You'll see when you get inside. They were in more of a rush than you, sweaty from running. The fat lady yawned as her frame swung forward, revealing the passage to the common room. There aren't any more of your friends still out there, right? I'm going to sleep. Crawling in, Cohen immediately knew who the other rule breakers were tonight. You lot. What are your eyes for? Hermione's voice was bristling with anger. Didn't you see what was standing on the floor? Harry's voice replied. I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads. No, not the floor, Hermione snapped. It was standing on a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something. I hope you're proud of yourselves. We could have been bitten to death, or... Hermione's rant was cut off as Cohen clambered into the common room. He meant to wait until they finished talking, but crouching on all fours in a narrow tunnel for too long, his back was killing him. There were 4 people in the common room: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who looked like he'd never speak again. Now, a muddy-robed Cohen joined them, fresh from the tunnel. "Maybe I came at a bad time." Cohen did it too. Harry pointed at him. Cohen's eyes widened. "Wait, no, I didn't mess with any of you. I meant the sneaking out, Hermione," Harry clarified to her. "You're making too big a deal out of breaking the rules." "At least Cohen didn't go to the 4th floor corridor," Hermione said pointedly, shooting him a disappointed look, completely oblivious to her own status as one of the night's worst offenders. "If you don't mind, I'm going to bed." Ron gaped at Hermione's retreating figure. "Go sleep." "We don't mind," he said. "What's her deal? It's not like we dragged her along." "Wait, where'd you guys go?" Cohen couldn't shake the feeling they'd been to the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. Harry had gotten a broom from Professor McGonagall the day after flying lessons and joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. But Malfoy, who was supposed to challenge Harry and Ron to a midnight duel, hadn't shown up then. Cohen had thought he'd misremembered, but it seemed Malfoy had just picked a time when Cohen wasn't around. "It was Malfoy," Ron growled. "He tricked us, said at dinner he'd duel us at midnight. But he's a total coward." "And Cohen, why do you skip dinner?" Harry asked, curious about Cohen's whereabouts. His eyes drifted to the mud on Cohen's robe. "Did you go to the Forbidden Forest again?" "Better the forest than following her to the 4th floor," Ron muttered, though he was intrigued by Cohen's forest trip too. "What did you see in there, Cohen?" "Fred says it's full of dark creatures." "Maybe." Cohen raised his eyebrows awkwardly. "I didn't see much alive, just some spiders and an ashwinder." At the word spiders, Ron shuddered. "Then I hope I never set foot in there." Back in the dorm, Harry eagerly told Cohen about the 3-headed dog they'd seen, the trapdoor Hermione mentioned, and even Hagrid's little package from Gringotts, plus the break-in that happened the same day. Cohen mentally crowned Harry Hogwarts' second information vault, with Hagrid in first place. "Cohen, what do you think's under that trapdoor?" Harry asked, lying in bed, unable to sleep. "That thing Hagrid took from Gringotts. Maybe a potion that turns everything into candy." Cohen's muffled voice came from under his blankets. The Philosopher's Stone was definitely worth a shot. One stone might boost his soul integrity by a ton. But how could he get it safely? Pretend Quirrell forced him to test it for poison? Dumbledore would have to be senile to buy that. Swallow it to protect it from bad guys? Asterisk. What did you even protect? Asterisk. Cohen imagined someone yelling that at him. Headache. He couldn't figure it out in one night. Oh well, time to sleep. At breakfast the next day, Harry and Ron started openly speculating about what might be hidden beneath the trapdoor. "It's either really valuable or really dangerous," Ron said. "Or both," Harry deduced, sounding like a detective. Hermione, who'd narrowly escaped the clutches of a 3-headed dog alongside them last night, had already distanced herself from the duo. At breakfast, she sat miles away from them. Cohen wasn't interested in goofing off with Harry and Ron either. After this morning's transfiguration class, he had plans to head to the room of requirement to test some magic. Earlier that morning, he tried a few advanced spells he hadn't managed before, and at least the bubblehead charm worked. It seemed that boosting his soul strength also improved his magical ability. Unlike other young wizards, he wouldn't have to wait until he got older to master tricky spells. Armed with a hefty pile of homework from Professor McGonagall, Cohen returned to the room of requirement. Spreading out his copy of a compendium of positive charms, Cohen began testing spells he'd failed at before. Apparate. Asterisk, asterisk. Earl, dozing by the fireplace, let out an owl profanity as his body jolted uncontrollably. Silencio. Earl's profanity was reduced to silent mouthing. After some trial and error, it seemed most spells in the book posed no casting difficulty for Cohen anymore. The only thing he wasn't thrilled about was their power. His magic output seemed capped at a fixed limit. No matter how much emotion he poured in, it wouldn't budge. Some trickier, more complex spells, like Fiendfire or the Hour Reversal Charm, were still out of reach. From the testing, Cohen pieced together what soul strength meant for him. Unlocking stronger spells and boosting his magical power. Now he was increasingly curious about what he actually was. A weapon forged by dark wizards with their lives and blood couldn't just be a human-bodied, spell-casting, trash-talking Dementor, right? It sounded like something out of alchemy, unless the wizarding world had a field like hybridology. Do you have to use me as your damn target every time? Cohen only remembered to lift the spells from Earl when he was about to leave. Bloody hell. Earl's vocabulary was always laced with heavy mother of asterisk vibes, but Cohen didn't mind. Once you accepted your birth mom might be a Dementor, a dark wizard, or some unknown species, even the world's greatest mom roaster couldn't faze you. In a way, Cohen was the perfect wizard to keep Earl. Most other kids actually had moms. His school life had settled into a predictable rhythm. During class, he'd pop up in the classroom. Outside of that, he'd randomly appear in the Great Hall, the Room of Requirement, the library, Quirrell's office, the Forbidden Forest, or the dorms. Hermione, a frequent library lurker, had developed a new attitude toward Cohen, a classmate who didn't sink to Harry and Ron's level of degeneracy. Sadly, he only showed up in front of her on weekends to copy her homework. What are you even studying? The weekend before Halloween, Hermione confronted Cohen with exasperation. Homework's the biggest waste of time in the world. I don't like wasting time, Cohen said, slurping a cream stick while single-handedly copying her work. Weeks of school had taught him the bare minimum each professor expected from submitted assignments, so he aimed for that. As long as it had words and didn't look AI-generated, it was fine. Wait, there's no AI yet. Cohen suddenly remembered it was 1991. Hermione wanted to lecture him, but couldn't figure out how. Cohen was gifted at charms. She often picked up insights from him. The problem was he'd finish copying her homework and vanish again. This time was no different. After leaving Hermione with a stash of Honeydukes candy, he bolted, completely oblivious to the fact that, as a dentist's daughter, she avoided sweets so sugary they'd rot your teeth even after brushing. Cohen dashed straight to the library. He'd been staking out for weeks, but books like the Alchemy Codex and Souls in the Urn were always checked out. If he couldn't get those books, Cohen felt he'd lose something precious, like his patience, kindness, and love for this school. You're in luck, Mr. Norton. These were just returned. Madame Pants emerged from the stacks with a few thick tomes and headed to the checkout desk. After borrowing them, Cohen sneaked a peek at the last person to check them out. Per library rules, you couldn't hog a book for weeks, except for one person at this school. Dumbledore. Seriously, old man, you're an alchemy master. Do you really need the Alchemy Codex? Was he just stalling to keep Cohen from reading about his origins? If Dumbledore truly didn't want him to see them, he could have removed the books from the library entirely. A headmaster could do whatever he wanted. Yet he'd return them. Cohen didn't get it, but it didn't matter. He had them now. Eagerly, he hauled the books back to his claimed room of requirement. Thanks to Earl, the room was usually guarded by one of them, turning it into Cohen's secret base. Having a talking bird was undeniably cool. No arguments there. Plus, Earl was here willingly. The room even catered to his needs, sprouting owl perches and an owl bed. I've never seen an owl sleep in a bed, Cohen said, deadpan, upon returning. You're not going to turn human one day, are you? Earl lounged in a weird pose by the fireplace nest, cracking open one eye. Don't you like animals turning human? I heard you telling a stray tabby to turn into a cat girl quick last time. There's a huge difference between a cute cat girl and a creepy shirtless owl uncle, Cohen replied stiffly. If the latter showed up in front of me. Relax, Earl yawned. Even if I turned into something else, I wouldn't pick you up right, apes. Here's hoping Earl can seize his chance to stay alive. With that, Cohen began flipping through a few books borrowed from the library. First up was alchemy. Cohen spotted a familiar word inside, albus, meaning whitening. Albus. Cohen's mouth twitched. So Dumbledore's name was an alchemy term? Alchemy originated in Egypt, where a wizard named Hermes condensed it into 13 sentences, carving them onto an emerald tablet, the Emerald Tablet, or Tabula Smaragdina. Nearly all wizarding alchemy texts were analyses and expansions of those 13 lines, and the ultimate goal of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone. It was sitting in the school, waiting to be stolen. Studying this now felt pretty pointless. If you're serious about this, why not just go steal it? Cohen sighed. Alchemy revolved around one ultimate purpose, the Philosopher's Stone. All those other alchemical items were just side perks, like how Eastern alchemy stumbled into gunpowder. Nicholas Flamel was practically the destroyer of ancient alchemy. By creating the Philosopher's Stone, he crushed the dreams of every alchemist whose goal was to forge the stone. Since someone had already done it, why not just steal it? This led to Nicholas Flamel facing frequent attacks after crafting the stone in 1383. But the assailants always ended up dazed in foreign lands, finding one of their fingers turn to gold. No one ever succeeded, and eventually, people stopped trying to steal or snatch the stone from Flamel, leaving him to enjoy centuries of peaceful retirement. Later, alchemy branched out. Some merged with potions, others with runes and symbology. Modern alchemy offered more topics to explore, and Cohen noticed one called homunculus, the man in the bottle. Homunculus. Why does that sound so familiar? The word nagged at Cohen, as if he'd heard it in his childhood. Considering he was the runaway product of some dark magic lab, it did seem tied to homunculus creation. How the lab folks muttered the term around baby Cohen? Asterisk from the moment of its creation, a homunculus possesses a wealth of knowledge. It originates from a material in the vessel, yet transcends it, making it the most secretive and complex field in modern alchemy. Asterisk. However, synthesizing life is a forbidden subject, and this book will neither explain nor elaborate on it. Earl, do I look like an idiot to you? Cohen asked stiffly, glancing at the dozing owl. That's the second time you've asked me that, so my answer is, what's the point of asking? Earl flicked a glance at Cohen, maintaining his somewhat ungraceful, side-laying nap pose for a bird. Wouldn't Dumbledore realize that ripping out a chapter and scribbling a conclusion himself wouldn't fool me into thinking the book was originally like that? Cohen fumed. He could have at least used a printed font to fake it, put a little effort into tricking me. Everyone in this school knows he's the only one with that skinny, loopy, artsy handwriting. The brief homunculus entry in Alchemy Explained was written on a nearly blank page in Dumbledore's unmistakable swirling, slender script, practically screaming, asterisk, I don't want you reading this, go study something else. Asterisk, maybe he's worried you'll go down the wrong path, since you're a naturally evil Dementor brat, Earl mumbled sleepily. But I agree. He doesn't need to meddle this much. You're already sprinting down that path. I just want to figure out what I am. Cohen slumped back into the armchair. It's like how kids always want to know who their real mom is, Earl summed up. I don't bother with that. When I hatched, the first thing I saw was a basilisk. Obviously, it wasn't my mom. Heck, it probably ate her. But who cares? The one who raises you is the one that matters. Liar, Cohen snapped in Voldemort's tone. Last time, you said John brought you to a lighthouse and hatched you in an oven. Did I? Was that the version I told last time? Earl tilted his head. This bird was a compulsive liar. Cohen had no intention of trusting him. Last time he did and let Earl into the house closet, it ended up stuffed with vole bones. Now, Cohen had zero expectations for the next book. All of them had been pre-borrowed by Dumbledore, so anything not for little Cohen was likely altered. Dumbledore should have been a censor at the Ministry's broadcast office, not headmaster of Hogwarts. The Soul in the Urn. This book introduced a theory about souls and magic sharing the same source. It devoted pages to detailing every soul-related experiment. Somewhat gruesome, but since it was penned by the Ministry's Department of Mysteries, it skimmed over the test's subjects and species to maintain an air of official righteousness. The theory earned Ministry approval and a third-class Order of Merlin for its researchers. Even now, the Department of Mysteries kept brain tanks and a veil of the underworld for soul studies. Souls and magic from the same root. It did seem to explain Cohen's situation. A stronger soul meant stronger magic. So, was Edward the bottom-tier benchmark for wizards? If so, how did he manage silent spells and other advanced stuff? Or maybe the connection was relative. Stronger souls boosted magic, but weaker souls didn't necessarily lower it. That made more sense. Voldemort's soul was shattered into chunks at 40% each, yet he could still overpower top-tier wizards. If soul strength and magic synced perfectly, any Hogwarts professor should have crushed him. Wait, you really hung up on finding your origins, huh? Earl, roused by Cohen, rolled off his owl perch and asked, why not just check out the ruins of that lab? Guess why I haven't gone? Cohen pouted. I've torn through years of library newspapers, and the ministry never reported it. And Rose and Edward definitely won't tell me. The professor's here? Even less likely. I know, Earl cut in casually. Question mark. Cohen stared at him. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you say so earlier? Earl drawled. Well, let me ask you. Did you ever ask me? Who bothers with an owl's opinion, even if it's old enough to be your damn great-grandma? Northumberland, in some manner, tsk, you could hear the souls screaming from 100 miles away. Earl recalled the old days, letting out a mocking tsk. No one dares live there now. But for you, it'd probably feel like going home. Notice how never lived and homeland rhyme in my last two sentences? Pretty hilarious. Shut up already, Cohen sighed, rubbing his forehead. I'll sneak out at Christmas to check it out. Mom and Dad aren't taking me anywhere for the holidays anyway. Northumberland was just 3 miles from the Scottish Highlands. Cohen figured he could fly there, hopefully without being spotted. Muggles couldn't see Dementors, so at worst, he'd spook a few wizards who glimpsed a Dementor in the sky. The day before Halloween, their charms class hit a historic milestone. After Cohen had already tested a slew of spells on his own, his classmates were finally learning their first one. See? I told you homework's useless, Cohen whispered to Harry during class. It's the most evil invention ever. Agreed, Harry nodded enthusiastically. Since their escape from the three-headed dog, Hermione had barely spoken to Harry or Ron. So when she got stuck sitting next to Ron, she didn't look thrilled. All right, don't forget that subtle wrist movement we've been practicing. Professor Flitwick squeaked, perched atop his stack of books. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. Pronunciation's just as crucial. Don't be like Wizard Baruffio, who swapped an F for an S and ended up flat on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. The practical was done in pairs. Cohen lucked out with Neville as his partner. At least Neville was better than Seamus, who was next to Harry. Cohen didn't have to worry about his feather exploding. He'd mastered this spell after just a few tries at home, so he'd always assumed magical practice was easy. But for other young wizards, even saying the incantation right seemed tough. Wingardium Leviosa. His partner Neville had chanted it over 100 times, but the feather in front of him still wouldn't budge. Please do something, Neville groaned. It looked like he'd rather summon a buffalo like Baruffio than flail his wand around like a muggle. You forgot the gesture, Cohen said kindly, noticing Neville was just reciting the words without moving his wand-holding hand at all. Oh. Neville stammered nervously, starting to wave his wand in the air to recall the motion. Ding. Goodwill value +1. Next table over, Ron and Hermione's group was a classic train wreck. You said it wrong. Hermione snapped at Ron without hesitation. It's Win ******, Diam Levi ****O***. Say, not Wingardium Levio ****. The gar needs to be long and clear. If you're so clever, you try it, Ron growled, his face heating up. No idea what's going on. Nobody's bleeding 5 stacks deep, but someone's raging like they are, Cohen quipped. What's raging? Neville asked, puzzled. Is it part of the spell? Cohen jerked his chin toward Ron, signaling Neville not to miss it. Ron's face looked like it was on fire. Having just corrected Ron, Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Her spell worked on the first try. The feather floated up from the table. Now Ron's face didn't just look like it was burning. It looked ready to explode. For the rest of the class, Cohen successfully taught Neville how to cast properly. Ron ended up one of the few kids who couldn't get their feather to float. The more anxious you get, the easier it is to trip over yourself. It wasn't until near the end of class, with his mood at rock bottom, that Ron finally met the lesson's requirement. Thanks, Cohen, Neville said repeatedly as they packed up after class. I'd have been stuck in detention otherwise. You were just too nervous. Your spell and movements were solid. Kind-hearted Cohen reassured him. Ding. Goodwill value +5. Cohen swore he wasn't being nice just for the goodwill points. Oh, Neville, don't wait for me. Quarles roped me into something next period. If Professor Sprout asks, cover for me. The other young wizards had already packed up and headed to their next class. Cohen dawdled with his bag, tossing a heads-up to Neville. He'd spend the rest of the afternoon luring a troll into the school. With Earl leading the way, Cohen quickly flew to the mountainous area north of the Forbidden Forest and found a troll lair built from rounded stones. I can't believe I'm guiding a Dementor to a troll's nest, Earl said, perched on a rock ahead of Cohen, who'd switched out of Dementor form. He didn't want to scare the troll off. God's gotta be freaking nuts. No clue if God's nuts, but you definitely are. Cohen eyed the black rock under Earl's feet with awe, stepping back a bit. What, damn it? Earl flapped his wings and shot into the air. No coming into the room of requirement or Gryffindor Tower until you're clean, Cohen ordered. How the hell am I supposed to wash my own claws? Earl shot back. Can't you just zap me with a spell? After dealing with Earl, Cohen started setting up his troll trap. Taking a page from Newt's book, he'd scavenged a beat-up, peeling suitcase from the room of requirement's junk pile, casting an undetectable extension charm and a strengthening charm on it. While rummaging, he'd also found Ravenclaw's diadem hidden in the trash heap. The soul fragment in that Horcrux was only 20 strength. Cohen just needed a tiny boost to eat it, so he stashed it in his Cohen base in the room of requirement. Everything was going smoothly. Cohen opened the suitcase at the Troll's Cave entrance and transfigured the ground into slick marble. Any troll stepping out would slide right in. Then he ventured into the dark cave. The troll's snores rumbled faintly from deep inside, a mix of stench and mold wafting through the air. Cohen took one step in and immediately regretted it. Bombarda! Cohen blasted a corner of the cave entrance, not to bury the troll inside, but simply to make a loud noise to lure it out. Though the troll was dumb, it wasn't deaf. The racket Cohen made sounded like another troll had come to smash up its home. Could it tolerate such an insult? It had just learned how to swing a club. With a loud thwack, it charged out of the cave in a fury and stumbled right into Cohen's suitcase. Done. Cohen snapped the suitcase shut, clapping his hands with satisfaction. Good thing he'd reinforced it with a charm, or the troll would have smashed and banged its way out in no time. Following the Earl, who was now spotless thanks to a cleaning charm, back to the castle. It was already nearing mid-afternoon. There was no point in rushing to class now. Cohen decided to head back to the Forbidden Forest instead. Those spiders had probably hatched a bunch more little ones. Before Cohen had wiped out half of them, there must have been unhatched eggs still waiting. If there were young ones, well, Cohen couldn't be blamed for taking out the old ones too. You've already chosen the path to your doom. Why are you back again? Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Aragog caught a familiar scent. His angry voice mixed with the clacking of his massive pincers, perhaps the spider equivalent of grinding teeth. Cohen had once again sneaked in and taken them by surprise. Now, the path was littered with the overturned corpses of 8-eyed giant spiders. If souls had weight, Cohen would be stuffed to the brim by now. My mate Mozag and I still going strong, huh? Impressive, impressive. Looks like your colony's multiplying pretty fast. No big deal. Cohen eyed the swarm of baby spiders behind Aragog. They were enough to start another little tribe, though the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest wouldn't let them expand unchecked. I'm doing this for your own good. Good, my ass. Aragog hissed. He wanted to threaten Cohen, but he realized they had no leverage. None of them even knew what Cohen was. After all, Dementors had never entered the Forbidden Forest before. Dumbledore didn't allow those things anywhere near the school, except for Cohen. See you next time. Cohen waved goodbye. His soul integrity had reached 20%. As expected, he'd hit another bottleneck. The sky beyond the forest was slowly darkening. Cohen spiraled upward, skimming the treetops as he drifted back toward the castle. For some reason, the centaurs used to occasionally whinny at him in warning trying to drive him off. But in the last 2 weeks, Cohen hadn't heard a single sound from them. Once, he'd even crossed paths with a centaur. It just stared as Cohen floated toward the eight-eyed spider's territory, doing nothing. It seemed the centaurs had silently agreed to let Cohen hunt spiders here. Reaching the edge of the forbidden forest, Cohen caught sight of Hogwarts Castle, glowing brightly under the night sky. Ha ha ha! Cohen rubbed his hands together eagerly, shaking the suitcase in his grip. Picking an empty basement classroom, Cohen released the troll from the suitcase. The moment it appeared, it was still a bit dazed. But when it spotted Cohen, a living thing, its tiny brain had only one thought: smash this living thing dead. As the troll let out a low growl, Cohen darted out of the classroom, slammed the door shut, and cast a locking charm. Why should he care if Dumbledore wouldn't let him see the key section of that alchemy book? Time to wreak havoc on the school and fulfill the dreams he couldn't in his last life. Anyway, Quirrell would take the blame in the end. Cohen was just forced by Quirrell. Asterisk ding. Sin value plus 200 asterisk. Asterisk note. Your wickedness has driven you to betray this school. You've abandoned lofty morals and conscience. Asterisk. This stuff isn't even edible. Cohen grumbled, dissatisfied with the system's judgment. If kindness points could be traded for soul fragments, he might have shifted his focus toward doing good deeds. This system clearly didn't want anyone taking the righteous path. Besides, Cohen felt he was acting with restraint and good reason. Everything he did was to protect the beauty of this world. If he didn't get stronger, how could he defeat Voldemort and become the second? How could he protect his family? Could kindness points do that? Could they? Cohen! Quirrell's voice rang out from the doorway of the next classroom. Why aren't you in the Great Hall? Quirrell! Cohen's eyes widened. He stared at Quirrell, whose movements almost mirrored his own, and Quirrell was holding an empty suitcase too. Only Quirrell would keep the evidence around. Cohen had destroyed his suitcase the instant the troll came out. Are suitcases the only thing wizards use to carry living creatures? Newt had one. Crouch Jr. had one. Cohen muttered, "Why are you here?" Quirrell didn't even bother faking his stutter. To bring in the troll, obviously. Didn't we agree on this last weekend? Cohen replied confidently. I thought you meant I was supposed to get the troll. Never mind. Before Quirrell could finish, the trolls in the two adjacent classrooms simultaneously smashed through the doors. Run! Quirrell grabbed Cohen, and the two of them jogged toward the Great Hall. No need to worry about being caught. The trolls moved slowly, especially in the castle's winding, multi-level layout. They couldn't keep up. When we get there, you go eat first. I'll head to the Great Hall later to report it and slip away to the fourth-floor corridor while the teachers are distracted, Quirrell explained mid-run. The Dark Lord's getting impatient, but don't blow your cover. Don't worry, there's no way I'll get exposed. Cohen promised. They split up at the Great Hall's entrance. Cohen slipped in through a side door. Good thing he brought his book bag, so it looked like he'd just come back from studying. Cohen, where have you been? We didn't see you all afternoon. Ron, mouth stuffed with food, mumbled incoherently as Cohen squeezed onto the Gryffindor table. I went to ask Professor Quirrell some questions. I self-studied this afternoon's herbology lesson. Felt like it'd be a waste of time otherwise. Cohen shrugged, shoving his bag under the bench and pretending to pick at his food. He could feel two pairs of eyes watching him from the staff table. Probably Dumbledore had already noticed. The other gaze was likely Snape. He'd been keeping tabs on Quirrell, and since Cohen was getting close to Quirrell lately, he was probably watching him too. But the favored ones could always get away with more. Trolls. 10 minutes later, Quirrell burst into the Great Hall. His large scarf was crooked on his head, his face full of panic. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes locked on him. Quirrell staggered over to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned heavily on the table, and gasped. Two trolls, fighting in the basement classrooms, thought you should know. Was this what a seasoned actor looked like? We're going to die. A troll's gotten in. The sky's falling. The sky's falling. Help! I don't want to die yet. What's a troll? In an instant, the students erupted into chaos, scurrying around like ants crackling in a hot pan. Dumbledore had to shoot off several massive bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand before the young wizards in the Great Hall finally quieted down. Prefects, Dumbledore said in a deep, commanding voice, immediately lead the students from each house back to their dormitories. Percy, with practiced ease, gathered the Gryffindor first years and led them out in an orderly fashion. Well, mostly orderly. There were 3 exceptions in the group who weren't quite so disciplined. How could a troll even get into the school? Harry asked, turning to Cohen and Ron. How else could it have gotten in? Cohen, the mastermind behind it all, slipped between the two of them with a perfectly straight face, not a hint of guilt showing. Where's Hermione? Cohen prompted, nudging Harry to remember. Surely he couldn't expect Cohen to go save Hermione all by himself. Could he? What would that make these 2 useless guys next to Hermione in the future? Ding. Kindness points +10. She hasn't shown up all afternoon. Wait a second. Harry started to explain, but then something clicked. He grabbed Cohen and Ron, lowering his voice to a whisper. Hermione, what's wrong with her? Ron asked. Remember? On our way to the feast, Parvati told Lavender that Hermione's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Then let's go be her heroes, Cohen said encouragingly. Otherwise, who's going to handle your homework this week? Question mark. I mean, Ron said something to her earlier today, Harry explained to Cohen. All right. Ron gritted his teeth, quickly making up his mind. But don't let Percy see us. They slipped into the Hufflepuff crowd like thieves, successfully sneaking off toward the girls' bathroom. Cohen had a feeling this mission might go smoother than the original plot. After all, those 2 trolls were probably busy fighting each other in the dungeon classroom right now. Unfortunately, the plot didn't seem to cooperate so easily. Through the door, Cohen faintly heard muffled shouts, a low growl rumbling from something's throat, and a series of rapid, heavy thuds. By the time Cohen tried to stop Harry, it was already too late. Harry had flung the door open. Creak. Harry and Ron were met with the most unforgettable sight of their lives. There were 2 trolls in the bathroom. One was taller, the other shorter, but both stood at least 12 feet high, their dull, granite-like skin gleaming faintly. Their massive, clumsy bodies were stacked atop one another, like 2 hillsides pressed together at an angle. The giant wooden clubs they used as weapons had been carelessly tossed aside. They didn't need them anymore. They had more pressing business to attend to. I tried to stop you guys when I heard something weird, Cohen said, the corner of his mouth twitching. But it looks like I was a little too late. Why were the trolls he and Quirrell had brought here a male and a female? No. Why did they start doing that the moment they met? Was this some kind of twisted, heavy metal horror game? Cohen felt like God owed him compensation for having to witness this. Sorry, Harry whispered to the trolls. We'll leave right now, Ron added, his face feeling like it had been hit with a Petri ficus totalist spell. The 2 of them stepped back in unison, aligning themselves with Cohen. Click! Harry slammed the bathroom door shut, but the trolls inside had already noticed them. Now, the trolls' roars were loud enough to pierce through the door. And then came, Hermione's scream rang out, accompanied by the sound of a bursting pipe. The trolls' limited brains, fueled by their heated state, must have shifted their aggression to the nearest living thing. Hermione! Harry and Ron shouted in unison. Cohen, momentarily distracted by the explosive scene, had forgotten they were here to save Hermione. In his defense, the topic of trolls and goblins was just too captivating. He'd even been wondering how to record this and send it to the Daily Prophet. The 2 frantic boys fumbled awkwardly, but Cohen yanked them aside. Alohomora! The lock clicked open, and Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed inside, with Cohen following close behind. Soul strength 7. Soul strength 8. These 2 trolls were far weaker than an adult acromantula, whether judged by their souls or their intelligence. Dealing with them now felt as easy to Cohen as slurping up Jell-O. Black. But Cohen gagged preemptively. Just the thought of consuming these creatures' souls made his stomach turn, especially with the troll's stench still lingering in the air, amplifying the nausea. Hey! Harry grabbed a faucet and smashed it against the wall with all his might. The two trolls lazily turned toward the noise, their clubs now less than a foot away from Hermione. "Hey, you big idiots!" Ron darted to the other side, hurling a rock at one of the trolls' heads. "Bombarda!" Cohen lobbed an explosive spell at the other troll's skull. Normally, two quick Avada Kedavras would have settled this, but with witnesses around, he had to take the scenic route. Cohen planned to use Defendo to tear down the ceiling above the trolls' heads, letting Hogwarts bricks knock them out. Their souls were useless to him anyway. His soul strength was stuck at 20, and only something like a mature Acromantula with 10+ points could boost it further. Plus, it'd save him from gagging all day after eating the souls of these school-defiling trolls. "Hermione, get over here," Harry urged, now that the trolls' attention was on Ron and Cohen. But Hermione, just an 11-year-old girl, was frozen in terror, pressed tightly against the wall. Cohen aimed his wand at the ceiling. He was waiting for the trolls to get a bit closer. That way, the falling bricks wouldn't accidentally hit anyone else. But Harry's next move forced Cohen to scrap Plan A. He leapt onto one of the trolls' backs and jammed his wand up its nostril. The next second, the other troll swung its club toward its newly chosen mate's head, or rather, toward Harry perched on top of it. "Did it have to be like this?" Cohen groaned, rubbing his forehead. Panicked, Ron raised his wand, at a loss, before casting the only spell he knew. Wingardium Leviosa. The swinging troll's club missed its mark. But one club wasn't enough to knock out two trolls, especially since this swing was horizontal. Even if Ron's spell wore off, the club would just hit the floor, not a troll's head. No choice, he'd have to go a little off-script. Flipendo. Cohen aimed the spell not at a troll, but at Harry on the troll's head. Arresto Momentum. He quickly followed with a cushioning charm on Harry, just to avoid accidentally becoming the murderer of the chosen one. With the nuisance out of the way, the two trolls were easier to handle. Defendo. Cohen's final spell struck the ceiling, and a massive, jagged chunk of stone crashed down, knocking both trolls unconscious in one blow. Ding. Kindness points plus 100. Ding. Kindness points plus 100. Current kindness points 2000 achieved. Kindness side quest unlocked. Inventory system activated. Cohen didn't even know how to process his emotions. So kindness points and sin points were they freaking meant to be hoarded to unlock side quests? I wish every system in the world came with a manual. Just as Harry and Ron were celebrating the fact that the two trolls had been knocked out, Professor McGonagall stormed into the bathroom. Snape followed behind her, with Quirrell trailing last. It seemed Quirrell was surprised to see Cohen there. His eyes widened, as if the idea of Cohen saving someone was as absurd as a troll dancing ballet. But Quirrell, the drama king, still put on a show. He let out a feeble sob, collapsed onto a toilet, and clutched his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the trolls, then shot Cohen an odd look, probably wondering how these two trolls had survived an encounter with him. "What in the world are you lot up to?" McGonagall's worried expression turned to icy fury. "You're lucky you didn't get yourselves killed. Why weren't you safely in your dormitories?" Harry and Ron didn't know how to explain. Cohen was about to speak, but Hermione beat him to it. "Professor McGonagall, they came looking for me." "Miss Granger." Hermione struggled to her feet from the corner. It was me who came to find the trolls, because I've read about them in books and know a lot about them." Cohen gained a new understanding of how the world's timeline corrected itself. Hermione's words were almost identical to the books, even with Cohen thrown into the mix. No big deal, though. The trolls were down, and Cohen's focus shifted back to the diadem in the Room of Requirement. Last time he checked, the soul fragment in Ravenclaw's diadem had a strength of 20 points. Now, thanks to the selfless contributions of the spiders, Cohen had reached 20 points himself. He could devour this piece of Voldemort's soul. If they hadn't found me, I'd definitely be dead by now. Hermione took the blame for breaking school rules. Ron and Harry showed a brief flash of surprise at this, then quickly tried to act like they'd known the story all along. Professor McGonagall awarded 5 points each to the three of them and deducted 5 from Hermione, giving the Gryffindors more capital to get into mischief. Hermione ran off first. Cohen, Harry, and the others strolled toward the common room at a more leisurely pace. Cohen should have gotten more than 15 points, Ron grumbled, his mouth full. Cohen, that spell you used, I've never even heard of it. Then you should look at yourself for answers, Cohen said with a shrug. They're all spells from books, just not from standard spells, grade 1. It's only 10 points total, counting the ones deducted from Hermione, Harry pointed out. But Hermione's saying that really got us out of trouble. McGonagall loves her. What about me? Cohen complained. I've been building goodwill with McGonagall, too. But you're always skipping class. McGonagall's face sours every time she calls her name, and you're not there, Ron said. Blame Quirrell for scheduling his lessons at the same time as Transfiguration. Dark magic was a lot to learn, and weekends alone weren't enough. Back in the common room, Hermione was waiting at the entrance. She thanked the three of them and then hurried off. Cohen quickly scarfed down his food and slipped out of the common room. Everyone was distracted by the Weasley twins' fireworks display, so no one noticed him leave. You couldn't blame Cohen for being in a rush. It was like in a game when you finally hit level 20 to open a restricted reward chest after grinding for ages, only for your mom to come in and say, "Go to bed, you can play tomorrow." Any normal person would agree, wait for her to leave, then sneak under the covers, turn on their phone, and check what junk was in the chest. Entering the room of requirement, Cohen immediately spotted the Earl getting cozy with Hedwig. The two owls were nuzzling each other in the Earl's little nest. Please, don't remind me of something disgusting that just happened. Cohen thought of the two trolls mating, seeing the Earl and Hedwig so close together now. Honestly, it was a little too similar. You didn't knock, the Earl squawked in alarm. This is my room, Cohen snapped back. And don't act like I'm taking advantage of you. I've seen it all before. Your little bits aren't even as big as my finger. Wicked, single little pervert. The Earl flapped its wings, taking off with Hedwig out the window. Cohen was pretty much immune to the Earl's petty complaints by now. He grabbed the old diadem from a cabinet. Its gems still sparkled in the firelight, though the soul fragment's evil influence had started to darken and discolor its main structure. No use hiding. I can see you, little Mr. Voldemort. Cohen tilted his head, addressing the tiny soul inside the diadem. Why do you feel like the villain here? The way the soul shrank trembling into the gem's depths gave Cohen a twinge of guilt. Too bad no amount of pitiful acting could change its fate. Just as Cohen prepared to suck out the soul, the Voldemort fragment seemed to realize playing weak wouldn't sway the terrifying thing in front of it. A torrent of dark soul energy burst forth, coalescing into a grotesque human shape. It was going all in. If it could catch Cohen off guard. Asterisk burp asterisk. Cohen let out a sudden belch from the unexpected fullness. He hadn't even started sucking, and the thing had jumped right into his mouth. Straight to the stomach in one go. So this is what it's like when a guy tries to slide tackle a tiger. Cohen clucked his tongue in mock pity. Opening the system panel, Cohen checked the boost from this soul fragment. Asterisk asterisk Cohen Norton asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk race asterisk asterisk Dementor human slash forward slash asterisk asterisk soul integrity asterisk asterisk 22%. Asterisk asterisk special abilities unlocked asterisk asterisk spirit shaping 1/10. Emotion drain 1/10. Asterisk asterisk soul strength asterisk asterisk 22. Asterisk asterisk current kindness points asterisk asterisk 2000. Asterisk asterisk current sin points asterisk asterisk 711. A 2% boost to soul integrity, equivalent to about 20 adult, 8-eyed giant spiders. Voldemort really was a big, filling meal. But Cohen's attention was elsewhere. After hitting 2,000 kindness points, asterisk asterisk kindness branch asterisk asterisk, and asterisk asterisk inventory system asterisk asterisk had popped up, he'd originally thought his system was just a simple shop, but it clearly wasn't. The inventory system was handy. When Cohen opened it, the data panel in front of him switched to a square screen with 9 slots. He tested it out. One real-world item took up 1 slot. Each slot displayed an item count, but items couldn't stack. After all, no two leaves in the world were identical, and Cohen couldn't find two identical pieces of parchment either. Objects made by a duplication charm were pure magic and couldn't be stored. Living things were out too. The rabbit he'd rescued from Quirrell was still alive. He planned to keep it as emergency food. For now, Cohen decided to use it to store his wand, saving him the hassle of digging out of his pocket. The inventory let items appear directly in his hand. Next up was the **kindness branch **kindness branch 1/7 ***1 Prevent Tom Riddle from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone Reward ***1,000 kindness points Death Tracker Cloak Note: future kindness branches will shift based on your choices. Mind your stance. He wasn't sure what this cloak was, but sounded pretty cool. What about the evil path, then? Cohen figured hitting 2,000 sin points would unlock an evil branch. Would the rewards be on par with the kindness ones? When a man has a goal, no matter how great the obstacle, he'll find 1,000 bizarre ways to overcome it. And Cohen's method for quickly and safely earning sin points? Over the next 2 weeks, Cohen unleashed a series of highly efficient pranks on his fellow first and second-year students. Friday morning, after the last potions class of the week. "You must explain yourself, Mr. Norton," Professor McGonagall said, blocking the doorway to the potions classroom, her eyes practically shooting sparks. According to Mr. Macmillan, his hair turned green after eating the candy you gave him. Maybe the candy went bad. Cohen dodged, or it's one of my dad's pranks. Last time I heard him say he wanted to dye my hair green. Oh, and was the suddenly squeaking and turning into a rat hairpin you gave Miss Abbott also your father's prank, Mr. Norton? McGonagall emphasized the Mr. with a sharp edge. That was my mom. Detention 1 week. McGonagall delivered her verdict. I taught your parents, so I know they wouldn't waste their time on pointless pranks like this. You wouldn't want them summoned to the school 2 weeks before Christmas, would you? Over the past 2 weeks, more than 100 students have come to me complaining about you. Some even shrieking that you're the Dark Lord Reborn. You should be ashamed. Classmates are supposed to help each other through tough times, not serve as targets for your foolish pranks. Their accusations were a bit exaggerated. All Cohen had done was tell some spooky stories in his own dramatic style, while secretly siphoning off a little of their happiness. If it were Voldemort, he'd have taken their souls and lives, not just their little rainbow unicorns and babbity-rabbity daydreams. Grow up a little and stop picking up childish tricks from the Weasley twins. McGonagall said earnestly, "You've got real talent in transfiguration and charms. If you're that bored, come talk to me or Professor Flitwick about learning something from the next level. Spells aren't toys to mess around with. You need to understand that a single mistake could lead to very serious consequences." McGonagall spent nearly half an hour lecturing Cohen on treating his classmates kindly. Only after he nodded repeatedly and swore he wouldn't pull anything like this again did she reluctantly let him go. Yes. Cohen admitted he might have gone a bit overboard. But setting aside the fact that his reckless spending of sin points had left him short of the 2,000 needed to unlock a side quest, wasn't some of the blame on Hogwarts students too? Are you seriously being this unreasonable? Back in the room of requirement, the Earl scoffed at Cohen's crisis of conscience. I'm 11 years and 4 months old. Being childish is normal. Okay. Cohen flopped onto the bed in the corner, stretching out comfortably. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, Cohen had finally boosted his sin points. Current sin points, 1999. So close, just one more prank. But who should be his final target? Tough choice. Cohen's gaze landed on the endlessly chattering Earl. Away. The Earl once again enjoyed the thrill of losing its feathers. Ding. Sin points +1. The wool had been sheared bald. Cohen had originally planned to keep farming sin points off the Earl, but the darn thing built up a tolerance. If he kept targeting it, the points it yielded dwindled, until a few days ago, when even turning it into a cup during its date with Hedwig didn't earn him a single point. Luckily, a surprise attack like this still squeezed out a little. making Cohen suspect that earning sin points might be tied to how much the target accepted the mischief. Current sin points, 2000. Achieved, evil side quest unlocked. Note, you naturally wicked little Dementor spawn. I'm going to download Genshin Impact into your system. Cohen felt like he'd never smile brightly again. Wait, no, Dementors don't produce sunshine anyway. That's a sunflower's job. Evil side quest, 1/7. 1. Prevent Harry Potter from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Reward, 1,000 sin points, Morning Frost weapon. Note, future evil side quests will shift based on your choices. Mind your alignment. Easy, I'll just take the Philosopher's Stone myself, right? With that, Cohen stopped suppressing his aura. When the hell are you going to turn my feathers back? The Earl roared for the second time in this room. I must have created mosquitoes in my last life to end up as your pet in this one. This time, Cohen didn't need to get scolded by Professor Kettleburn. He could now cast the counterspell to Vanishing Charms. But maybe the spell brought back a bit too much, because it didn't just restore the Earl's recently vanished feathers, it also brought back the ones Cohen had vanished last time. You little. By November, the climate in the Scottish Highlands had turned brutal. What had been a mildly chilly autumn transformed, in just a month, into a frost-covered wasteland. Cohen half-suspected Dumbledore was outright abusing Filch by making him work in the castle. The poor guy had to shovel all the frost off the bricks in front of the castle by himself, without magic. It turned Filch into a walking, ticking detention bomb during this period. Any young wizard who dared come within 5 meters of him outdoors was slapped with 2 days of detention. Fred and George had made significant contributions to riling Filch up. They'd sneak out every night to sprinkle water at the castle entrance, making the ice even harder to clear. Cohen joined in too. "You've got to eat some breakfast, Harry." On a clear Saturday morning, Cohen looked at Harry, who seemed as stressed as a student about to take a college entrance exam, and offered a friendly nudge. "I don't want anything," Harry said, rubbing his temples. Today was his first ever Quidditch match, and to make matters worse, Snape had confiscated Hermione's copy of Quidditch through the ages that she'd lent him, and he hadn't managed to get it back. Plus, Harry had seen something horrifying: Snape's leg, drenched in blood. Harry was convinced it was from Snape trying to get past the 3-headed dog guarding the 4th-floor corridor. No arguing there. "I think he's behind it too," Cohen said, siding with Harry. Snape had to be the one stealing the Philosopher's Stone, right? Voldemort was a strong contender too. Quirrell was hiding too well. Wait a second. Who the heck was Cohen Norton? After breakfast, Harry left the table with Wood and the others, while Hermione and Ron headed back to the common room. Gryffindor students were busy preparing banners and cheering props for the Quidditch match. Cohen, meanwhile, was called to Quirrell's office. "The Dark Lord has a plan." Quirrell shut the office door tight and cast a soundproofing charm before whispering to Cohen, "We're going to team up to kill Harry Potter." "Thank heavens, you've finally come to your senses," Cohen said, feigning relief. "So how we do it?" "There are tons of teachers and students watching today. Once he's on his broom, we'll both curse it, make it look like an accident with a flying broom. He'll fall to his death." "Fair point. It's his first match. Rookie mistakes are normal," Cohen nodded. "The spell is—" "Hold on," Cohen interrupted. He wasn't about to let Voldemort use him as a lackey so easily. "I've already put a lot of time and effort into helping you guys." Question mark. Quirrell looked at Cohen, confused. He'd assumed Cohen would jump at the chance. After all, the gleam in Cohen's eyes when he killed small animals in the office was practically more Voldemort than Voldemort himself. Cohen held out an open hand toward Quirrell. "What's that for?" Quirrell, puzzled, thought Cohen wanted a high five or handshake and placed his hand on Cohen's. "What are you doing?" Cohen shook off Quirrell's hand in disgust. "I want payment. Helping you comes with exposure risks. I paid my tuition, after all. What if the other teachers catch me murdering a classmate? Who's covering my losses? It's just a small thing." Quirrell didn't quite get Cohen's weird logic, but it wasn't a big deal. The Dark Lord's goals were worth far more than a few galleons. This kid's ambitions were still too petty. With a sigh, Quirrell pulled out 3 galleons and placed them in Cohen's hand. "Harry's my dearest friend, my brother, We even sleep together every night." Cohen sighed dramatically. 3 galleons? Who was he kidding? Hogwarts professors made at least 150 galleons a month. Question mark. Quirrell couldn't believe his ears. "Add more," Cohen pressed. In the end, after extorting 180 galleons from Quirrell, Cohen agreed to the plan to take out Harry. Truth be told, the plan was doomed to fail. With so many teachers on the field, even if Harry fell, he wouldn't get seriously hurt. Cohen suspected Voldemort's order was just to blow off steam. Harry had, after all, pulled a sneaky move at level 1, countering him with a reflective shield and getting him killed. "Did you memorize the spell?" Quirrell asked, still uneasy. "Got it." Cohen demonstrated on Quirrell's turban. The magically fastened scarf unraveled instantly, revealing the back of his head where Voldemort, startled by the sudden cold air, sneezed. "If you don't believe me, I can show you again." "No need." Quirrell quickly stopped him, scrambling to rewind the turban before Voldemort lost his temper. The sudden exposure of his bald head made Quirrell shiver too. Tisk, tsk, tisk. No wonder bald people wore hats in winter. Cohen gave Quirrell's shiny scalp a pitying look, and then Quirrell kicked him out. Clutching a heavy coin pouch, Cohen returned to the Gryffindor common room with satisfaction. The Gryffindor students were in full swing preparing for the match. Their supplies included, but weren't limited to, a banner made from a bedsheet soiled by Peter Pettigrew. Cohen suspected it was from a nightmare-induced bedwetting. Gross. Painted with Potter must win. A pile of red and gold cheer sticks, and some kind of cylindrical amplifying device. Not every wizard knew the amplifying charm. "Cohen, check out Hermione's spell." Ron waved the banner excitedly at Cohen. "The paint's moving. No need to wave it." "I can see it." Cohen dodged quickly. He had zero interest in touching a bedsheet stained with who knows what by a creepy, middle-aged rat man. "Now Harry'll definitely see it. What's that in your hand?" Ron said, buzzing with energy before noticing the coin pouch. "Pocket money from working for a professor. All those weekends slaving away at Quirrell's weren't for nothing." Cohen shrugged. "When's a Quidditch match? Should we grab good seats?" "Top tier's best. Wider view," Cohen added. Of course, it was really so he could keep an eye on Harry. Though he'd taken Quirrell's money, Cohen had no intention of actually helping. With Snape, Quirrell, and Cohen all casting spells on Harry's broom, Quirrell wouldn't be able to tell what Cohen was up to anyway. At Cohen's suggestion, the Gryffindors decided to head to the Quidditch pitch at 10:15 sharp to beat the Slytherins to the top seats, as if their seating choices could sway the game. When they reached the circular stadium, a scattering of students had already arrived. The weather was nice, and everyone was curious about Harry, the first year in a century to join the Quidditch team as a seeker. "Hagrid, you're here early too." Cohen spotted Hagrid already seated in the top row, looking a bit nervous. Of course, it's Harry's first match. Hagrid rubbed his beetle-black eyes, his nose making a sniffing sound. Just like his dad, ugh. "Want to sit here with me and watch?" Besides Cohen, Ron, and Hermione, no other young witches or wizards dared sit next to Hagrid's massive frame. It wasn't that Hagrid was scary. His wild gestures just made it easy to get elbowed if you sat too close. Almost simultaneously, Cohen and Hermione pulled books from their bags within 5 seconds of sitting down. "Wait, you two, it's Saturday." Ron stared in disbelief at the two beside him. Reading even at a Quidditch match. "Waiting for the game to start is boring," Cohen said reasonably. "You know, we only get 7 years at Hogwarts. Minus holidays, that's just 266 weeks left. Time's running out." Hermione hummed in agreement beside him. "That sounds like something my distant cousin said after catching dragonpox. He's always moaning about not having much time left," Ron said, his mouth twitching. "We've got centuries until graduation." 6.5 years. Hermione corrected without looking up from her book. "Not centuries, Ron. You need to take your studies more seriously." Cohen didn't comment. The 266-week excuse was just a cover. He didn't actually want to be a try-hard right now. But he needed to cram the counterspell for the disruption charm Quirrell had taught him. If Harry actually fell because of Cohen's involvement, he'd at least need to fake participation in front of Quirrell. As 11 o'clock drew closer, it seemed like the entire school, students and staff alike, had gathered in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students had brought binoculars since the field was so vast. Cohen felt he should have brought a pair too. Pinpointing Harry among a bunch of distant, identically colored figures was proving trickier than expected. As the two teams emerged from the locker rooms below, the entire stadium was engulfed by the deafening cheers of the crowd. Compared to the hyped-up spectators, Cohen was experiencing something a little different. He felt hungry, a thirst stronger than ever before. The faces of the students and the roar of their voices faded away, replaced by colorful, wispy threads of emotion floating in the air, soft and fluffy like cotton candy. A feast surrounded him. Normally, he could easily suppress this hunger with a bit of willpower, but plopped into a place overflowing with positive emotions like this, Cohen found it hard to resist. Little gluttons like him were all the same. No wonder the Dementors in the books couldn't help sneaking into Quidditch matches. This place was a literal buffet. Cohen? Cohen. Harry's taken off. Ron's voice came from Cohen's left, but when Cohen turned, all he saw was edible happiness, maybe mixed with a dash of nerves and anxiety. Cohen shook his head. This felt like being high. So this was the world eyeless Dementors saw? He wasn't about to lose control. Forced to act against Harry was one thing. Going wild in front of a crowd was another. If Dumbledore came knocking later, Cohen could claim he'd been secretly casting counterspells to protect Harry. But if he started sucking up emotions right here on the field, there'd be no washing that stain off. He was only a first year, after all. He had to at least build a decent reputation. Cohen pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. A wave of sweetness flooded his throat. Ah, bliss. Another day of saving Hogwarts from himself. Where's Harry? Cohen's eyes finally returned to normal. Or rather, he wasn't quite so ravenous anymore. He's circling the field looking for the snitch, but it doesn't seem like he's spotted it yet. Ron said, sounding worried. That's barbaric. Hermione gasped as Flint from the Slytherin team deliberately rammed into Harry. Harry's broom veered sharply off course, though thankfully he clung on tight. Foul! The Gryffindors around them erupted into furious shouts. Send him off. Referee. Red card. Dean Thomas, sitting in the row ahead of Cohen, bellowed. This isn't soccer, Dean, Ron said, practically leaning out of the stands, keeping one eye on the match while correcting him. You can't send people off in Quidditch. And what's a red card? And so, after that blatant and despicable bit of cheating, Lee Jordan, Gryffindor's commentator, struggled to stay impartial. Jordan, Professor McGonagall growled from beside the announcer's booth. I mean, after that open and revolting foul. Jordan, I'm warning you. All right. Flint nearly killed Gryffindor's seeker, which I'm sure happens to everyone at some point. So, Gryffindor gets a penalty shot. Around this time, Cohen, who'd been keeping an eye on Harry, spotted traces of a jinx. Back when he'd studied dark magic with Quirrell, Cohen had learned how to identify magical signatures, and he was good at it. Magic and souls were deeply connected. After all, by tapping into that soul-observing vision, Cohen could clearly see the faint or vivid trails of magic lingering in the air. Quirrell had made his move. Harry's broom gave a sudden, terrifying lurch, then began zigzagging wildly through the sky. I don't know what Harry's up to, Hagrid muttered, peering through his binoculars at Harry. If I didn't know him so well, I'd think he'd lost control of his broom, but he can't have. Cohen joined Quirrell in casting a 3-second jinx toward Harry, just enough to leave a magical trace. Had to keep Quirrell and Voldemort from thinking he was slacking. Harry's broom trembled even more violently, looking like it might buck him off any second. He was hanging on by his arms alone, dangling precariously in midair. Then Cohen caught sight of a third spell's trace hitting Harry's broom, also coming from the staff section. Snape had jumped in. When Flint crashed in him earlier, could that have messed up the broom? Seamus whispered from the front row. No way. Hagrid shook his head. Nothing short of powerful dark magic can mess with a broom like that. Kids couldn't cast anything strong enough to affect a Nimbus 2000. Suddenly, Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars. Instead of looking up at Harry, she frantically scanned the crowd. What are you? Ron started to ask. I knew it, Hermione said, breathless. It's Snape, look. She handed the binoculars to Ron. He's jinxing it. Cohen, what are you doing? Hermione caught Cohen mirroring Snape's movements almost exactly. Huh. I'm jinxing. Wait, no. I'm protecting Harry. Don't freak out. If I stop the counterspell, he'll fall. Cohen hurriedly resumed, chanting the counterspell. You know how to do that? Hermione asked, stunned, but she chose to trust him. Someone had to be casting a counterspell. Otherwise, Harry would have fallen already. Right now, his broom was holding a shaky balance, neither spinning like a washing machine nor steady enough for him to climb back on. It was like two invisible forces were wrestling for control of the broom. I've got an idea. With a yelp, Hermione vanished from the stands. Less than 2 minutes later, chaos erupted in the staff section. Snape was on fire, literally. Hermione had snuck over and set his robes ablaze. At the same time, Cohen naturally stopped his spell, since quarrels had also ceased. Harry finally scrambled back onto his broom. Neville, you can look now, Ron said excitedly. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket just moments ago. The instant Harry remounted his broom, he dove straight for the ground. Then, he clapped a hand over his mouth like he was about to puke before landing on all fours. I caught it. He spat a golden object out of his mouth. Gryffindor wins. Madam, Hooch declared. Ding. Kindness points, plus 100. Note, you've regained a shred of conscience. Not much, but it'll do. Christmas was here. Time for Cohen to go find his mom. He didn't catch the snitch. He nearly swallowed it. Even though most people had already left the pitch, Flint from the Slytherin team was still bellowing furiously. But no one paid him any attention. Even if Harry had caught the snitch with his butt cheeks, the 150 points would still go to Gryffindor. He looks like a baboon whose banana got snatched, Cohen remarked as the group trudged toward Hagrid's hut. It was Snape, Ron explained to Harry. We all saw it. He was jinxing your broom. If Cohen hadn't been countering it and Hermione hadn't set Snape's robes on fire, you might have been dead. Nonsense, Hagrid said, unconvinced. Why would Snape do something like that? Maybe he had a grudge against Harry's dad? Cohen chimed in, relieved no one suspected him. He couldn't imagine how Harry would react if Quirrell later told him. Cohen was in on it too. I think I heard my dad say. What? Your dad knew my dad. Harry cut in, forgetting all about Snape nearly killing him. He was desperate for any scrap of info about his parents. They were friends, probably. There's only one school in Britain, Hogwarts, and each house only has about 10 kids per year. Hard not to be friends, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. The afternoon tea wasn't exactly warm and cozy. Under their relentless questioning, Hagrid accidentally let two things slip. The three-headed dog was his, and a name tied to the situation. Nicholas Flamel. That left Hagrid sulking, mad at himself the whole time. We need to look up that name in the library, Hermione said as they headed back to the castle. Maybe we can figure out what that dog's guarding. Nicholas Flamel was an alchemist, Cohen said abruptly. Question mark. Hermione turned to him. You didn't ask me. Cohen shrugged innocently. He created the Philosopher's Stone, a tool that turns stone into gold. It can also make an elixir of life. The Philosopher's Stone is the ultimate goal of ancient alchemy, since their whole deal was making gold and living forever. I read it in the detailed guide to alchemy. Next time, I'm never complaining about you reading in the common room, Ron said, gaping. Alchemy? Is that really something we should be reading at our age? That's not the point, Ron, Hermione said, worried. That kind of alchemical artifact must be incredibly valuable. No one would pass up the chance to steal something that tempting. We got to stop them, Harry declared, sounding every bit the protagonist. +1, Cohen nodded. He did want to stop anyone else from stealing the stone, because he wanted it for himself. A perfectly reasonable plan to nab the Philosopher's Stone was already forming in his head. If Dumbledore played along, that is. Since they'd learned about the stone, they didn't press Hagrid further, leaving him thinking they'd dropped the matter. Until December, Harry and Cohen kept up a front of perfect obedience. In that time, Cohen had whittled down the Forbidden Forest's 8-eyed giant spider population to just a handful of young adults. Aragog had taken his descendants underground. and every time Cohen visited, he'd hear Aragog's furious cursing from below. Kill, kill, kill. Someone gotta die, so why not spiders? In the room of requirement, the Earl lounged lazily by the fire. The weather had grown bitterly cold, and it rarely left the hearth anymore. Killing spiders is getting boring, Cohen said, making a dangerous statement. Oh, are you moving on to little wizards and centaurs now? Great, Dumbledore will definitely take you on, the Earl cheered. Don't worry, you and Dumbledore are evenly matched. Yeah, I solo in my dreams all the time, right? Cohen shot the Earl a glare. No, I meant he'd solo you 5 times in 5 seconds, the Earl clarified. When are you getting me that wand you promised? Hedwig's getting harder to pin down. I saw her sneaking off with some dung yellow owl from the Ollery. Do you have to use a word like sneaking off in front of kid? Cohen grumbled. Before Christmas, all right? I'll write to Ollivander to order one, so you can come with me to that manor ruin to visit relatives. Otherwise, can an orphan even use the word visit relatives? The Earl asked, feigning curiosity. I mean, you don't even know what you're made of. Looks like your feathers need plucking, Cohen said icily. By mid-December, they just had to get through one more day before the holidays. Many students had already packed their bags. Malfoy almost never bothered Harry when Cohen was around. Cohen was sure Lucius Malfoy had sent him a letter warning him off. It seemed plenty of people knew Cohen's identity, yet he couldn't find a single record about himself anywhere. Fudge must really be terrified of headlines like shocking. A deathless dark magic experiment monster appears in the wizarding world. Outside the castle, snow had piled up several feet high. The lake was frozen solid, and the giant squid lurked faintly beneath the ice of the Black Lake. Walking out there at night would feel straight out of a horror movie. After surviving their last potions class, the young witches and wizards' cheers nearly blew the roof off once Snape left. Holidays were here. Cohen's family visit plan officially kicked off. The Earl took just one day to speed deliver Cohen's long-distance wand order to Ollivander and return to Hogwarts with a shiny new wand. It was obvious how badly it wanted it. You're never this quick when delivering my other letters, Cohen said, smirking. Delivering your mail is work. Buying myself a wand is life, the Earl said philosophically. I deserve this. Cohen let the Earl mess around with its new wand in the room of requirement all night, making sure to take all his important stuff out beforehand to avoid stray spells hitting them. The next morning, Cohen grabbed the sleepy Earl and blended into the crowd of young witches and wizards heading home for Christmas. Since the stay-or-go form was self-reported anyway, Cohen hadn't signed up to stay at school. He wanted plenty of time to explore that abandoned manor. Halfway along, after passing an arched bridge, Cohen slipped into a nearby grove, parting ways with the group heading to the train platform. The manor in Northumberland. Would he really find any records from 10 years ago? 3 kilometers wasn't a long distance for either the Earl or Cohen. One beast and one bird soared into the clouds, ensuring Cohen wouldn't be spotted by wizards. Dementors were supposed to be confined to Azkaban. Having a rogue one pop up would definitely attract a squad from the Ministry of Magic. In recent days, Cohen had also tinkered with the thestral skin bag Hagrid had given him, modifying it to hold more stuff. Whoever invented the undetectable extension charm was an absolute genius. Cohen planned to dabble in creating new magic himself later on. The wizarding world spells felt outdated, still stuck in that medieval vibe of shoot some fire, sprinkle some water, or block an arrow. Basic stuff. It was like humanity had invented nails, planks, and wheels, but hadn't figured out how to assemble them into a cart. Still, that wasn't something Cohen needed to worry about right now. He and the Earl were almost at the manor. The once grand main house of Burke Manor was now reduced to shattered brick corners and scattered, charred wooden beams, its foundation buried deep under stone and snow. The manor was encircled by a ring of magically grown evergreen trees, enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm to keep thrill-seeking muggles from stumbling in. Even after 10 years, Cohen could still see faint and vivid traces of spells lingering over the ruins through his magical vision. Some dark magic left marks that even time couldn't erase. Tisk, tiske, hiske, Cohen floated above the clouds, gazing down at the wreckage. These spells look like they could still kill someone 10 years later. Real mystery who cast them, huh, the Earl said dryly. No wonder you hairless wizards stuck a guard here. A guard? Who? Cohen perked up at the Earl's words, scanning the area for whoever was guarding these ruins. If it weren't for the faint plume of smoke rising suddenly, Cohen would have never spotted the house blending into the snow-covered trees. Its snow-laden roof made it nearly invisible from above. Whoever lived in the inner circle had to be a wizard, cut off from the world, probably tasked with periodically refreshing the muggle-repelling spells. That sounded like either a government gig or a prison sentence. After confirming no one else was around to see, Cohen and the Earl descended into the forest. I bet you're going to take him out, the Earl wagered from a tree branch. I'll stake a field mouse on it. There's no way you can rummage through those ruins without making a racket. So for a rotten guy like you, that's speciesism. Careful, or I'll spread word you're prejudiced against non-humans. Cohen shot back, flipping the Earl the middle finger. Sure, technically Dementors aren't exactly saints, but that doesn't stop me from being a good person, or, well, a good monster. Cohen reached the cabin door. Inside, he heard the sound of boiling water and a man humming. The guy was crooning the Scottish folk song Loch Lomond, pretty refined taste. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen, hood up, rapped on the door, determined to prove to the Earl he could be reasonable. Who's there? A wary voice called from inside. The cabin door creaked open. Stupefied. Cohen and the man inside cast their spells at the same time. Trust between strangers didn't even get a chance to start. Fine, you win, Cohen conceded to the Earl. I struck first. The man inside collapsed stiffly to the floor. Both spells had hit. His even struck Cohen square in the head. He clearly hadn't expected the stranger at his door to be an 11-year-old kid. But he didn't expect the Dementor to knock either, Cohen said with a hint of regret. A Patronus charm might have given Cohen a scare, but stupefy? Had anyone ever seen a Dementor knocked out by a stunning spell? Cohen stepped inside. The man sprawled on the floor was a gaunt, middle-aged guy in patched, worn-out clothes. His unkempt black hair was streaked with white. The cabin's interior was sparse. A small bed piled with old blankets, a wooden table against the wall covered in knife scratches, a wobbly chair, and an iron pot simmering over a fire. Something was cooking in the pot. Cohen peeked inside. Rabbit, maybe? He'd roasted rabbit before, so he recognized it. Did he forget he lives in a wooden house? The Earl perched on the table, tilting its head at the blazing fire. A normal fire would have stones around it, but this was just a few logs stacked together. The fact that the wooden floor beneath hadn't caught fire was a miracle. Magic pretty amazing, huh? Cohen said dismissively. He was busy searching the unconscious man's clothes. Cohen pegged him as a convict based on the shackle around his right wrist. Only prisoners wore cuffs with broken chains dangling like that. Plus, the shackle bore traces of a spell similar to a tracking charm. No need to speculate further about his identity. You hoping to find boobs on a guy? The Earl asked, incredulous. Shut it if you can't say anything useful. Don't tempt me to kill you. Cohen shot a menacing glare at the bird. He just pulled a hefty stash from the man's coat pocket. A bunch of crumpled notes, a broken quill, and some silver sickles and copper nuts. Cohen dumped it all onto the wooden table. He's really poor. Cohen almost felt bad taking the money. Sweeping the pitiful pile of coins to the table's edge, Cohen spread out the notes and started flipping through them. Participated in inhumane and evil dark magic experiments. Engaged in the trade of prohibited creatures rated XXXX or higher. What Cohen found was an ancient sentencing document. Joint penalty decision. Lifelong assignment to guard the Burke Manor ruins, still laden with dangerous magic. Wisengamot courtroom. The name of the convict listed was Herbert Burke. Cohen glanced at the man on the floor, then back at the name on the document. The Burke family. Burke Manor. When Edward had taken him to Diagon Alley to shop, he'd mentioned that Cohen's adoptive mother, Rose, came from the Burke family. No way, this guy's my uncle? Cohen had a bad feeling. The Burke family couldn't have been completely wiped out, could they? The manor was gone, and the one Burke he'd finally tracked down was stuck here as a janitor for the Ministry of Magic. Cheer up, At least you're still free, the Earl said, trying to offer some comfort as it noticed Cohen lost in thought, though it wasn't exactly great at consoling people. Damn it. I was hoping to take them out and inherit the family fortune, Cohen grumbled. They're definitely broke now. Those banned creatures sell for a fortune. Even a Class B prohibited item goes for thousands of galleons. The Earl fell silent for a moment before muttering, I knew nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. To keep dear Uncle Herbert from waking up and ruining his plans, Cohen cast a rope transfiguration spell on the chair, binding the old criminal tightly in place. Done. Cohen clapped his hands, admiring his handiwork. Herbert was trussed up like a dumpling, with only his nose left free to breathe. That should keep him out of trouble. Cohen planned to release him before leaving. Otherwise, if Herbert died, this hazardous area would be left unguarded. The ministry would notice, and any investigation might expose Cohen. As Cohen prepared to head out, he realized the Earl wasn't following. He turned back to the owl, still perched in the distance, and asked, You're not coming with me? Nope. I haven't even hit a home run with Hedwig yet. I'm not about to go looking for death, the Earl refused. That ruin's full of lingering dark magic. Fine. Stay here and keep an eye on this guy. Here's your wand. Cohen pulled the wand he'd bought for the Earl from his pocket. He figured he should get the Earl something like a dimensional pouch. After all, an owl couldn't exactly hide a wand that long on its body. Maybe he could strap a small bag with an extension charm to its left leg, so the Earl could grab the wand from it with its right claw, if owl claws could even manage that. Tossing the wand to the Earl, Cohen stepped out into the snow. Snow melt. With a wave of his wand at the manor ruins entrance, the surrounding snow and ice began to melt outward from Cohen, revealing the charred remnants and bare ground. Since the main house had collapsed, Cohen had to rely on the remaining wall bases to figure out the room layouts. Dark curses drifted through the air. Some dark magic, once cast, was nearly impossible to fully dispel. But the typically aggressive residual spells showed no hostility toward Cohen. In fact, they started swirling around him cheerfully. What's this? Cohen frowned at the black mist swirling around him, looking like some final boss special effect. The mist felt oddly familiar, almost like whoosh. Suddenly, a strand of black mist shot straight into Cohen's body. Then another and another. One by one, the swirling dark curses rubbed themselves into him. Asterisk soul integrity. 22.1% asterisk soul integrity. 22.2% asterisk soul integrity. 22.3% asterisk. Watching his soul integrity skyrocket, Cohen lowered the wand he'd raised to stop the mist. Were these his own soul fragments? Cohen felt a refreshing sensation, like waking up from a perfect nap. He'd never gained so much soul integrity in a single minute before. When the last wisp of mist slipped into him, his soul integrity settled at 27%. All that for just 5%. Cohen stared in disappointment at the now empty ruins. Every bit of dark mist had returned to him. So, this tiny fraction of his soul fragments had cursed the entire manor into an uninhabitable wreck. Turns out he was a walking dark magic curse factory. The rest of his soul fragments must have scattered elsewhere. This was just a small portion left behind. Still, even 5% was an unexpected bonus for Cohen. The spiders in the Forbidden Forest weren't providing much value anymore. Once he'd hit 20% soul integrity, souls below 10 points became useless to him. Even a prime adult 8-eyed giant spider offered little soul strength now, and they took months to grow from juveniles to adults. Too slow. Cohen needed a higher quality soul farming method. After absorbing the mist, Cohen refocused on the ruins themselves. Everyone knows that when a protagonist explores a ruin, there's always a secret basement full of mysteries, and no one who checked the place before ever finds it, even if the entrance is painfully obvious. Cohen located a pile of debris with the strongest magical traces. After clearing the rubble and dirt with a whirlwind sweep, a cracked floor slab emerged. Apparitium. He cast the revealing charm on the ground. But instead of the expected hidden staircase, the cracks on the slab began to writhe like living things, eventually forming words. Asterisk, asterisk, show your mercy, asterisk, asterisk. Show your mercy? Did Hogwarts teach any spells called mercy? Come on, was there a mercy charm in Harry Potter? Avada Kedavra! A jet of green light burst from Cohen's wand tip, shattering the slab to pieces the next second. Using the killing curse as an explosive spell worked surprisingly well. Cohen wasn't in the mood to play riddle games with a stone slab. Show mercy? The killing curse was his mercy. Good thing the slab didn't have a soul, or Cohen might have subjected it to a Dementor's kiss, more despairing than death. With the slab destroyed, a staircase leading to a shadowy basement appeared before him. Lumos! Cohen lit his wand tip and descended. Below was a dim corridor lined with closed doors, each marked with a slightly faded gold plaque bearing a number. At the end stood a larger, more ornate double door, likely leading to the most important part of the manor. Cohen doubted he'd been found here. If Dumbledore and the others had come, this wouldn't be. Asterisk, asterisk, soul strength. 67, weakened. Asterisk, asterisk. A system tag popped up for whatever was behind that door at the corridor's end. Cohen couldn't see its form. What had survived down here for 10 years without dying? A dark magical creature? A fantastic beast? A half-finished experiment? Or a person? Even if a ghost popped out of the basement, Cohen would have found it less bizarre than this. Though a ghost appearing here wouldn't exactly be normal either. The souls of the dead here should have been devoured by Cohen 10 years ago. Still, a mere soul strength tag of 67 wasn't enough to scare him off, especially with weakened tacked on after it. And even if he couldn't win a fight, Cohen figured he could at least escape. Surely there wasn't another Dementor waiting back there, right? As Cohen crept closer to the door at the end of the corridor, a strange sensation spread from his chest through his entire body. It felt like, asterisk child, asterisk. A woman's voice echoed in his mind, but it didn't come through his ears. It was as if it materialized straight into his head. This was a first. Mental magic like this shouldn't even be able to target Cohen. Mom! The word slipped out of his mouth involuntarily, like some invisible hand of kinship had pried his jaw open and forced it out. The blood ties in the wizarding world were getting a little too freaky. Cohen figured he'd better get used to it, though. Given that his system panel listed 5 different races, he probably had more than one mom, and maybe more than one dad, too. Parents all over the place. Basically, maybe one day he'd be wandering around, and some weird creature would spot him, yell "son," and rush over to hug him, shoving gold, treasures, magical artifacts, and powerful items in his hand while saying something like, "You've had it rough all these years, kid. This is your dad or mom. Making it up to you. Take it all." Way too absurd. Must be my orphan inferiority complex messing with me. Cohen shook his head, dismissing the wild thoughts. Those soap opera scenarios were still far off, though his brain had already conjured a scene of 5 magical creature parents meeting up and starting a brawl. Just to be safe, Cohen sent half his soul through the door to scope things out first. Souls could escape faster than bodies, after all. Beyond the door was a dim basement. Even in the darkness, Cohen's soul form, night vision, let him see everything clearly. To the left of the entrance stood a long wooden table cluttered with bottles and flasks. The floor was overrun with crisscrossing devil's snare. Those tentacle-like vines thrived in basements like this. But Cohen's attention was drawn to the right side. Compared to the left, with its table and alchemical gear, the right side was practically empty. There was just a wide metal cage, about the height of an adult, too low for the large creature inside to stand upright. Inside the cage was a black horse, resembling a thestral, but fuller and less skeletal. This was the creature that had called him, asterisk child asterisk. Soul strength, 67 weakened. Suddenly, it lifted its head, staring straight at Cohen's position. Its white, pupil-less eyes, paired with a head that blended into the darkness, gave it an eerie vibe. As it raised its head, Cohen spotted a horn, a silver, spiraled one. He'd seen something like it in the Forbidden Forest. Only unicorns had such pure, sacred horns, capable of neutralizing nearly any poison. They were incredibly rare potion ingredients. Before it lifted its head, the horn had been dull, blending into the night and its dark fur. But now, it shimmered with a restored, radiant glow. Wait a sec. Unicorns didn't have black fur. They were golden as foals and silver-white as adults, right? Hold on. Cohen yanked his soul back. He was in soul form. Even Dumbledore couldn't see him. How could this unicorn? Asterisk child, don't be afraid, asterisk. Its voice echoed in his mind again. Asterisk let mommy see you, asterisk. No moms in his last life, and now they're popping up everywhere in this one. Cohen wasn't quite used to it. Sigh. He let out a breath. Asterisk, it's obvious this unicorn bears me no ill will. It even thinks I'm a child. No mother would harm her own kid. This is a fairy tale, and fairy tales should play out like fairy tales. Asterisk. Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The devil's snare shrank back into the wall's crevices under the light from his wand tip. He walked up to the cage. Asterisk, don't be sad. I can still live a long time. I can stay with you for ages, asterisk. It assumed Cohen's glum look was from seeing his mother trapped. Honestly, I'm not that sad, Cohen said, his expression still downcast. It's mostly that now the Earl can actually hit me with a motherfucker jab. That stings a bit. Asterisk, asterisk. The mood had been building shattered with that single sentence. What was your last line for real? Cohen looked up, meeting its all-white eyes. The part about staying with me for a long, long time, sincerity was a killer move, especially when wielded with the pitiful gaze of an 11-year-old. It seemed to instantly forget his earlier comment. It didn't even ask who the Earl was. Asterisk, of course. Mommy will always protect you. Asterisk. Asterisk, can you let mommy out? Asterisk. Sure. Cohen chirped cheerfully. But I've been tricked a lot before. Will you trick me? Asterisk, mommy's a unicorn. Unicorns don't lie. Asterisk. It gazed at him with what Cohen somehow read as affection. Though how he picked that up from a blank-eyed horse face, he wasn't sure. Maybe some mental trick. Then swear it. Chinese don't trick Chinese. Wait, no, unicorns don't trick Dementors. Asterisk, I swear. Asterisk. Visibly, the black unicorn was getting impatient. How about we make an unbreakable vow? Cohen asked, giving it a pitiful look. You know, I've always been an orphan. I don't feel safe. Asterisk, fine, fine. Hurry up. I agree. Asterisk. The black unicorn tapped its hoof irritably against the cage's bars. It didn't actually know what an unbreakable vow was until an owl, grumbling the whole way, flew in, exchanged a few words with Cohen, and began the ritual-like questioning. What's its name? Black horse? Moldy unicorn? What the heck is it? The Earl, clutching a wand and aiming it between Cohen and the unicorn, realized mid-prep that it didn't even know the creature's name. The unicorn snorted in frustration, but didn't speak. It just wanted out of here, vow or no vow. It knew no curse could bind it. Or rather, it was a curse incarnate. What could a spell do to it, even if it broke the vow? Alexia, Cohen said, spotting the name on the cage's plaque. Oh, all right then, you little menace. Go first, the Earl said, setting up the unbreakable vow. For once, Cohen found a talking bird actually useful. Alexia, will you come help me solve problems when I need you? Cohen asked the unicorn. Asterisk, I will. Asterisk. A thin, dazzling flame shot from the wand in the Earl's claw, like a red-hot wire wrapping around Cohen's hand and the unicorn's horn. The first vow was sealed. The beauty of this spell wasn't just the break-it-and-die consequence. It was the vow's ironclad clarity. Once spoken, its full meaning was locked in. No loopholes, no twisting the intent. So when Cohen's first request took effect, the unicorn started sensing something was off. Asterisk, wait. What happens if I break this vow? Asterisk. Will you always obey my requests and never go against them? Cohen pressed with his second question. Whatever, we can either do this nice and easy, or I'll take my bird and leave right now. Your choice. Asterisk, I will. Asterisk. The unicorn's voice carried a gritted teeth edge. It really wanted out of this hellhole, but not like this. This little brat mixed with its bloodline had seemed so normal earlier. Didn't it act like a caring mother? It had heard Cohen call out Mom from outside. Any normal, lonely, slightly decent lab experiment would have unlocked its mother's chains without hesitation and sobbed in its embrace. A second flame surged from the Earl's wand, leaving a visible mark on the unicorn's horn. "Break it and you die," Cohen answered its earlier question. "But you said you wouldn't hurt me and that you'd stay with me forever. Chinese don't trick Chinese. Asterisk, I'm not even Chinese, and I'm not human. Asterisk." It dropped all pretense, its shrill voice stabbing at Cohen's eardrums. "Too bad. The vows are done. Ha ha ha. You're stuck obeying me forever now." Cohen cackled sinisterly. "Let's do the last one. Will you forever refrain from harming me or any other life I hold dear?" Asterisk, I will. Asterisk. It forced the words out, nearly drained of energy. At this point, escaping or staying locked up didn't seem to matter. Actually, the cage might have offered more freedom. A third flame erupted from the Earl's wand tip. All three vows were complete. Cohen had covered every base. Done. You didn't think I'd actually be dumb enough to trust a unicorn whose fur's gone black, did you? Cohen rubbed his hands together. "Even if you're my mom by blood, it doesn't matter. I've got at least 5 dads or moms out there. It's not exactly rare. Asterisk, you little. You'll get used to it," the Earl said to Alexia in a knowing tone. "Though you're dumber than me, you walked right into this cage." The unicorn was bound by some kind of magic sealing rune metal. Cohen's spells couldn't touch it. He'd have to find the key somewhere in the room. Finally, he located it and unlocked the cage that had trapped the furious unicorn for over a decade. "You don't look happy?" Cohen asked, feigning concern. "I'm not some slaver, okay? Like I said, those vows were just insurance. Outside of helping me with tasks, you're free to do whatever you want. Expelliarmus." With a sudden crack of apparition, a red bolt of magic struck Cohen, sending his wand flying. 2 black-robed men appeared in the basement, one tall, one short. The tall one lunged to catch Cohen's wand, his own wand trained on Cohen, its tip sparking dangerously. The shorter wizard mostly served as a backdrop, holding his wand aloft with lumos to light the room. "Don't move. You're under arrest," the tall wizard said, narrowing his eyes. Dumbledore told us to trust you. I've always said we should have rooted you out completely." Both were Aurors, and Cohen had a flicker of recognition. This tall Auror, he'd appeared in Cohen's fragmented 1-year-old memories, his face tied to a flash of green light. He'd used the killing curse on Cohen back then, though it hadn't worked. "So, you tried to kill me when I was 1, and now you're here to finish the job without a word?" Cohen tilted his head, returning to the manor, releasing a dark magical creature. "You're already on the path of a dark wizard. Or rather, you've always been on it," the tall Auror said coldly. "Monster. Some bad seeds are born that way. I stand by my opinion from 10 years ago. We should have found a way to kill you back then." Clearly, he had zero faith in Cohen, convinced a monster bred in a dark magic lab would always be evil. "So there's no negotiating, huh?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I guess I'll have to." The words snapped the tall Auror into action. Protego. He cast a shield charm, but Cohen didn't cast wandlessly or attack outright. Instead, he took a deep breath. MOM. Honestly, Cohen didn't even need a wand to take down these two. At this distance, he could devour their souls in an instant. It'd be over in a heartbeat. But he opted for a more entertaining brawl instead. Come on, a move like Mommy's Charge is way too cool. Who else could pull that off? The 2 Aurors were completely thrown off by Cohen suddenly yelling Mom out of nowhere. But neither Cohen nor the pitch-black unicorn Mommy, standing behind him, showed the slightest bit of mercy just because the Aurors froze up for a second. The unicorn, Alexia, wasn't exactly thrilled about this. Subjectively speaking, she hated it, but she had no choice. This was part of the unbreakable vow she'd just made with Cohen. When Cohen needed her, she had to help him deal with his problems, and these 2 Aurors were clearly problems. She could feel the power of the spell binding her. Breaking the vow would genuinely kill her. So, she aimed her spiraled horn at the tall Auror standing in front, and a black binding curse surged from the tip, piercing straight through the iron armor charm he'd cast. The tall Auror struggled, trying to roll to the side to dodge the unicorn's charge, but his legs were frozen in place by the strange magic of this bizarre creature. Most arrogant wizards tend to look down on the magic of non-human beings, house elves, goblins, or, say, an evil version of a unicorn. But when they actually end up fighting these creatures, they freak out, realizing they either don't remember or never bothered to study the spells to counter them. Expelliarmus! Just as the two Aurors were about to apparate away, the Earl, who'd been casually watching from the sidelines, made his move. As the spell hit them, Cohen pulled back his Avada Kedavra to see how strong his mommy's attack really was. 3 wands shot into the air in an instant. The Earl with pinpoint accuracy midair. Damn it, in my next life, I'm begging God for 100 hands. Since both his claws were busy holding his own wand, the Earl couldn't catch the wands yanked by a spell and could only watch them clatter to the ground by Cohen's feet. Then you'd be a centipede, Cohen pointed out, picking up his own wand from the floor. How could an owl? The tall Auror chose this as his last word. Unfortunately for them, they'd arrived right after the Earl had finished setting up the unbreakable vow, so they had no idea this bird could talk. If they'd known, they might have put up a bit more of a fight, at least enough to avoid being ambushed by the Earl. Help! The short Auror, who'd been a background prop this whole time, screamed his first and final word in terror. Splurch! Alexia's horn pierced through both their bodies in one go, skewering them like meatballs on a stick. The two were hoisted high, but the basement's low ceiling stopped them from flying any further. Instead, they crashed into the solid stone roof before slamming back down to the ground. A dark death curse exploded over their bodies. The holes where they'd been pierced began to rot and wither visibly, the decay spreading at an alarming rate. Mommy's attack power was no joke. Cohen quickly slurped up their souls. Her charge had killed them so fast he'd almost missed his chance. But after his soul strength had spiked to 27% thanks to the Cohen fragments in the ruins, boosting it further was getting tougher. These two only bumped it up by about 0.2%. At this rate, he needed to devour all 7 years' worth of Hogwarts graduates to max it out, and that's not even counting the slackers or less talented wizards, since a good chunk of average ones only had soul strengths in the teens. Maybe tracking down the ministry folks who'd gone after him 10 years ago would be a better idea. Cohen figured they probably shared the same mindset as the dead Auror in front of him. They've already earned their death sentences. As for the rest of his missing soul integrity, he'd either have to buy it with sin points or hunt down the scattered Cohen fragments. Nay! Alexia let out a horse-like snort at Cohen, her hooves scraping the floor impatiently. I helped you kill them, so hurry up and end that stupid spell already. I never said you'd only have to help me with one thing, Cohen said innocently, blinking at Alexia. You're the one who said you'd stick with me for life. Mommy number 2. Mommy number 2? What the hell is that? Rose is my actual mom in the real sense. You guys are more like a Cohen raised an eyebrow ingredients. Blending oil, the Earl chimed in. You want to say that again? Cohen shot the Earl a dead fish stare. You've definitely turned into what they wanted to make you. Alexia said coldly. Who's they? The dark wizards who died here before. Cohen asked curiously. Did they know I'd master Mommy's charge today? It's hard to describe how a unicorn manages to look so exasperated. Let's not argue about this. I wasn't planning to treat you like some dark slave anyway. I mean, I'm just a weak, pitiful, helpless 11-year-old student. I can't do anything. You're still full of crap. Alexia calmly pointed out. You can live in this bag of mine from now on. There aren't any black unicorns out there in the world. You'd definitely get caught and studied if you went outside, Cohen said bluntly, holding up the sack in his hand. I can give you safety and a relatively free space. Gee, thanks, you little percent, and Alexia said dryly. Can I join your private chat? The Earl, perched on the railing above the cage, called down to Cohen, sounding bored. I can only hear you going blah 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 by yourself. Chit-chat's over. I need to loot this place quick. I'm starving, Cohen said, using the light from his wand tip to scan the room. On a table cluttered with alchemical liquids, there was a row of bookshelves embedded in the wall. They'd been covered by Devil's Snare earlier, so Cohen hadn't noticed them at first glance. Incendio! Cohen sparked a fire in the center of the room. The sudden burst of light and heat made the Devil's Snare shrink back into the wall crevices. Now, he could properly dig into the materials here. Oh, right. What's your name again? Cohen suddenly turned to Alexia. Alexia, yeah? Weren't you going to call me Mommy? Alexia flicked her pitch-black tail. Only when I need a mommy's charge, Cohen said matter-of-factly. I'll call you Liz instead. You know, it's shorter. Alexia. Got it, Liz. Ignoring her stubborn insistence, Cohen went on with the question he'd meant to ask. You've been a lab rat here for so long. How much do you know about the experiments they were running? Good news. Alexia was the first synthetic creature harmonized in this laboratory, so it witnessed the entire experiment that led to Cohen's creation. Will you also call me Big Brother? Cohen, who was flipping through the books on the shelf, asked curiously. Question mark. Since Alexia only had the whites of its eyes showing, it looked like it was constantly rolling them. Though it couldn't understand, it had to fulfill Cohen's request. Alexia continued explaining its origins. I was hatched from a unicorn foal's corpse, soaked in liquefied curses. Wait a second. What's a liquefied curse? Cohen asked. Forgive me, they don't teach this in Hogwarts textbooks. I don't know, I've never seen it. You can find it in the 4th book on the 3rd row of the shelf. I heard those people discussing it. Alexia bent its legs and lay on the ground. Its pitch black, mane seeming to swallow even the firelight. Its entire life had been spent in that cage. From the moment of its birth, it carried the inherited knowledge of unicorns. But because it was born from a curse, it couldn't wield any of the holy magic they possessed. Following Alexia's directions, Cohen pulled out the sticky book from a shelf. Scourgify. Cohen cleaned off the grime, revealing the book's cover, Secrets of the Darkest Art. It was a handwritten copy. Cohen knew why. The original, penned by Old Bullock, was a unique manuscript held by Dumbledore. The book contained detailed instructions on creating Horcruxes, but Cohen had no need for that. Some people would give anything to tear their souls apart, while others were desperately trying to piece theirs back together. Cohen had no intention of splitting his soul again. The latter half of the book was almost entirely the work of a single individual named Herpo the Foul. Herpo was one of the most powerful and influential dark wizards in history. He was the first to create a Horcrux, invented numerous sinister curses, and even discovered that incubating a toad's egg could hatch a basilisk. As one of the earliest parcel mouths, basilisks couldn't resist his commands. And here was the section about the liquefied curse. It was a liquid form of magic condensed in an alchemical vessel from a mixture of various curse spells. Since most advanced curses carried an uncontrollable, chaotic nature, these liquids didn't exist in a stable, harmonious state. Instead, they were constantly entangled, fighting each other, like a magical version of raising venomous insects to see which survives. Normal creatures that came into contact with this solution would die within 10 seconds, ravaged by a multitude of completely different curses. Herpo the Foul had once tested the liquefied curse on dozens of wizards. They seemed to enter a chaotic state of transformation, at times swelling into rotting, bloated masses of flesh, and at others shriveling into desiccated, bony husks. But certain noble beings wouldn't be killed by this mixture of curses. Instead, they would be reborn from it in an entirely new form. Take phoenixes, for example, though Herpo never managed to capture one, so there were no records of that. Or unicorns. Unicorns naturally had an extraordinary tolerance for curses. A unicorn's blood carries the curse of rebirth. Drink it, and you'll be reborn, but your soul will also become half-dead for slaughtering a pure, gentle life. However, the magic in their pure horns could heal curses, so the curse in their blood didn't affect them. When a recently deceased unicorn foal was immersed in the liquefied curse, it would rot, but the rot wasn't the end. The liquefied curse would replace its flesh and blood, giving birth to a new entity. Herpo called it a nightmare, believing it better embodied the concept of a creature of nightmares than a thestral. What were the people in this lab trying to do? Fuse all the known, most evil creatures in the world together to create the most evil being in history? Cohen found it absurd, especially since this experiment predated Voldemort's fall. Surely Voldemort wouldn't have wanted to create something even he couldn't control, right? Would someone give him a most evil Guinness World Record for this? Those people never said. They just buried themselves in their research, occasionally discussing progress and setbacks. Even the test subjects were referred to by code names instead of species. Alexia yawned, which made it seem a little less eerie. Can't you invade their minds? Cohen had assumed Alexia might have some mind-reading ability. After all, it could project its voice directly into his head. But Alexia shook its head. It was probably like a radio signal tower. It could send signals out, but couldn't receive anything back through them. You can hear my voice only because we share blood. They use my bones and blood to create you, maybe along with some other creatures. I remember them calling you. Alexia pondered. The man in the bottle, homunculus. There should be experiment logs or something here. Surely we could find the other components. Cohen planned to keep searching. You don't need to waste your time. Alexia interrupted. The important, valuable stuff has already been stolen. Question mark. Cohen tensed. Stolen? By who? I remember it was a short, chubby man. He'd had dealings with the researchers before. Wait. Alexia tried to recall the name he'd been called. It was something like Mundungus Fletcher. Cohen knew this guy. Or rather, he was a little surprised, but not entirely. Mundungus was a notorious thief. In the original story, he'd stolen heaps of stuff and was constantly smuggling and selling stolen goods. It was a mix of holy crap, it's you. But if it's you, it kind of makes sense. Not long after the explosion sounded from above, I remember, Alexia added. He came down, took a bunch of books, logs, alchemical tools, potions, and left. Even though I banged on the cage to get him to let me out, he didn't look back. It was like he made up his mind about something. I think he was just a coward, Cohen corrected. If it was him, then recovering those materials would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Still, Cohen had come looking for these things out of curiosity, so he wasn't in a rush. Forget it. Let's call it a day here. Cohen sighed. Though Mundungus, that thief, had surely sold off all the loot by now, Cohen would find him and give him a beating someday. No reason, just pure spite. Cohen moved all the books from the shelf into his pouch, along with the rune metal cage. After casting an extension charm, the pouch could open wide enough to fit it all. As for the empty flasks and junk instruments on the table, Cohen left them behind. Hogwarts had plenty of those already. Earl, stop sleeping, let's go. Before leaving, Cohen picked up the 2 wands on the ground. Counting Herbert's from the cabin earlier, this made the 3rd wand he'd claimed. He also disposed of the 2 Auror's bodies. He wanted to take out these malicious creeps, but that didn't mean he was ready to declare war on the Ministry of Magic outright. The people who harbored ill will toward Cohen would, once they realized how dangerous he was, turtle up in the backlands and use their authority to send innocent wizards to their deaths. That's just how the higher-ups at the Ministry operated. When that happened, countless families would shatter in the conflict, and the powers that be could easily spin Cohen, the dark magic experiment, into some irredeemable demon king through their control of public opinion. It'd seriously mess up Cohen's nice, comfy life. And that nice life was the key. Cohen figured going to school, taking down Voldemort, and occasionally exchanging letters with his adoptive parents was already pretty darn great. Disgusting people deserved disgusting deaths, not a free pass to keep disgusting him. Cohen had 2 ways to deal with Fudge and the Aurors still plotting to take him out. The first was assassination. As long as their soul strength was lower than his, Cohen could handle them with almost no trouble. The only hitch was the get within 2 meters condition, but once he learned to apparate, that wouldn't be an issue anymore. Still, this method wasn't disgusting enough. Instant death just didn't feel satisfying. I feel like you're cooking up some evil plan, the Earl said, perched on Cohen's shoulder. Can't you be a little more normal? You're freaking me out. How about I take you to a nightclub tonight? Cohen said offhandedly. I'll tell Mom you dragged me there. Would that make you feel better? On second thought, go ahead with your evil plan, the Earl replied dryly. The second plan was to seize power from the shadows. If Hermione could become Minister of Magic after the war with Voldemort, Cohen sure as heck could too. Once his strength hit 40, he could start reviving Voldemort, the wizarding world's dead boogeyman, create a metaphorical dragon in secret, and then play the hero who slays it. No real sacrifices needed. Well, maybe sacrificing one Cornelius Fudge. He'd just ride Voldemort's old reputation to the top. With power, he could really stick it to them. Asterisk. Oh, you think I'm a Dark Lord? Huh? How's it feel now? How's it feel? Asterisk. The first 5-year plan to flip the wizarding world upside down? Start by doing more bad stuff. Cohen had Alexia hop into the Niffler-hide bag. Bringing a nightmare unicorn to school was a bit much. Even Dumbledore, who definitely read secrets of the darkest arts, wouldn't let a creature like that on campus. Cohen checked the other rooms in the underground corridor, but they were empty. Probably cleaned out by that thief Mundungus. The books on the main lab shelves, though, Mundungus hadn't touched. Maybe because of the runes carved into the shelves. They might have been hidden back then. As Cohen left the basement, the sky outside turned gloomy again. If you're safe, it's sunny. 2 people just died, so snow made sense. Cohen didn't even know their names, but that didn't matter much. He'd see them in the papers later anyway. Asterisk. Ministry Aurors mysteriously vanish. Suspected dark wizard activity resurfaces star. But when he emerged and looked toward the cabin, he saw Herbert was awake. And somehow, he'd undone Cohen's binding spell without a wand. More likely, the 2 dead Aurors had helped him before they bit it. Soul strength, 22. No big deal. Herbert stood at the cabin door, silently watching Cohen's position. The snow around Cohen had been cleared, making him stand out. Herbert seemed to be waiting for him. He didn't run, just stood there. Your uncle looks like he wants to talk, the Earl noted. Nah, he wants his wand back. Like it's worth more than his life, Cohen bet. He doesn't even know me. I've never visited him with Rose. To test this little wager, Cohen started walking toward Herbert. The Earl, clutching its own wand, circled overhead, wary of surprises. It wasn't worried about Cohen's safety. What's there to fear for a guy who shrugs off an Avada Kedavra like it's a tickle? No, it was worried about itself, being Cohen's accomplice and all. You're here, Herbert rasped, his gray hair framing his face. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. Herbert's gaze on Cohen was complicated. I'm already here, and no matter how much you act out a whole Gulong novel in front of me, I'm not handing your wand back that easily, Cohen said, giving him a dead fish stare. Those 2 Aurors are dead. Herbert glanced toward the ruins, now magically covered in snow again, thanks to Cohen. Yep, Cohen said flatly. Without a wand, Herbert couldn't apparate away. Cohen could take him out or hit him with an obliviate anytime. But as the last living criminal of this manor, Herbert might have info worth digging for. He'd know more than Alexia, who'd been caged up the whole time. Hearing the Aurors were dead, Herbert seemed to relax a little. Come in and sit. Let me take a good look at you. Herbert acted like he was sure Cohen would follow, turning back into the cabin and leaving behind a super weird comment. Asterisk, damn it, this feels off. Something about my identity. Asterisk. Just how many little secrets were these people keeping? No Aurors were hiding in the cabin, and no curses came flying at Cohen. Herbert set out a chair and sat on the bed so they could talk face to face. What's your deal with me? Cohen asked, plopping into the chair. I don't have one, Herbert said, studying Cohen's face like it was a piece of art. Rose adopted you, right? Uh-huh. Cohen raised an eyebrow. Why ask? She's my sister. Oh, Dad said someone from the Borgin family threatened to toss her into a pile of inferi. Was that you? Cohen tilted his head. If so, you're in luck. I just learned the Cruciatus curse last week. Do what you want, but I never made that threat. Rose is my favorite sister. I'd never hurt her, Herbert said calmly, like a man on his deathbed. Are they good to you? Who? Rose and Edward? Or the Hogwarts teachers? Your family now, Herbert clarified, his voice catching a little. They're great. Honestly, ridiculously great. Can you speed this up? I'm starving. If I time it right, I could still make it back to Hogwarts for dinner tonight, Cohen said, frowning. And drop the sneaky guilt trips. With my experience watching thousands of melodramatic TV shows, I bet you're about to say you're my biological dad. Herbert's eyes flicked away from Cohen, and he swallowed hard. So your son died, and those guys just happened to need a test subject, promising they'd bring him back. So you handed over his body, right? Cohen deduced. They weren't wrong. Revived, you're a genius. Genius my tomato. Spit it out already. I'm hungry. I'll start eating souls if I have to. Cohen was losing patience. This guy was still beating around the bush with useless fluff. Could you stay here tonight? Just one night, Herbert pleaded. Then you can eat my soul or kill me outright, at least. Cohen stared at the man who seemed to have aged from middle age into his grave in an instant, debating whether or not to point out the fact that Cohen wasn't really his son anymore, neither physically nor mentally. From the perspective of alchemical theory, the final product that transcended the primal matter bore little relation to the materials thrown into the alchemical crucible. It was like how the atoms composing a human body originated from the stars in the universe. Yet stars and humans were entirely different entities. But this revelation would undoubtedly be too much for Herbert to handle right now. Perhaps he had given up everything, willingly spending his life guarding this lonely, dangerous place, just for the chance to see Cohen return someday. Damn it, Cohen sighed. You've tugged at my heartstrings this much, so I'll reluctantly grant your wish. I'll stick around for Christmas. Asterisk ding. Kindness points plus 100 asterisk. This was exactly the system notification Cohen had been waiting for. If helping a pitiful man find a sliver of joy in the endless prison of his life didn't count as a good deed, then Cohen could only conclude one thing. Herbert was lying. But so far, Herbert seemed genuine. The system hadn't been fooled yet, at least not by an old man on the verge of losing his mind. That's wonderful. Herbert suddenly looked 10 years younger, his hands fumbling nervously over his tattered rags of clothing. Cohen could see him trembling, shaking with excitement. I should do something. You said you were hungry. Right, I'll get you some food. Herbert hurriedly stood to light a fire. The hearth in the room had gone cold, and his wand was with Cohen. But he didn't ask Cohen for it. His mind was unusually clear now. Cohen staying here was already a miracle, and he could tell Cohen was cautious. He needed to help Cohen relax, especially on Christmas Day. Incendio. Cohen cast a fire-starting charm at the hearth, sparing Herbert the trouble of trying to rub sticks together. He didn't have a lighter here. That rabbit's practically mush by now. Earl, go catch a few more rabbits. I was about to praise you for rediscovering your conscience. Earl shot Cohen a sidelong glance, but spread his wings and flew off anyway. An owl that talks? Herbert turned to look at Earl, then stole a quick glance at Cohen before nervously shifting his gaze to the iron pot in front of him, terrified that Cohen might change his mind over something he said. Yeah, my pet. 10 sickles at the shop. Cohen answered Herbert's question. At least his first Christmas in this world wouldn't be spent all alone. I've got some money here. Herbert fumbled through his pockets, only to realize his meager coins were piled on the table. Among the silver and copper coins was a single galleon that didn't belong there. The oars wouldn't have left charity, since there was nowhere to spend it here. It could only have come from Cohen. This kid hadn't been tainted by any evil at all. He was like a little angel. At that thought, Herbert's throat seemed to close up. You're not about to cry, are you? Fair warning, I don't comfort grown-ups. Come on, man, you look 40 or 50. You can't be this. Cohen saw Herbert on the verge of a breakdown and quickly intervened. A little sentimentality was fine, but let's not overdo it. Cohen was afraid he might actually get emotional himself. One set of parents was enough, really. Maybe it'd be easier on his conscience if Herbert turned out to have ulterior motives. No, it's just sand in my eyes. Herbert wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his ragged robe. I'll go get you something. But then Herbert realized he didn't actually have anything to offer Cohen. Instantly, he deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped down. Why don't you tell me about the past? Cohen gave him a direction, sensing the chaotic mix of emotions swirling in Herbert. Joy, frustration, anxiety, sorrow. It was like a bag of Bertie Bott's, every flavor beans crushed and dumped into a cup, then stirred with pumpkin juice. Was this what human emotions were like? Complicated, messy, and riddled with pain. Tell me everything you know. Consider it my Christmas gift for tomorrow, Cohen continued. There's hardly anything useful left in the basement. I want to know everything about that experiment. Herbert slowly sat back on the bed, looking at Cohen's face. His hands clasped together, fingers twisting nervously, as if he were hesitant. I know some things, but not everything. Herbert's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. I don't want you to think of yourself as. I already know part of it. Cohen pursed his lips. My bloodline's mixed with human, Dementor, nightmare unicorn, and some other stuff, but I don't really care. No one's going to figure it out anyway. With the gloomy weather outside, the firelight in the room seemed especially bright. Start from the beginning. Herbert's eyes reflected the glow of the fire behind Cohen, his lips trembling slightly. What? You want to start in the middle? Cohen quipped. Then, I'll start from the beginning. Herbert began recalling the past. From when you were 5. I mean to you before the experiment. Back then I couldn't, there was. Herbert stammered, trembling, unable to bring himself to say the word died. How about I just use legitimacy? It'd be faster, Cohen suggested. Herbert nodded silently. It was as if saying those words would kill him. Or perhaps he knew deep down that his original son, Cohen, had long since died, and saying it aloud would force him to face that reality. Legilimens. Cohen aimed his wand to Herbert's forehead. A silvery, thread-like spell connected the wand tip to Herbert. Herbert put up no defenses, leaving himself completely vulnerable. Even now, Cohen could tamper with his mind however he pleased. A strange sensation flowed from the wand up Cohen's arm and into his mind, like a long, long movie playing out. Cohen could fast-forward, rewind, or skip sections at will. Herbert's entire life was recorded here, but Cohen focused mainly on the parts about himself. In 1976, 33-year-old Herbert and his wife, Belvina Black, welcomed their youngest son, Cohen Burke, after already having a son and a daughter. In 1978, Herbert's eldest son died. Dark wizards were rampant back then, and no one knew whether he'd fallen victim to some mad dark wizard scheme or something else. The Burke family was at the height of its power then and would never admit one of their own could be harmed by peers, especially since Herbert and his sister Rose were close, and both were notorious family black sheep. Not only did they have an abnormal attitude toward Muggles, but they occasionally showed affection for the filthy kind. So the Burke family hushed it up entirely. Herbert couldn't even find a way to avenge his son. He didn't even know where the body was. In 1979, Herbert's daughter lost control of her magic. The obscurus within her killed several cousins who'd been bullying her, leading the Burke family's then leader to sentence her to death. 2 killing curses were cast. One hit Belvina, Herbert's wife, who threw herself in front of her daughter, and the other struck the girl. From that moment, Herbert was left with only his young son, Cohen. He didn't seek revenge. Instead, he took Cohen and left the family, a terrifying, authoritarian clan that filled him with dread. Herbert moved with Cohen to Godric's Hollow. That same year, Rose, fed up with the family over this, cut ties completely and married the impure Edward Norton. In 1980, Cohen died, struck by an inexplicable curse. Herbert couldn't fathom why anyone would target him. Cohen's death nearly broke Herbert. He'd lost everything. His entire family was gone. In 1981, after Voldemort's fall, while other wizards celebrated, a younger Burke family member approached Herbert. He told Herbert there was a way to bring the dead back to life. The family was secretly creating a being to replace Voldemort and dominate the wizarding world, the man in the bottle. It required the corpse of a young wizard, one with Burke family blood. This sudden glimmer of hope clouded Herbert's judgment. He dug up Cohen's body, returned to Burke Manor, and aided in gathering countless alchemical materials and rare creatures, many of which involved illegal, cruel acts. But Herbert, obsessed with reviving Cohen, took on any task like a slave. The experiment succeeded, but it also failed. The man in the bottle survived stably, but in the moment of success, it killed nearly everyone in the manor. Like a soul-consuming void, it devoured the souls of almost every living thing, except for the unicorn in the basement and Herbert. After that came Herbert's arrest and sentencing by the Ministry of Magic. Since Cohen couldn't be killed, he was adopted by Rose at Dumbledore's suggestion. What followed was a decade of tedious, torturous waiting, until he finally reunited with Cohen, though their first meeting wasn't exactly warm. During Herbert's confinement, two Aurors passing by stopped to check on the manor ruins. They noticed something off, unbound Herbert, and rushed into the basement, already blown open by Cohen. And that led to everything Cohen had seen. After sifting through Herbert's memories, Cohen now had a clearer picture of what had happened. Unfortunately, Herbert had only supplied materials for the experiment and hadn't participated in it. He didn't know how. So Cohen couldn't pinpoint what the remaining two bloodlines in his makeup were. Only that this trip had yielded results, just not the kind he'd initially sought. Asterisk race, Dementor / human / nightmare / asterisk. Do I look like an idiot? Herbert said with a self-deprecating laugh. Thanks to the legilimency, Herbert had relived the long string of memories alongside Cohen. And once certain memories connected, things he'd never noticed before became glaringly obvious. It was the Burke family who'd cursed his son. They'd planned to use him all along. Herbert had essentially been sold out by the Burkes and still counted their money for them. Hereditary, after all. This chapter mainly covers Cohen's backstory. No helping it if you don't like it. Next chapter's back at school. Amen. A 4,000-word monster chapter, few. People get tricked because scammers are rotten, not because they're stupid. Cohen raised an eyebrow. That's victim blaming. Besides, it's all in the past now. I ate up every last Burke in that manner. You're right. Herbert's voice was faint. Soon after, Earl flew back, two rabbits floating beside him. His talons were busy gripping a wand, leaving no room to carry them. Those two Aurors weren't routine patrols, just passers-by. Their sudden disappearance probably wouldn't lead back here. Out of kindness, Cohen spent the night with the pitiful Herbert. Earl slipped out at midnight. He had to deliver Cohen's gifts to Rose and Edward. He'd meant to go the night before, but after getting his wand, Earl had been so excited he forgot entirely. This Christmas might have been the happiest of Herbert's later years. The room brimmed with joyful emotions. Cohen had to restrain himself from devouring them. The bed went to Cohen, while Herbert slept on the floor with a bundled blanket. Asterisk ding. Kindness points plus 300 asterisk. Asterisk note. Congratulations on learning compassion. Rewarding you with 300 primo gems. Asterisk. Cohen was jolted awake early by the system's announcement. The sky outside was still overcast, barely distinguishable from night. Good thing Cohen had a mechanical watch to tell the time. 7:35. Time to bounce. Earl should have delivered the gifts to the Gryffindor common room by now, and Cohen didn't see much point in lingering outside anymore. The bed wasn't exactly comfortable. He was starting to miss the Hogwarts dorms. In terms of living conditions, Hogwarts beat 99.9% of schools hands down. Herbert was still asleep. Last night, Cohen had heard him tossing and turning, probably too excited to sleep. Cohen didn't plan to wake him. If Herbert woke up to find Cohen leaving, he might spiral into despair. After using a levitation charm to move Herbert from the floor to the bed, Cohen scribbled a short note on a spare piece of parchment left over from homework, placing it on Herbert's table and weighing it down with Herbert's wand. Asterisk, I'm heading back. Don't off yourself. I'll come see you again later. Asterisk. Why does this feel like you were great last night? I left the money on the table. Gotta run. Cohen muttered to himself, a little exasperated. But leaving Herbert with some hope wasn't a bad thing. Once Cohen climbed the ranks at the ministry, he could get Herbert's sentence overturned. Then he could spin some PR about a father's love spanning decades, guaranteed to leave housewives bawling and conveniently smear fudge in the process. Next, Cohen pointed his wand at the snoring Herbert. Obliviate. Cohen didn't erase much, just Herbert's memory of Cohen's face and the Auror's visit, tweaking his recollection of why Cohen had come and what he'd done, to keep the ministry off his trail. Now, Cohen's official story for this trip was a simple visit to his birth father. Perfect. Herbert would likely only remember that his long-awaited son had returned and would come again someday. Asterisk ding. Kindness points plus 50 asterisk. The system chimed again. Good deeds really racked up the points. Too bad Herbert's kindness points were tapering off. Even if Cohen kept helping him this way, the rewards wouldn't climb much higher. A phenomenon Cohen had dubbed the system's tolerance buildup. Just like how tormenting Earl barely yielded a single sin point anymore, or none at all. He'd need to broaden his methods for earning both shop currencies. Leaving the shack, Cohen ensured he'd covered his tracks, then took off into the thick clouds under the cover of darkness. Back to Hogwarts. Even without digging into Nicholas Flamel's files, Harry would probably start breaking school rules and roaming at night once he got that invisibility cloak. Evil tendencies were. Cohen smoothly flew back to the Forbidden Forest, though he got lost once along the way. Directions were hard to discern in the thick clouds. As dawn faintly broke in the winter sky, Cohen stopped by to check on the Acromantulas. Unfortunately, there was hardly a trace of them left on the surface. Due to Cohen's oppressive evil and ruthless slaughter, Aragog had taken his few remaining offspring and retreated deep into their burrows. Cohen wasn't keen on crawling in his spider holes. His earlier actions might have been a bit excessive, but it wasn't a big deal. The younger spiders, too weak to satisfy Cohen's 27.2% soul completion, offered souls worth a measly dozen points at most, not enough to nudge his progress up by even 0.1%. At this point, only middle-aged or elderly spiders with soul strengths above 15, or Aragog himself with his 20-point soul, would be of any use to Cohen. He'd let them fester a while longer and check back at the end of the term. Cohen knew spider eggs took about 9 weeks to hatch, but how long it took for the little ones to mature remained a question. The Forbidden Forest was as peaceful as ever. The centaurs kept their distance, watching Cohen after he landed. They'd clearly learned what not to mess with in this forest. Cohen had single-handedly curbed the spider expansion they'd once fought desperately to stop, all in just 3 months. They ought to thank him, really. Leaving the forest, Cohen passed Hagrid's hut and caught the lingering scent of Christmas. Hagrid must have brought some food out from the castle. Damn it, all Cohen had eaten for Christmas was a single rabbit. He slipped back into the castle with ease. Thanks to his ability to see soul strength labels through walls, dodging Filch had become a breeze. Cohen wouldn't repeat the mistake of getting caught like he had the first time. Now, whenever evasion was needed, he'd preemptively switch on his soul vision to avoid anyone who might spot him. Hogwarts Castle was decked out for Christmas with cozy wreaths made of holly and mistletoe. For some reason, as he passed the corridor outside the Great Hall, Cohen noticed faint souls hovering near the wreaths, entities that didn't seem to have physical forms. Bowtruckles. Cohen recalled a creature not acknowledged by most wizards. Too bad their souls were so weak, barely worth eating. Like other small, ordinary creatures, they were tagged with a soul strength of 1 simply because that was the system's minimum value. Cohen climbed the stairs to the 8th floor, but didn't head straight to the Gryffindor Tower. As usual, he made a detour to the Room of Requirement first. He needed to settle Yali from the leather pouch. The Room of Requirement should be able to whip up an outdoor-like space for him to keep animals. Upon returning to the room, Cohen spotted Earl sprawled exhausted on an owl-cushioned bed. "Your whole family owes me shipping fees for this trip. I swear your dad's trying to kill me. He made me haul at least 50 pounds of stuff." Earl started griping the moment he saw Cohen. "He sent you a bomb. Don't exaggerate. If a bomb could kill me, I'd have died at age 1. Edward's clumsy, but he's not that dumb." Cohen eyed the pile of gifts stacked in a Room of Requirement. Besides Rose's box of candies and Edward's mysterious oversized square gift box, there was another heap of bulging paper packages. Inside were Hagrid's rock cakes. Cohen regretted pretending to like them so much in front of Hagrid. There was also a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, plus a full box of homemade fudge. It seemed Ron had mentioned Cohen in letters to his parents, or maybe the Weasleys and Nortons were on good terms. Both families were from the same era, after all, and had stood with Dumbledore during those chaotic times. Cohen's sweater was white, with a deep blue sea for his initial woven into it. Receiving a big haul of Christmas gifts did feel pretty great. No wonder kids love the holiday. "Let's see what ridiculous thing Edward cooked up for me." Cohen tore into Edward's package. The mysterious rectangular gift, measuring 1 by 1 by 2 meters, turned out to be a transparent display case. Is Edward buying me a real estate plot? Cohen examined the castle and village inside the transparent case, quickly realizing it wasn't anything like a sales office model. On the backside of the mountain was a deep mine, where a fire-breathing dragon guarded a pile of gleaming treasure. A team of animated clay figurines set out from the castle, trekking through forest swamps and rugged terrain, step by step toward the cave. It was a living Dungeons and Dragons board. Not surprising at all. Cohen's mouth twitched. While it was useless to him, it could at least serve as decor. The wizarding world didn't play games like this, so Edward had probably handmade everything himself. Definitely a labor of love. Cohen decided to praise him in his next letter to cheer him up. Keep the emotional support flowing, and the family stays harmonious. The plan to house Yali went smoothly too. At Cohen's request, a new door appeared in the room. Behind it was a fake outdoor space with a night sky, complete with grass, a stream, trees, and even a crescent moon hanging high amid a starry expanse. Proof the sky was artificial, since a moon that bright would drown out the stars in reality. Cohen released Yali, who curled up tiredly on the ground. He figured it was drained from using curses on those 2 Aurors earlier. Friendly reminder, magical creatures aren't inflatable dolls. They don't need batteries to move. Earl sharply corrected Cohen's assumption. Asterisk, you flew too shakily. I'm busy now, asterisk. Yali's voice explained in Cohen's mind. Then it fell asleep in this safe environment. Fair enough. Cohen had planned to study what special traits he'd inherited from this creature's bloodline, but that clearly wasn't happening now. He organized the scavenged books onto the room's shelves and headed out. Time to check the common room. See if Harry and the others had gotten up to anything wild, or if they'd stuck to the original plot and found the mirror of Ariste. Cohen leaned toward the ladder. Dumbledore would surely find a way to get Harry in front of that mirror. First, to teach him to look forward instead of dwelling on rosy memories, and second, to set up the Protect the Philosopher's Stone plan. Cohen slipped through the round opening behind the fat lady's portrait and immediately spotted Harry, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Harry sat by the fireplace, lost in thought, looking like he hadn't slept all night. But despite that, he seemed excited. Cohen, how'd you get back so fast? It's only the second day of break. Anyway, I've got to show you something. You won't believe it. Cohen had already figured it out. Harry had still followed Dumbledore's plan and found the mirror of Ariste. That old man was playing some next-level game. Old age, England's southern gentleman, an 11-year-old boy, no matter how you slice it, it's pretty darn weird. Cohen felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Huh? What did you say, Cohen? Harry didn't catch Cohen's muttering, but he had something more urgent to share. You've got to hear this. Last night, I saw my parents. But Cohen, who just killed 2 people, didn't exactly have the moral high ground over Dumbledore. I feel like I'm suddenly at peace, Cohen said with a sigh. What did you just say? I saw my parents. In a mirror. Harry's first. I came out too loud, but he quickly hushed himself. At this hour, no other students were awake anyway. Stuff in mirrors isn't real, Harry, Cohen warned. Face reality. No matter how cool you look in there, the real you's still the same. Sim points +1. Note, the wicked Dementor has stooped to even dirtier tricks to bully the Chosen One. But I've never seen my mom and dad before, Harry said, grasping for any proof the mirror wasn't just an illusion. Maybe it's showing the future? Cohen really didn't want to shatter Harry's hopes, especially not after being briefly moved by Herbert for 3 whole seconds yesterday. Want to come with me tonight to check it out? Harry asked eagerly. Maybe you'll see them too. I mean, Mr. and Mrs. Norton. You're not scared of getting caught. Cohen knew about the invisibility cloak, but played dumb. Sneaking out at nights? A 50-point deduction. Gryffindor's running low as it is. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Harry smacked his forehead and pulled a thin, silvery, liquid-like fabric from his robe pocket. Someone sent me an invisibility cloak. Look. Harry showed off the gift he'd gotten yesterday. An invisibility cloak? Cohen's envious look wasn't fake. With that thing, ambushing enemies would be a breeze. Holy cow, if anyone messed with him, he could throw on the cloak, apparate behind them with a whoosh, and asterisk slurp asterisk, suck their soul right out with a big smooch to the face. The kind even a stomach pump couldn't fix. Not that he'd actually need to get that close. So far, Cohen hadn't sucked out any creature's soul mouth to mouth. That'd be way too gross. Regular Dementors had to aim their Dementor's kiss at their target's lips, but Cohen didn't seem bound by that rule. Maybe it was the weird alchemy or some other creature's traits in his blood. All right, I'll go with you. Cohen agreed, partly to get a closer look at the mirror and prep for snagging the Philosopher's Stone later. Ideally, he'd grab it as a villain right in front of Harry. That way, he could complete both the good guy quest, stop Voldemort from getting the stone, and the bad guy quest, stop Harry Potter from getting it. If both sides lost, neither side really lost. A grand step toward wizarding world peace. The system should totally give him 10,000 points for that. Dealing with Quirrell was a slam dunk. Quirrell's soul was so weakened from Voldemort's possession and leeching that Cohen could have sucked it dry back at the start of term. As for Voldemort's 40-point soul shard, Cohen couldn't absorb it yet, but an Avada Kedavra from him wouldn't do much to Cohen either. Verdict: 0 threat from the evil side. The only thing left to figure out was how to reasonably pocket the Philosopher's Stone, something destined to be destroyed in the future. Harry perked up when Cohen agreed to sneak out together. If Cohen could see his parents too, didn't that mean Harry might have a shot at seeing his mom and dad in real life again? It was a flimsy conclusion. Cohen's adoptive parents were alive, so it didn't prove anything. But too much hope tends to dull your senses. As Dumbledore once said, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. With the sunlight beyond the castle and the calls of our friends, we'll eventually wake from the dream. According to Ron, Harry had been out of it all day, skipping both lunch and dinner. Cohen, though, had other plans during the day. He hadn't thoroughly gone through the books he'd brought back from the basement, nor had he dug into Ollie's species abilities. Ollie was still fast asleep. Cohen settled into an armchair in the room of requirement to read, starting with Origins of Evil Life from the stack. The book was clearly a catalog for picking test subjects in the project. In its worn pages, Cohen found 2 sections circled with tons of handwritten notes. The first was Dementors. These non-beings were a massive headache for the wizarding world. Not physical entities, they couldn't be killed, only driven off. Their danger level was off the charts, their attacks nearly impossible to block. Only a handful of spells worked against them, with the Patronus charm being the best bet. But it was so tricky that even most ministry aurors couldn't conjure a corporeal Patronus. A few fat handwritten paragraphs caught Cohen's eye. Dementors, as non-being life forms, are hard to use as incremental material for the vessel. Recommend removal. That line had a red slash through it, negating it. Looked like the experiment's process was hashed out through debate, not just one guy calling the shots. Rejected. Dementors can't be added later, but they're perfect as a base material. Their inability to die and soul-targeting attacks are the crux of this experiment. From there, the notes turned into an argument. Researcher number 1, unknown. You could use a basilisk or phoenix. They'd work just as well. Researcher number 2, unknown. The only phoenix with a known location in Britain is with Dumbledore. If you don't like it, go steal his bird. Researcher number 1, what? Me? Fight Dumbledore? For real. The rest was nonsense. The results showed they'd settled on Dementors as the base anyway. Cohen figured he was about 60% Dementor, with 10% human, 10% nightmare, and 10% each of 2 other mystery creatures. Other Dementors won't call me a mudblood, right? Cohen said warily. Then you'd wipe them out with some excuse like Azkaban's getting too urbanized, huh? The Earl said this while sneaking Cohen's candy. Nothing you do surprises me anymore. Cohen ignored the Earl and flipped to the next marked section. The second was nightmares, straight out of Secrets of the Darkest Arts. Nightmares were vile creations of the despicable Helpo. Unicorns, pure and infallible, were never meant to fall. But when a thick, liquefied curse was poured into a unicorn embryo's corpse, even a heavenly messenger could be dragged into hell. This whole passage feels off, Cohen muttered, frowning. Corruption, sticky fluids, purity. What? What? Let me see. The Earl, lounging lazily before, perked up and shoved overexcitedly. After shooing the eager, brown-feathered bird away, Cohen kept reading. Despite the name Nightmare, it was clearly just Helpo's twisted sense of humor. These creatures had no dream-related powers. Beyond their unicorn-like shape and the curses flowing through them, they had almost nothing in common with unicorns. All the gentle magic unicorns had, nightmares couldn't do any of it, but they were naturals at curses. Through their spiraled, silver-tipped horns, they could unleash thick curse magic, or inject it directly by stabbing their foes. Their blood was liquid curse, but once it left their body, it evaporated fast. Cohen experimentally nicked his hand. Holy! He watched his blood turn into black curse vapor. Anyone who'd gotten close to him in the last 10 years was insanely lucky he hadn't bled much. Otherwise, one touch could have been a death sentence. Asterisk ding. Special ability unlocked. Liquid curse. 1 out of 10. Asterisk. The system piped up right on cue. The ability's unlock level was 1 out of 10, meaning Cohen's blood wasn't full-on liquid curse yet. But it hit him with a terrifying realization. If his blood was a curse, what about his other bodily fluids? If he grew up and started dating? Asterisk, it's poisonous down there. Asterisk. Cohen took a deep breath. Terrifying. If he didn't fix this, it was basically a life sentence to bachelorhood. But he was only 11. No need to panic just yet. Still, with how fast the blood evaporated, Cohen figured using it as an attack would mean smearing it on someone up close. Shaking his head, he kept reading. Nightmares could blend into unicorn herds. Unicorns couldn't tell the difference between curses. Their own blood carried curses too, so nightmares were just oddly colored kin to them. Unicorns seemed pretty chill about it. But Cohen wasn't about to drop Ollie in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns might not notice, but Hagrid and the other critters sure would. A black unicorn didn't exactly scream normal, and Ollie's all-white eyes were creepy as heck. The Dementor traits gave Cohen soul-sucking, emotion-draining, and undead soul state perks. The Nightmare gave him dark curse talent and a hidden blood poison trump card. The book only flagged these two species. Cohen's other two unknown bloodlines weren't from anything else in it. The rest of his stack was alchemy runes and technical gear books. No more evil creature stuff. So, to figure out his last two bloodlines and powers, he'd need the original experiment logs. Looked like he'd have to track down Mundungus for a chat over the holidays. After a day of research in the Room of Requirement, Cohen met Harry in the common room that night. The invisibility cloak easily hid two 11-year-old boys. Step 1 of the night prowl went off without a hitch. Step 2? Not so much. Harry realized he couldn't remember the way to the empty classroom with a mirror of Ariste. Cohen had no idea. Hogwarts had hundreds of empty classrooms. Who knew where Dumbledore had stashed that mirror? But Harry was certain it wasn't far from the library. Last night, on a whim, he'd wandered into the restricted section. Didn't I already tell you guys about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen whispered to Harry. But there's something in the restricted section that's just so intriguing. Harry replied earnestly. Fine, turning Gryffindors into Gryffindidiots must be a family trait. Cohen had a hunch Dumbledore had a million ways to nudge Harry right into his carefully crafted grooming plan. And Cohen suspected Dumbledore was cooking up a Cohen growth plan too. Damn it. Was the game of wits starting already? How to read people, the art of social maneuvering, dark psychology. Burke versus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's ultimate goal was to wipe out Voldemort for good before his own death, which didn't have much to do with Cohen. No prophecy mentioned his name, after all. As long as Cohen didn't turn into a murderous psycho at school, he'd be fine. Here, Harry, under the invisibility cloak, suddenly pointed Cohen in a direction. They were in a secluded corridor beside the library, practically a ghost town since it was a dead end. At the corridor's end was a small classroom with a rickety wooden door that didn't even close properly. If Harry had bolted from the library in a panic last night, it made sense he'd instinctively duck into a hidden spot like this. Logically, Filch would have blocked the library exit first, not this dead-end nook. The abandoned classroom was cluttered with desks and chairs stacked against the walls, casting a mass of dark, shapeless shadows in the dim night. There was also an overturned wastebasket. But one thing in the room stood out starkly against the surroundings, right across from the entrance. It was an ornate mirror, tall enough to reach the ceiling, with a golden frame supported by two claw-shaped feet. At the top, an inscription read, Asterisk eristra eru oit ube kafer oit on wosi asterisk. Read as a mirror image, it translated to, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. That's the mirror, Harry exclaimed gleefully, throwing off the invisibility cloak and rushing toward it. His family smiled back at him from the glass. Cohen, Harry turned to call out to Cohen, who was still standing in place. Want to come see my parents? Oh, Cohen's gaze wasn't on the mirror or Harry. He just heard the wooden door creak as if moved by the wind. Harry assumed it was just a draft, but Cohen wasn't buying it. Asterisk soul strength. 99 asterisk. What kind of breeze had a soul strength of 99? Oh, just the wind. Here I thought it was some century-old, psychologically twisted, perpetually single, sweet-toothed pervert of a headmaster who loved stalking 11-year-olds at night. Dumbledore's disillusionment charm was indeed on a whole other level, nearly as flawless as Harry's invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. If Cohen couldn't see souls, he'd never have noticed Dumbledore slipping in. To keep Dumbledore from realizing Cohen had spotted him, Cohen gave the doorway a curious glance before jogging over to Harry's side. Can you see my family? Harry excitedly pointed at the figures in the mirror. But from Cohen's perspective, it showed only Harry's solitary reflection. Harry, I can't see anything, Cohen admitted. It's just you in there. Maybe it's the position. Here, stand here. Harry, thinking it was a matter of angle, stepped aside to let Cohen take the spot directly in front of the mirror. In the few seconds it took to walk over, Cohen mentally braced himself for what might appear. Voldemort's corpse, a scene of him eating with Rose and Edward, maybe even one with Alexia and Herbert joining them. But the mirror remained blank. Cohen frowned, then quickly pieced it together. The alchemical runes on this mirror were designed to peer into the mind, but mental attacks didn't seem to lock onto Cohen. What's wrong? Harry glanced between Cohen and the mirror. Cohen could feel Dumbledore's gaze sharpening behind him, probably eager to glimpse Cohen's deepest desire to gauge whether he'd veered onto a dark path. Still nothing, but I think I know what to do. Cohen had a gut feeling that touching the mirror might do the trick. He reached out a finger and lightly brushed the cool glass surface. It felt like a phone prompting. Risky app detected. Install anyway. Back in his last life, 14-year-old Cohen had mastered ignore risk and proceed. That's when life got colorful, especially the yellow kind. Harry didn't get it, but he waited quietly for Cohen to finish. The mirror's surface shifted before Cohen's eyes. Did you see something? Harry asked eagerly, noticing Cohen's once calm expression soften. Edward and Rose. They're preparing a big dinner for me, Cohen replied. But they're obviously flirting in the kitchen, completely ignoring me. The lonely third will right next to them. Huh, Harry laughed, relieved that Cohen saw his parents too. Something inside him eased up. Maybe this mirror lets you see family. But Cohen's adoptive parents were still alive. Harry's mood dipped suddenly. His own parents could only be seen here, in this mirror. It looks nice, Harry, Cohen said, stepping aside. But I think we should keep our eyes on reality. It's the holidays, though, Harry replied, sitting down in front of the mirror, his gaze glued to his family. I can at least look at them. Harry wouldn't budge, and Cohen didn't really want to leave either, not with Dumbledore still watching. That old man really wasn't afraid of dropping dead from pulling an all-nighter. Leaving now would feel a bit like abandoning a friend. Too heartless. Cohen was committed to playing his role fully, crafting the perfect good guy image. No, wait, he was a good guy. Bored out of his mind, Cohen dragged over a chair and started experimenting with spells in the corner. Of course, he wasn't about to practice anything like the killing curse under Dumbledore's nose. He needed a spell to prove his innocence. Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist burst from the tip of Cohen's wand. The presence of vapor meant the spell's first step had succeeded. Harry, engrossed in the mirror, didn't glance over, but Dumbledore did. Cohen caught the old man's soul, previously fixated on Harry, shifting to him. The Patronus charm was a bit too advanced for a Dementor. Even though Cohen was trying hard to recall happy memories, the silvery mist he conjured wouldn't form any shape at all. The mist didn't vanish either. It just lingered near the floor like regular fog. Was this how the Patronus charm worked? To Cohen, it felt more like the thick fog other Dementors whipped up during an attack. Except Cohen's fog was brimming with happiness. He could clearly see the emotion sinking and drifting through the air. He chalked this failure up to his constitution. His spell and emotions were spot on. There was no way he'd messed up the casting. Out of the corner of his eye, Cohen caught Dumbledore's soul outline. The old man had been sitting on a table, but when Cohen cast the spell, he'd shifted his butt and stood up, only to sit back down now. Looked like Cohen's botched Patronus charm didn't surprise Dumbledore. Still, the fact that Cohen could produce some silver mist meant he wasn't totally steeped in dark magic. Dark magic thrived on extreme malice. Wizards drowning in it couldn't summon even a wisp of a Patronus. Cough. Harry choked on the drifting mist and scrambled up from the floor. Where'd this smoke come from? Just testing a spell. Guess I flunked it, Cohen said. I read about the Patronus charm in a book last time. You use happy memories to summon a solid Patronus. I saw some cozy stuff in the mirror earlier, so I figure I'd try with that memory. Normally, Patronus mist shouldn't choke anyone, but Harry didn't know that. Must be pretty advanced. Harry stared at the magical fog blanketing the floor like a forest haze. Then something clicked. Sorry, Harry, I'm such an idiot. I made a mess of the room, Cohen said, scratching his head. Why don't you head back to the mirror? I'll clear out the fog. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Cohen's words just now were off somehow. Then Cohen pointed his wand at the floor, and the mist from his spell sucked back into the tip. Cough! An aged cough echoed through the room. Dumbledore wouldn't choke on Cohen's mist. So Cohen figured the old man was just tired and ready for bed, faking a spooky cough to scare him and Harry into scurrying off to sleep. What was that? Harry whispered sharply, immediately scanning the floor for his dropped invisibility cloak. If Filch caught them, Gryffindor's house points would plummet into the negatives. They were down to just over 80. Not Filch, is it? Cohen frowned, feigning surprise. He'd already spotted Dumbledore heading for the door, like some cool guy who never looks back at explosions. Quick! Harry shook out the invisibility cloak like a bedsheet, urgently waving Cohen over. If Filch catches us, we're toast. They hustled back the way they came under the cloak. Cohen noticed Harry's lips moving slightly, memorizing the route. Poor kid was already planning to come back tomorrow night. Just seeing his parents was a luxury for Harry, even if it was only their misty reflections in a mirror. They ran into Filch on the way, but he couldn't see through the cloak. He just trailed Mrs. Norris, his cat, sniffing around their lingering scent. Back in the common room, Harry and Cohen slipped into their beds amid Ron's snores. Harry didn't sleep. His mind was still on that mirror. Cohen didn't sleep either. He'd lied earlier. He hadn't seen some happy family scene in the mirror. What he saw were flashes of different scenes, like chopped-up movie clips speeding across the surface. Cohen saw himself slurping down all of Voldemort's souls. The ministry littered with corpses, dark creatures gnawing on the dead, and even his own evil Dementor empire. Anyone else would have thought it was a horror flick. Was he really some naturally evil bad seed? He'd never felt that way before. But there was also a scene of him standing with his adoptive parents, proof his heart wasn't all doom and gloom. And sure, those deepest desires looked bloody and brutal, but they weren't all bad. Killing Voldemort? Definitely a good thing. Taking out the corrupt, thuggish bureaucrats in the ministry? Also good. The Dementor Empire might be the only part that clashed with society's norms, but to Cohen, that wasn't a downside. Thinking it over, it all made sense. Cohen stretched with satisfaction and rolled over to sleep. Evil? Please. He was a savior. The actual chosen one in the next bed was still playing tadpole looking for mommy, while Cohen was already blueprinting a bright future. The next morning, Cohen dragged himself up, bleary-eyed. Harry was nowhere in sight. Probably hadn't slept a wink. He'd drop dead at this rate, right? But Cohen didn't have time to tag, along with Harry, to the mirror today. He needed to figure out the Patronus charm mess and skim through the books he'd swiped from the Borgin Manor basement. Last night's Patronus attempt was a total flop, but casting it gave Cohen a hunch. The spell could work, just not the right way. It was hard to explain, like juggling multiple character classes in a game, but only the mage could cast a fireball. So trying it as a warrior popped up an error message. The empty common room showed no sign of Harry, but Cohen spotted the Earl outside the window. Opening it, the Earl swooped in, shaking fine snow off its feathers and scattering cold crystals all over the carpet. Good thing house elves cleaned the common room. If it were Filch, he'd probably yell, "I'll skin you alive," at the Earl and slap Cohen with detention. He's a few steps away, but make me deliver a letter like he's got no legs. If it weren't for that noseless stink face glued to the back of his head, I'd claw every hair off his scalp. The Earl huffed, tossing a letter at Cohen. It was from Quirrell. It asked Cohen to swing by his office before lunch. No reason given, probably worried Dumbledore might intercept it. Was it time to kick off the Philosopher's Stone heist? Cohen's hands were itching already. After breakfast, Cohen headed to Quirrell's office. The garlic stench was stronger than ever, a clear sign that Voldemort's grip on Quirrell's body was tightening. Soul Strength, 5, damage/25. Soul Strength, 40 plus 10. Quirrell's Soul Strength had been sapped by 20 points courtesy of Voldemort, while Voldemort's own soul only gained a temporary 10-point boost. Once Voldemort ditched Quirrell's body, that extra chunk would vanish. Cohen didn't have much to worry about. "In Norton, come in," Quirrell stammered, ushering Cohen inside. He poked his head out to glance around nervously before locking the door and adding a spell for good measure. "See, Cohen, the Dark Lord really needs that Philosopher's Stone now. I gotta pick up the pace," Quirrell said, his face pale as a ghost. Voldemort must have been riding him hard, like a dead teammate in a video game nagging the last survivor from the black screen. "Then go steal it already. You've been yapping about it for half a year," Cohen said, his expression drooping. "That big dog you saw last Halloween. It's a protection set up by Hagrid, the groundskeeper," Quirrell cut in quickly. "I've already got a plan to trick him into spilling how to deal with it. A Cerberus, a magical three-headed hellhound, wasn't something most spells could threaten directly. Wizards back in the day thought it was a guard straight from the underworld. Its one weakness? Music puts it to sleep." Cohen had been about to blurt that out, but then Quirrell pulled a massive, pitch-black egg from his desk. "You told me I couldn't sneak a dragon into the castle, and here you are with one?" Cohen shot Quirrell a stiff glare. "It's for tricking Hagrid into giving up info," Quirrell explained hurriedly. "Dragon eggs are still gettable on the black market, but full-grown dragons are tricky to transport. Grab me a few, too?" Cohen asked. "I could test tons of spells on them. You know, snagging live people gets Dumbledore's attention fast, but pets are different. I could practice my spell ideas, like a chained Avada Kedavra or something. Dragons have decent magic resistance. After all, dragon eggs are expensive," Quirrell said awkwardly. "I've already burned through my savings. Those egg smugglers are nuts." "Fine," Cohen grumbled. "When are you asking him? Hurry it up. I want to get moving before finals. Don't mess with my studies. The Dark Lord thinks you'll study under him after we succeed," Quirrell said, puzzled by Cohen's priorities. "Knowledge and credentials aren't the same," Cohen lectured earnestly. "You're too stuck in your academic bubble. I don't just want knowledge. I want power. With a diploma, I can infiltrate the ministry, then climb the ranks with Imperius curses and assassinations. Call it peaceful coup. I've studied both Dark Lord's track records. They were too brutal. People prefer gentler change. Once I'm running the ministry, I'll spend a few years stirring up Muggle-Wizard conflicts." Quirrell gaped as Cohen rattled off his multi-phase plan. "Good child, your plan does have merit." Voldemort's voice slithered lazily from under Quirrell's turban. "But it's full of holes. Detecting dark wizards isn't just about behavior." "Oh," Cohen raised an eyebrow and whipped out his wand. What if I pull this off? Expecto Patronum. A thick plume of white mist burst from the tip of his wand. No way. Quirrell's voice jumped an octave, staring in disbelief at Cohen's Patronus charm. It didn't take shape, but it was definitely there. And yet, Cohen had cast dark magic hundreds of times in the past 6 months. The critters he'd offed in Quirrell's office could have carpeted Hogwarts' Great Hall. Magic's pretty wild, huh? Cohen grinned. But you're not. Quirrell recalled the Borgin Manor experiment, a fusion of dark creatures. I took a trip there the other day, Cohen said. Bit of a mess, but I mostly figured out what that experiment was about. Probably tossed in some weird critters or something. So that means Quirrell Plug Cohen can pass as a normal wizard into the plan Cohen had just laid out. Wait, could this kid actually pull it off? How would the Ministry prove Cohen was evil? Call him a Dementor? A wicked, dark creature? What kind of Dementor summons a Patronus? Heck, most Ministry folks couldn't even cast that spell. Quirrell and the Voldemort in his head went quiet for a while. So, if you guys mess up my plan, I'll flip sides without a second thought to protect my cover, Cohen warned. But you're solid partners, and our goals align. He meant Voldemort's aim to sow chaos and seize power. Of course, we'll have plenty of chances to work together in the future. Voldemort's voice hissed like a snake flicking its tongue. For now, he seemed to buy Cohen's terms. So how are you meeting Hagrid? You can't just waltz up to him as yourself to peddle a dragon egg, Cohen said, steering the convo back to Quirrell. Maybe a bar in Hogsmeade? Quirrell suggested. I know he hits the 3 broomsticks a lot. You're doing shady deals at the 3 broomsticks? Cohen sighed at Quirrell's lackluster scheme. At least go to the Hog's Head. Look, I'll tell Hagrid I'm craving some Hog's Head butterbeer. You wait there, then rope him into a card game or something, bet the dragon egg. He won't resist. But how? How do you get Hagrid to fetch butterbeer for you? Quirrell sounded skeptical. I've been tight with Hagrid for ages. You think I'm darting around school all day for exercise? It's networking. The future of Britain's wizarding world is all here at Hogwarts, Cohen said, waving a hand. Plus, I've got an offer he can't refuse. Besides Cohen, there was only one person at Hogwarts who wouldn't freak out or chase off a nightmare unicorn. Hagrid would be hooked by a creature he'd never seen before. No way he'd say no to its request. Like, say, wanting some Hog's Head butterbeer. Seeing Cohen's confident demeanor, Quirrell chose to trust him. Choose Cohen, choose success. There was no doubt about it. So Cohen and Quirrell quickly hashed out a plan for tonight. The dragon egg trade needed to happen as soon as possible. Christmas break was one of the few times in Quirrell's teaching career when he could leave the castle. The regular teaching schedule was just too packed. Every defense against the dark arts class for all years at the school fell on Quirrell alone. If Dumbledore didn't skip performance reviews for teachers, Quirrell would have cracked long ago. After wrapping up the planning session, Cohen returned to the room of requirement to brief Yali. He'd be taking it to Hagrid's later to pull off a little scam, so they needed to rehearse beforehand. But the moment Cohen stepped into the room of requirement, he heard Earl's loud squawking. Earl wasn't talking to him, though. Both Earl and Yali were in the fake outdoor room assigned to Yali. The door was ajar, giving Cohen a glimpse of the artificial grass and starry sky inside. Coo, coo, coo. The gesturing with your head? What are you even trying to say? Asterisk snort. Asterisk. Yali let out an impatient huff. What's that supposed to mean, a tree? No, a rock. Earl seemed to be struggling to communicate with Yali. Mother of coo. Not a rock. That a big boob? Wait, no way, boob's that big. Asterisk snort. Asterisk. The sound was now mixed with hoof stomps and flapping wings. What are you two up to? Cohen figured it was time to step in. Pushing the door open, he saw Earl circling overhead while Yali blasted cold air from its nostrils at him. The room of requirement was much warmer than the frigid winter outside, even in this fake outdoor meadow. Holy coo, this mute chick's lost it. You deal with her. Earl swooped behind Cohen, perching on the owl stand in the room and squawking complaints. Asterisk, I was just trying to ask him where you went. Your absence made me uneasy. I felt like I'd been locked in another cage. Asterisk. Yali's voice explained in Cohen's mind. Asterisk, but he couldn't understand me. Asterisk. I was off helping a minor villain plot something evil. You know how it is. Hogwarts students are like that, Cohen replied casually. This unicorn seemed to be getting all maternal, though it didn't matter much. There's something I need your help with. Then Cohen laid out the plan for Yali. So you're saying you want to take a creepy black unicorn that looks all wrong to a half-giant's hut, tell him it likes drinking butterbeer, and specifically insist on the stuff from Hogsmeade's dingiest, crummiest pub, the Hog's Head. Earl calmly recapped Cohen's plan. Yeah? What's the problem? Cohen tilted his head at Earl. Don't you get humans at all? Earl tilted his head back at Cohen. No, you don't get Hagrid. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, blanketed in thick snow, inside Hagrid's hut, Cohen released Yali from his magical pouch. Merlin's beard. Hagrid's eyes lit up like a fire had been sparked as he stared at the unicorn covered in jet black mane. Is this a unicorn and thestral hybrid? Merlin's beard. I can't even imagine. How did this happen? I ran into her on my way home. Her name's Alexia. I call her Yali. Cohen lied smoothly. She said she liked me and insisted on following me. Couldn't shake her off. Asterisk, utter nonsense. Asterisk. Yali mentally refuted Cohen's story. What a beautiful unicorn. Hagrid barely registered Cohen's words. His mind was already racing with thoughts of how to care for this bizarre magical creature. Look at that mane, that horn, and those hooves and tail. Asterisk your nonsense, too. Asterisk. Yali's voice, audible only to Cohen, was clearly directed at Hagrid. Hagrid had no idea Yali had pegged him as a weirdo. Wiping tears of excitement, he started rummaging through his hut. What does she like to eat? I've got plenty of food here. Unicorns like fresh forage. No, wait, she's so unique. Maybe something else. Ant eggs, frog livers, or flobberworms. She told me she likes the butterbeer from the Hog's Head, Cohen prompted. Question mark. Hagrid's shaggy head swiveled toward Cohen, then back to Yali. Butterbeer. Yali nodded at Hagrid as per Cohen's plan, though was starting to agree with Earl. No sane person would buy that a unicorn liked butterbeer from some rundown pub. Asterisk, this excuse is ridiculous. If he doesn't buy it, it's not my fault. Asterisk. Yali preemptively warned Cohen in his head. But Cohen just shot at a wait and see look. I knew it. Hagrid looked even more thrilled than Cohen, whose plan had just clicked into place. He boomed excitedly. Grab horns and rinspores like booze too. Could she stay with me for a while? I'll take good care of her. I'll head out tonight to grab her some butterbeer. Did she say Hog's Head or 3 broomsticks? Which pub's butterbeer do you like? Cohen asked Yali, putting on a show. Asterisk, asterisk. Hog's Head, she says, Cohen answered, turning to an eager Hagrid. Yali nodded in confirmation for Hagrid's sake, then gave Cohen a skeptical glance. Asterisk, are you sure about leaving me with this giant? You're not selling me off, are you? Asterisk. Relax. Hagrid will take good care of you. He looks after half the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. He's got experience, Cohen reassured. His words nearly brought Hagrid to tears. Finally, a student who shared his tastes. Oh, by the way, Hagrid, I looked it up in the library. Creatures like Yali. Keeping them might be illegal, Cohen added. No worries, if no one finds out, it's not illegal. Hagrid thumped his chest confidently. When it came to raising creatures, he had zero regard for the law. Or rather, in Hagrid's mind, cute, magical animals far outweighed cold, impersonal regulations. Plan successful. Cohen left Hagrid's hut satisfied, heading back to the castle's 8th floor with a quick detour to Quirrell's office. When Quirrell learned Cohen had handled Hagrid in under an hour, he got an earful from Voldemort. Cohen, using his soul-through-walls trick, overheard bits of it. Something about how even a kid was more efficient than him. Classic PUA manipulation. People's joys and sorrows don't connect. Cohen just found their bickering noisy. He needed to get back and keep practicing his Patronus charm, figure out what was going wrong. As long as he could produce mist, it meant he could definitely cast the spell. It was like an engine. If it could start, slap some wheels on it, and it'd roll, right? To properly study the Patronus charm, Cohen had even gone to the library and borrowed a few books. Back in the room of requirement, he settled by the warm fireplace and kicked off a new round of spell research. Hands-on practice was way more fun than those theoretical classes. No wonder Harry and Ron had zero interest in studying. Earl was thrilled that Cohen didn't pull Yali out of the pouch again. Phew, can we just leave her with Hagrid from now on? If the centaurs in the forest don't mess with her, Cohen replied, not entirely sold on the idea. The centaurs wouldn't tolerate anything as violently extreme or evil as Yali mixing into their woods. And with her looking nothing like a normal unicorn from head to toe, she'd definitely set them off. Cohen wasn't worried about Yali's safety so much as he didn't want to end up slaughtering all the centaurs. Who knew what kind of mess Yali's curses would unleash on the Forbidden Forest if they fully erupted? His sin points would skyrocket, Dumbledore's annoyance would too, and then Cohen wouldn't even be able to pop into the forest for a snack anymore. There were still other creatures with edible souls out there, like werewolves. She's not safe here. Earl, realizing subtle hints weren't working, got blunt with Cohen. She wants to kill me. That's because you talk too much. What's she gonna do to you, stab your wings? Rip your beak off. I feel like she wants to tear out my prostate. Earl argued with conviction. The way she's aiming. Keep talking, and I'll be the one tearing out your prostate. Cohen shot Earl a dangerous glare. After shooing Earl off with squirrel-chasing chirps and sending him to his nest on the other side of the room, Cohen turned to the books. Miranda Goshawk's analysis of ancient spells had a detailed breakdown of the Patronus charm. Compared to Cohen's Encyclopedia of Positive Magic, this one leaned heavier on historical records and origin studies. The Patronus charm was one of the most famous spells known to wizards and among the most powerful defensive charms. It was an incredibly complex and difficult incantation that summoned a semi-tangible embodiment of positive energy, a Patronus. It could drive off Dementors and Lethifolds, creatures with no other known defense. Cohen had first-hand experience. It really did knock him dizzy, though it wouldn't actually kill him, or kill a monster, that is. In the book, Goshawk drew a conclusion from historical evidence. Only those with pure hearts could summon a Patronus. She cited a famous case. Dark Wizard Raxidian tried casting the spell, backfired, and was devoured by the maggots he conjured instead. Most Dark Wizards either met Raxidian's fate or couldn't get the spell to work at all, like firing a blank shot. Cohen wasn't entirely on board with the book's claim that people with negative personality traits can't summon a Patronus. After all, Umbridge could produce a cat-shaped Patronus, and she was hardly free of negative traits. So the rule might not be that strict. A better take might be, people who constantly rely on extreme negative emotions to cast dark magic can't muster pure, happy memories. Their joy stemmed from pain, bullying, and slaughter. Cohen felt he didn't fit that mold at all. When he killed people or animals, he was granting them release. Whether by eating their souls or hitting them with an Avada Kedavra, it was painless. Wasn't that kinder than plucking feathers for a barbecue? But this made him realize he'd been picking the wrong memories. Maybe he shouldn't use ones like Edward getting bossed around by Rose, or nabbing a lollipop from the neighbor's kid. They might be happy, but not pure enough. Expecto Patronum. Cohen adjusted his memory selection, focusing on moments like agreeing to stay with Herbert, the emotions he'd felt from Herbert, or the send-off from Rose and Edward. A denser cloud of white mist billowed from his wand tip, starting to form into a massive creature, but there was resistance. This time, Cohen felt it clearly, a pushback from his own soul. It was like finishing a huge dump and being forced to touch it. Your brain's yelling at your hand to do it, but your hand's fighting back with everything it's got. Cohen's body was casting the spell, but his soul was resisting, refusing to fully release those happy memories. He was in a superposition of wanting to cast the Patronus charm and not wanting to. I'm calling this the Cohen principle. Cohen gave up on that attempt. No matter how hard he pushed, the Patronus wouldn't take shape. Damn it. Dementor learning the Patronus charm. What kind of dream am I having? Earl froze in his nest like an owl statue, staring straight at Cohen. The scariest part was that Cohen had actually produced a non-corporeal Patronus. What if? The moment Earl spoke, Cohen's eyes locked onto him. If his soul instinctively refused to release positive emotions, could he use someone else's? Cohen could suck them out. What are you up to? Earl shivered under Cohen's wickedly excited stare. That look usually meant either his feathers were getting plucked, or he'd be roped into some nonsense like go drop a turd on a student's head. You, cast a Patronus charm, Cohen said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Are you nuts? Earl asked, baffled. I won't be able to stop myself from ramming it into you. You know how much you piss me off. You're up there with that pervert who stole Grindelwald's underwear. That was your idea to steal Grindelwald's underwear. I heard you plotting it outside the window, Cohen deadpanned, staring Earl down. Dumbledore'd pluck you bald if he heard that. Stop stalling, do it. Fine, fine. Earl smacked his beak in resignation, flapped over to the table, and grabbed his wand with his talons. Expecto. The instant Earl's happiness surged, Cohen struck. Slurp. This time, instead of swallowing the sweet emotion whole, Cohen channeled it straight into Expecto Patronum. A colossal figure burst from his wand tip. At first, it looked like the misty haze of a non-corporeal Patronus, but as it fully unfurled, Holy Mother of, Dementor Patronus, Earl, abruptly stripped of his joy, squawked in shock at the sight. Woo! Cohen cheered. You little coo. The Earl was so flustered it couldn't even form human words, its big eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. A Dementor-shaped creature, woven from the happy emotions Cohen had swiped from the Earl, floated near the ceiling of the room of requirement. Aside from its silvery hue, it looked almost identical to a regular Dementor. I must have passed out from the shock and still be dreaming, the Earl declared. You evil Dementor spawn aren't hijacking my springtime fantasies. Any minute now, a flock of owls is gonna... The Earl turned away, muttering about its dream, something involving a brown, fuzzy ball, and refused to look at Cohen or the silvery Dementor hovering above. This was too freaky, way too freaky. It was like Satan ripping off his devil skin and Jesus popping out from inside. But Cohen didn't care about the Earl's meltdown. If an animagus's Patronus matched their animal form, it made total sense that his, as a half-Dementor, would be a Dementor, right? He didn't have anything scared of patron uses on hand to test it with, so he couldn't tell if this one could fend off real Dementors or Lethifolds. Maybe he could snag a few Dementors from Azkaban, but that came with issues. Cohen wasn't a pure Dementor. Would they shun him? See him as one of their own, a human, or maybe a mudblood among Dementors? And a big question, could he even eat them? Did Dementors have souls? No one had really studied them enough to say. Too many unknowns. He'd have to add sneak into Azkaban to this year's to-do list. Do you know where Azkaban is? Cohen asked the Earl. Are you talking to your Dementor Patronus? The Earl, curled up in its nest, didn't turn around. I'm talking to you, Cohen corrected. I'm not nuts enough to chat with a puppet I made yet. With that, he waved off the spell. This Patronus success proved Cohen could bypass his soul's Dementor instinct to dodge patron uses by using sneaky tricks, like gobbling up someone else's emotions. But the shape? Yeah, not exactly people-friendly. Most folks' patron uses took the form of the animal they're most attuned to, and Dementors didn't exactly scream warm and fuzzy. So, for now, this wasn't going to convince anyone of his inner goodness or justice. There had to be a fix, though Patronus shapes could change, right? What crazy idea is brewing in your head now? The Earl slowly turned back, visibly relieved to see the Dementor Patronus gone. That thing almost sucked away the best memory of my life. From now on, I'm absolutely. Patron uses don't suck happiness, Cohen cut in. That was me, but that's not the point. I've got a big new plan. Do you know where Azkaban is? You planning a rebellion and coup already? The Earl asked suspiciously. You've only been here half a year. The Minister Norton plan kicks off after graduation, Cohen said seriously. This Azkaban trip is to grab some Dementors. What do you want Dementors for? The Earl perked up, alarmed, connecting the dots to Cohen, keeping that black unicorn in the room of requirement. You're not gonna... I want to keep a few. You're looking for Dementor girlfriends? They blurted it out at the same time. Is your brain just hunger and horniness? Cohen asked calmly. If not for a mate, Why else would you raise Dementors? The Earl shot back. Can my bird-sized happiness feed you in them? Don't make me bolt right now. Once I join the Owl Moon Landing project, you'll never catch me. Not just a couple. I'm thinking a few more, Cohen said, wagging a finger. If they'll chat with me nicely. Real friendly, I bet. Since you're a Dementorant, they'll probably toss you the happiest scrap left in Azkaban, so you don't starve. Every species looks after its young, the Earl said in a flat, dry tone. That'd make things easier, Cohen nodded, agreeing with the prediction. Hold up. I'm not endorsing your Dementopet project. They'll murder me, and you'll lose some pretty key stuff, like my loyalty, friendship, and whatever other bond crap, the Earl warned. I wasn't asking for your approval, Cohen said bluntly. You can't stop me anyway. So where's Azkaban? If Dumbledore catches you raising Dementors in school, you're screwed, the Earl tried again. I don't have to keep them, but I gotta check out Azkaban. So where is it? I'm not flying to that hellhole. So where's Azkaban? Cohen pressed, then added after a beat. Just tell me the location. I'll go myself. Guess you really want to go home, the Earl sighed, giving in to Cohen's stubbornness. Fine. Azkaban's off northwest Britain, on a little island in the North Sea. But I can't pinpoint it. It's an unplottable magical zone. No exact address. Cohen frowned. They use port keys to ship prisoners there. I've seen it from a distance, the Earl said. If you're hunting it down, you'll be drifting at sea for ages. My advice, just drift a bit longer, and I'll find it, Cohen shrugged. As long as he knew the general waters, he wasn't too fussed. But that meant vanishing from home or school for days. No chance this term. Maybe summer, with some excuse to convince Rose and Edward to let him loose. And to avoid getting stuck out there, he needed to learn apparition. Otherwise, the round trip would eat up even more time. Lots to tackle slowly. Raising Dementors, the long-term ministry takeover, fixing his shattered soul, and the short-term goal of snagging the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell would get the intel tonight, and Cohen could check out Hagrid's hatched dragon later. Wonder how strong a fire dragon soul was? Arya sprawled lazily on Hagrid's bed, casually reminding Cohen as empty butterbeer bottles littered the space nearby. Though I take back what I said before, butterbeer's actually pretty good. A thick blanket was spread out on the floor, suggesting Hagrid had opted to sleep there himself. A completely unsurprising arrangement. But for now, Hagrid's full attention seemed to be glued to the dragon egg. I don't know much about this stuff, though. Cohen, could you help me borrow a few books from the library? Something about hatch-in fire dragons. Hagrid asked eagerly. I never thought I'd actually get my hands on a dragon egg. It's just so beautiful. The egg didn't exactly scream beautiful. It looked more like an oversized duck egg with a blackened, slightly grimy shell. Sure, I was heading to the library to return some books anyway, Cohen agreed. I'm kind of curious to see what a fire dragon looks like too. Truth be told, Cohen was mostly interested in the dragon's soul strength. The last time he'd seen Fawkes at Dumbledore's, the Phoenix had a soul strength identical to Dumbledore's. Maybe a fire dragon soul would be just as impressive. As for eating it, that was another matter. Cohen felt that killing a newborn dragon for a measly 1% boost to his soul integrity wasn't worth it. He'd rather steal a lollipop. Cohen was efficient at borrowing books. Madame Pants had grown used to his thrice-weekly visits, and as long as he wasn't after anything from the restricted section, she approved his requests quickly. This time, he checked out dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland from Dragon Egg to Inferno, a guide to raising fire dragons and raising dragons for fun and profit. Madame Pants's sharp gaze scanned Cohen for any signs of flame-singed clothing. She thought the idea was ridiculous. An 11-year-old wizard couldn't possibly have gotten hold of a dragon egg. By the time Cohen returned to Hagrid's hut, Hagrid had already set up a little nest and a pot for incubation. It takes 2 weeks for a dragon egg to hatch, Cohen reminded Hagrid, who was getting ahead of himself with excitement. And they don't stay in cotton nests. That'll burn your wooden house down. Following the description in dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, Hagrid identified the egg as a Norwegian ridgeback. They need to keep it roasting over a fire. Dragon mothers breathed on their eggs to incubate them. Then, They'd wait for the hatchling to emerge and feed it chicken blood mixed with brandy every half hour after it broke the shell. What? Is dragon spit made of brandy or something? Cohen muttered, skeptical of the book's claims. In its egg state, the dragon had no soul yet, so Cohen would have to wait until it hatched to check. And hatching would take a full 2 weeks. That left the task of keeping the fire going to Hagrid. The holidays came in a flash, and classes started up again. When Hermione returned and heard that Harry and the others had spent several sleepless nights sneaking around, she expressed her motherly concern. What if Filch catches you? But the real unease was still come. The first weekend after term started, Harry had a Quidditch match against Slytherin. The kicker? Snape was refereeing. Snape's refereeing? Ron asked incredulously over breakfast one morning. Has someone lost their mind? Since when does he referee Quidditch matches? He's up to no good, Hermione said firmly, now fully convinced of Snape's shady intentions. Maybe, Cohen, you could teach us that counter curse, just in case he tries something on Harry again. A Saint Seiya doesn't get hit by the same move twice, Cohen said, shaking his head. The real troublemaker wasn't Snape. It was Quirrell and himself. With Snape as referee now, Quirrell wouldn't dare act up. The referee had a clear view of the entire pitch and could easily spot anyone casting a nasty hex. He failed last time. He's not dumb enough to try the same trick and flop again. Harry and the others were left stewing in worry. Don't play, Hermione said anxiously. Say you're sick, Ron suggested. Or pretend you broke your leg. Hermione added. Actually break your leg, Ron said, sounding oddly determined. I'll break your leg for you, Cohen offered matter-of-factly. Just pay me 10 galleons. I'll probably get a week of detention for attacking a classmate, after all. With that, Cohen pulled out his wand. Thanks, Harry replied dryly. But I can't. There's no reserve seeker. If I drop out, Gryffindor's got no chance in this match. Harry, Ron, and Hermione braced for the worst. But the Quidditch game went just as Cohen predicted. Harry came out unscathed. Dumbledore showed up to watch this time, too, making it even less likely for Quirrell to try anything. Without interference, the match wrapped up in barely 5 minutes. Harry caught the snitch so fast, it was like he'd cheated. He's cheating, some nameless Slytherin captain shouted again, just like last time when he complained about Harry catching the snitch with his mouth. But, so what if he did? Cohen shrugged, speaking up for Harry. This match was all effort and sweat. Right, Harry? Absolutely, Harry said, a grin spreading across his face. That joy lasted maybe half a day, or less. When Cohen saw Harry in the common room later, his face was clouded with melancholy. Hermione and Ron, sitting nearby, didn't look much better. After Cohen sat down, they started whispering to him about what Harry had run into after the match. Harry had gone to drop off his broom at the shed, but he spotted a hooded figure dashing out of the castle toward the Forbidden Forest. I grabbed my broom and followed. It was Snape and Quirrell, Harry said, voice thick with worry. I overheard them. Snape was threatening Quirrell, telling him to help steal the Philosopher's Stone. Should we assassinate Snape? Cohen raised an eyebrow. If only, Harry said wistfully. Forget it. You couldn't take Snape solo in 5 years, Cohen said, shattering Harry's daydream. Instead of worrying about that, how about focusing on the homework you've been putting off all week? Even by dinner time, Cohen hadn't caught a glimpse of Harry. It seemed like Harry hadn't left the common room all day. Where's Harry? At the dining table, Ron stuffed 2 chicken drumsticks into his mouth in a completely unreasonable manner, mumbling incoherently. I didn't SEMT day. Maybe he's in the dorm. I've been practicing spells in an empty classroom all day and didn't spot Harry either. Cohen ate his Christmas feast slowly. Naturally, he hadn't touched the turkey on the table. It was awful. Even slathered in sauce, it couldn't mask its dry, hay-like texture. It's not even as good as beef stew with potatoes. The staff table was noticeably emptier too. Only Snape and Dumbledore were deep in conversation. The other professors had probably gone off to Hogsmeade for a few drinks. Cohen glanced at Quirrell's spot. Empty. Chances were Quirrell was at the Hog's Head right now, hood up, playing cards with Hagrid. There weren't many students either. The house tables were sparsely populated, with only a handful of figures scattered across them. Most students had gone home for the holidays, though Cohen noticed a platinum-blonde boy at the Slytherin table. Why did Malfoy go home? Cohen was puzzled. Just before Christmas, Malfoy had made a point in potions class to say, some people have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them. That jab was meant for Harry, but since Rose and Edward weren't spending the holiday with Cohen this year, it accidentally hit him too. So, Malfoy got a little punishment from Cohen. After being dragged into the bathroom, Malfoy hadn't been happy for the rest of that day. His hands even shook while eating. Cohen had seen Malfoy leave with the main group of students heading home. So why was he back so soon? I'll bring some food back for Harry. He's probably starving. Ron, having wolfed down his meal at lightning speed, decided to pack some food for Harry since he hadn't shown up for lunch either. Cohen, you heading back to the dorm? Fred caught a red Christmas elf, though I think it might just be a goblin in disguise. I'm not full yet. Cohen took a sip of pumpkin soup. You go ahead. He said this because Malfoy was glancing his way too. Cohen could sense the anxiety radiating off him. It was clear Malfoy was waiting for a chance to catch Cohen alone. The kid still couldn't let go of his pride, whatever it was for. It wasn't until the Great Hall had mostly emptied out, even Dumbledore and Snape had left, that Malfoy finally approached Cohen, reluctantly and with a pinched expression. Malfoy's eyes darted around as he spoke. My father told me to come apologize to you. Oh. Cohen immediately understood why Malfoy had suddenly shown up. I said I'm sorry, Malfoy repeated, as if it were some monumental task. And I said, oh, Cohen echoed back. It seemed Lucius wanted his son to build a good relationship with Cohen. After all, Lucius had plenty of connections in the wizarding world and surely knew about Cohen, the dark magic experiment the Ministry couldn't kill 10 years ago, no matter how hard they tried. That's why, for the past 6 months, Draco hadn't dared to openly taunt Harry or pull any tricks when Cohen was around. That potions class jab had been a rare slip-up he couldn't hold back. But kids often don't grasp the nuances of social maneuvering, especially when it means swallowing their pride to butter someone up. Cohen's reaction clearly wasn't what Lucius had instructed Draco to aim for. Malfoy took a deep breath. I'm sorry. That's the 3rd time you've said it, Cohen replied, growing impatient. Just get to the point. Did your dad plan to give me something? How did you know? Did you put something on me? Malfoy asked in a panic, recalling what Cohen had done to him the day before the holidays. It must have been some spell or curse. His mind had been filled with nothing but terrifying, hopeless thoughts all day. I know everything, Cohen said, keeping his voice low in the Great Hall. Last time, you verbally attacked both me and Harry, so I gave you a little punishment. This apology settles that. If you don't get to the point, I'm heading back to the dorm. Wait, I've got one more thing to say, Malfoy hurriedly added as Cohen stood to leave. My dad wants to invite you to Malfoy Manor. Anytime you like. Why would I go to your place? Cohen wasn't keen. Besides, I don't have much free time during the school year. Suddenly, Cohen thought of a plan. A plan to get himself to Azkaban. Rose and Edward would never agree to let him go there, nor would they let him leave for some flimsy excuse. But Lucius was different. The more extreme and sinister Cohen acted, the more Lucius would see him as a potential next-generation Dark Lord. If Cohen could use the excuse of visiting the Malfoys, what about summer? Malfoy asked eagerly, under strict orders from Lucius. Do you have plans for the summer? Summer's free, but you'd need to come up with a reason my parents would accept to let me visit you. Fair warning. They probably won't want anything to do with your family, Cohen said flatly. If you can't think of something good, pass that along to your dad. In the end, Malfoy left behind a small gift box, saying it was an apology present from Lucius to Cohen. The conversation ended quickly. Malfoy had hoped to patch things up with Cohen, not that they'd ever had any friendship to begin with, but Cohen's cold demeanor convinced him that apologizing was useless. It felt like their relationship was purely transactional. Malfoy bolted out of there like his life depended on it. Cohen, meanwhile, planned to toss the gift into the room of requirement before heading back to the dorm to sleep. Learning magic was already a defiance of the heavens, and dying halfway through wasn't uncommon. Practicing spells today had been the limit of Cohen's Christmas break plans. For the rest of the holiday, he was determined to avoid opening a single book. He'd either hang out with Hagrid or run wild with the Weasley twins. In the room of requirement, Cohen opened the gift box. Inside was a lake blue gemstone, intricately engraved with dense patterns. Clearly some kind of magical object. Try to warm up to a Dementor is pretty stupid. Earl, after hearing Cohen's rough explanation, let out a mocking jab at the Malfoy family's antics. Dementors are cold, especially to a little like you. Their families always survive by playing both sides, Cohen said neutrally. From a family strategy perspective, it makes sense. If I were them, I'd also try to get on the good side of Cohen, the unkillable evil entity. Too bad Malfoy hasn't been properly trained for this. Malfoy's affairs weren't something Cohen had to worry about. All Cohen needed to do was accept the benefits from the Malfoy family. As for repayment, well, that kind of worldly reciprocity was something for adults to think about. Cohen was only 11, and 11 was exactly the age when promises didn't have to be kept. Cohen tossed the stone into the cabinet in the room. Before this, he had already stuffed it with plenty of things. For example, there was the Dungeons & Dragons living display case Edward had given him for Christmas. The Snow Globe Ross had gifted him on his birthday. Though due to the fading magic, the little clay figures inside could no longer make their chirping sounds. Countless Honeydukes candies, a large sack of frozen ash snake eggs, and nearly an entire cabinet shelf filled with vials of acromantula venom. Thanks to the protective runes the room of requirement had etched into the walls for Cohen, he wasn't worried about the Malfoys tampering with anything. If Lucius was foolish enough to send an alchemical listening device as a first gift, then the Malfoy family was honestly a bit too urbanized for their own good. After leaving the room of requirement, Cohen returned to the Gryffindor common room. Fred and George were in the common room, dressing a round-headed goblin in a shrunken Santa Claus outfit. "Cohen, what do you think about putting this little Santa in the Great Hall?" Fred asked, spotting Cohen and waving him over. "I think Professor Dumbledore might take it home to raise it, as long as we dress it up well," George chimed in. "Or maybe Snape," Fred added. "Or maybe they'd fight over this goblin." Fred and George said in unison. Though the two brothers were wearing sweaters with an F and a G respectively, Cohen suspected they'd secretly swapped clothes, making it impossible to tell who was Fred and who was George by that method. "Cohen, do you think it looks flawed right now?" Fred asked. "We trimmed the calluses off its hands and feet and even gave it some hair growth potion. Now it looks exactly like Santa Claus." "At first glance, I couldn't tell," Cohen replied. If Dumbledore took off his glasses, he probably wouldn't notice the difference either. Cohen circled the goblin, which had a big, bushy white beard. It was tugging at its clothes. The heavy outfit clearly made it uncomfortable. But you'll need to figure out how to stop it from stripping on the staff table. It doesn't seem like the clothes you put on it. If consequences weren't a concern, Cohen thought the Imperius curse might work. But considering it needed to interact with Dumbledore, an obviously dark spell wouldn't do. That would have to rely on Fred and George's creativity. "That's easy," Fred said, unbothered by the goblin's resistance. He pulled a book from under the armchair he was sitting on, flipped through it, and then muttered a string of guttural syllables at the goblin. "Gobbledygook," Cohen asked, catching sight of the book's title, An Introduction to Goblin Language. "What did you say?" he asked because the goblin actually stopped moving and now looked like a defeated dog. "We said we captured the other goblins in its nest," George explained precisely, despite knowing nothing about Gobbledygook himself. "Exactly," Fred said, happily high-fiving George. "You two are really—" Cohen began, suddenly feeling that his earlier straightforward kill approach might have been too tame. Maybe those acromantulas could be used for something else? "I hope I get to see Dumbledore holding this Santa tomorrow," Cohen said. "Have you seen Harry and Ron?" "Nope." Little Ron took a big bag of food and headed back to the dorm. Fred replied, rebuttoning the goblin's red coat. "Looks like they're having a secret party. Take a deep breath before you go in. Any weirdness is totally normal. Even if you see two naked," George started. "He means Nick," Fred interrupted. "You know, Ghosts love the holidays too, and they enjoy drooling over feasts they can't eat. Fred stopped George from saying that word to Cohen, a first year. With a twitching corner of his mouth, Cohen said goodbye to the Weasley brothers and climbed the stairs back to the dormitory. Harry and Ron weren't there. It seemed Harry had already taken Ron to the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore would surely show up to counsel Harry, but that wasn't something Cohen needed to think about. So, tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep. But the good sleep didn't last long. Harry and Ron returned. "You're back so soon?" Cohen asked, poking his messy little head out from under the covers. "I thought you'd stay out all night, Harry." Harry didn't know how to explain. "We ran into Dumbledore," Ron said, his ears still tinged red. "He told us not to indulge in illusory happiness. But it was my first time going today. He was probably talking about me," Harry said guiltily. "I shouldn't have taken you guys out at night, or taken that mirror seriously." "Cohen, you were right. I should focus on reality. There's a Quidditch match after the holidays." "It's fine. At least Dumbledore didn't take points from us," Ron said reassuringly, though he shivered at the mention of Mrs. Weasley. "Otherwise, I bet Percy would have written to my mom." The night passed relatively peacefully, though Harry still tossed and turned in the next bed, unable to sleep. Cohen, however, slept soundly and even had a dream. He dreamed of a giant snake with deep green scales, coiled up in a cave beneath some bushes. It was hibernating, looking peaceful. By the time he woke up the next day, Cohen had almost forgotten the dream. All he could recall was a vague cave and the sensation of being curled up. For the rest of the Christmas holidays, Harry stopped thinking about the mirror and spent his days playing chess with Ron. The Weasley twins' Santa Goblin plan succeeded perfectly. Dumbledore cheerfully took the Santa Goblin away, though the goblin itself didn't look too happy about it. Cohen didn't idle either. The day after getting the dragon egg, Hagrid sent him a letter urging him to come to his hut quickly to see something rare he'd gotten his hands on. Hagrid had been so excited while writing that he'd torn the paper, making the scattered words nearly illegible to Cohen. When Cohen arrived outside Hagrid's hut, he knocked on the door. Hagrid, acting rather mysterious, told Cohen to cover his eyes. He carefully shut the door, then led Cohen over to the fireplace. The temperature inside the hut was very high. "Tada!" Hagrid exclaimed, like he was giving Cohen a surprise. After Cohen uncovered his eyes, Hagrid proudly displayed it. "A dragon egg! I won it off some car bloke. But you've never seen one of these. We can raise it together. Merlin's beard, first a black unicorn, now a dragon egg. I can't believe what a year this has been." Hagrid looked thrilled, his big black beard quivering with excitement. The next week, with a fresh slate of assignments, Harry kicked off his carefree Hogwarts detective life once more. To figure out the magic protecting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry dragged his little crew to the one person they could ask about it, Hagrid. Inevitably, the group discovered the giant dragon egg Hagrid was hiding in his hut. "Shoo!" Hagrid ushered all four of them inside. "Don't tell anyone. This is me and Cohen's." "Hagrid, you just ratted me out," Cohen said, struggling to keep a straight face. "It wasn't a big deal, though." "Oh, sorry." Hagrid clapped a hand over his mouth, flustered. "You're raising a dragon and didn't tell us?" Harry asked Cohen, incredulous. "This is illegal, Cohen," Hermione said, her voice tight with anxiety. "And Hagrid lives in a wooden hut. When it gets bigger, we'll move it somewhere else," Cohen said, already planning the dragon's future. "Don't worry. I'm keeping track of the time," Hagrid said, brushing off their legal concerns. All he cared about was when the egg would hatch. 2 more days, and the little dragon's coming out. You won't want to miss this. You can be there with me as the first people it sees when it hatches. Let's just hope this dragon doesn't get traumatized for life by the hybrid evil creature staring it down right out of the shell. Cohen had a feeling Norbert would spend its whole life trying to heal from the psychological scars of its hatching day.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.